Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is March 18th, 2026, and it was supposed to be about Jerome Powell. We're still going to be getting him at 2 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. Eastern, but just a couple of hours ago, we got another escalation in the war, and this time it was new. It was the first time Israel attacked the LNG facilities. This is the first time we've gone after any of the gas facilities and infrastructure in Iran, and that started to clap things. You already had the IRGC said now all energy infrastructure is on the table. You even had some Trump comments talking about finishing off the Strait of Hormuz and leaving all the people who don't want to get involved to deal with it. So that's causing a big reaction. All of the nonchalant, we've been going up this week, kind of ignoring everything. Yesterday was your first day of market up, oil up. That kind of went out the window very quickly, and now we got to deal with this. See what we get next. Middle of the day, you get Jerome Powell in the SEP, and now we're going to find out, is this new escalation? It was definitely new today. We were just talking about how most of the stuff that's occurred, you've already been exposed to hours ago. Hello. Got another you saw the reaction even when they announced the Hormuz, the mining, and all these different things. So now gas and energy infrastructure and putting that on the table, that is your newest escalation as we start this middle of the third week of this conflict. So Chad, I hope you're ready for it. There's a couple of company news out there too. We'll discuss it, but yeah, I think you're gonna have an exciting day. But before we begin any of the excitement, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and quite frankly, they're even doing it right now, my friends, as we sit down on our computers. I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. There's some people who support conflict and war, some people who don't, but when it's all said and done, you can never take away the heroism and the sacrifice that people have made. So God bless all of the heroes, man. Thank you for your service. Don't ever take your freedom for granted. Big shout out to your families as well. They made that sacrifice too. And God bless every single one of you. Shout out to the vets, baby. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men. Everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Judge! Oh, it's game time, Chad. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Happy Wednesday. It's going to be a good day, bro. It's going to be a wild day. It's Powell Day, some comp. Are you ready? Go back to bed if you don't want. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. If I'm too hyped for you right now, feel free, man. Feel free to go back to bed. And it may be frustrating, too. But that'll make it a good day. Make it exciting. Make it exciting. So, we got perfect time. So, yeah, I'm going to be watching a lot of different plays today. Just, again, obviously, oil, UNG. We're going to see how that plays. Paladine, both contract drones. There's other IPO and a lot of headlines related to kamikaze drones. So watch those. Microsoft and Amazon, they're getting into a little scuffle over cloud and AI. Macy's had good earning. Keep an eye on travel. I mean, yesterday's conferences, hearing about some of the other, what we were getting in terms of like where their demand is. This war conflict might just give us a nice little discount, so watch out for that. VNO, there was a Meta deal, AAOI, Light, Coherus, there was a conference on fiber. Coupang was already good, and they had a NVIDIA deal yesterday, and then KC, VNet, Baba, Baidu, any of the China plays. They announced a lot of Claudebot hype and prices going up due to all of that demand, so we'll see where it leads us, my friends. But yeah, that's all I got for you. I was going to play you a song, but since today is such a big day, I do have to play you our sponsored post. So thank you all for being here, and make sure you check out our sponsors, okay? You got about a minute till the bell.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership.
Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. Are you ready? Just keep that in mind today. Keep that in mind. Oh, Chatadonia. All right, man. So we got less than a minute till the bell. Have a good time. I mean, try not to pump on each other's head tops. I'm sure the Bears are going to come out today. I didn't see them the last 2 days, but all in all, man, just be wise out there. And remember, you got a couple of sections of today. You're going to deal with the morning. You're going to deal with the war and the conflict. And then we got to go through Powell. I'll have a little baby Powell preview for you, but I did post some of it, a big part of it, on Instagram and the YouTube Shorts if you haven't checked it out. So either way, bro, inflation and Powell's idea and what they think about the war is going to be fascinating. So get ready for the bell, my friends. It should be a fun time. Should be a fun time. We'll see the first couple of minutes. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, let's move this over to the SPY. VNO, that meta deal ain't help them out, but we'll see with rates. But bonds got clapped. Oh, there's also bad PPI. So that even kind of ties into the Fed because, again, this whole conflict, that was your first set of data kind of highlighting how the short-term energy shock is already reflecting into some of the inflation data. So, yeah, man, here it is. Are we going to the top of the box or the bottom? I think we're at the bottom of the box. So, again, you're right in between it. You pretty much gave up yesterday's gain. I mean, where we ended on Friday, that was still another, 7 points, 6 points lower. So you still got a little bit of room, and we got a big day ahead. So I could go both ways. Brent and crude. Crude is actually up only 1.9. So you were down a little bit on the futures, but that actually started to flip there. Again, all of this happened just a couple of hours ago. So this oil field, the confirmation, the response from the IRGC, even your boy Trump, all of this was around 7 a.m. Eastern time. VIX is already on the high. The China stocks are actually going, but they're still in the red. Some more than others. And then again, Korea, they were up too, but then they gave that up after all of this stuff happened. So yeah, Baba and Baidu, they're not even up as much. Baidu's catching a little bit. So again, the open claw stuff is going crazy in China. So a lot of those got the price targets. Let's see. Watch at the REITs, but again, VNO in that one meta deal. TTD. Oh, where's Coupang? Again, that's for your boy Kevin. Kevin Wash. Oh, yeah, very illiquid. I'm going to give it a minute. I'm going to look at some of the SPY premiums, see what we're dealing with. Should we move it to a today chart? Hey, you're only down by 0.3, surprisingly. Dow is down by 0.3, NASDAQ's down by 0.3, and the Russell's down 0.5, so heavily correlated today. Everything kind of took almost the exact same response. There's a couple of big tech that is up right now. At least Tesla started off pretty good. Lulu's up 3. Okay, they were pretty muted yesterday. They had the earnings update and then the board of directors stuff. But yeah, they went up, and then Macy's, that was the earnings that's still holding up about 4%. And I think there was one more. And then gold and silver were down, but they're on the high ticker. Staples are down. Your boy IGV down less than the staples. And then banks are down by 0.2. If those start to pick up, that'll help it out a little bit. Gold peaking, it just depends. I mean, if the war leads into affecting the economy in a longer time frame, I don't think gold is going to move. But if this is truly a short-term oil shock and you're over it within a couple of months, then gold should start to go back up as the dollar begins to decline. Actually, where are the energy plays? Again, even those small cap ones are moving. Oil, I'm at 2.3 now, so oil's still climbing. Oh, no way. There's some of these downside put plays that are still in the red from yesterday. No way. So, yeah, I mean, some of the premium in that move right there, go look at the last trade. You'll see there's some that have been pretty washed. Very interesting. I think they're a little too out the money. And then oil still again 971. There was a headline. It was actually new escalation. So I put it out in the video, and I was telling you guys yesterday, you've been exposed to a lot of the war developments so far, but pretty much a couple of hours ago, Israel decided to go after the largest LNG facility in the world and pretty much attack the Iranian infrastructure for gas. So it's a little different, but it did mark escalation. And then even Iran responded by saying that they're going to start targeting that all other facilities are on the table now. Go look at the dollar. And then LNG, I know Chinery, and then even natural gas might be in play. Toast is on the high. Didn't that happen that one day? IDF detects launch of missiles from Iran working to intercept. U.S. allows certain transactions involving PDVSA. Core weave, a couple of tech sites. Honestly, it's not too bad. Like I'm saying, the correlation is high. Everything is still all kind of moving the same. Docu had an update too. They're about to go green. So let's see. K-Web still down. Bob and Baidu is the one doing the best out of all of them. Again, they raised prices due to your Claudebot shit. Yeah, Dow and the chemical names. What about wheat and all that? Yeah, those have gone up. Again, those spreads are just wild. What time is it? It's only been 5 minutes. Give him a little bit. Levitt getting Iran's nuclear fuel as an option on the table. Arc high ticker again. Meta's even starting to climb up here a little bit. Silver should, again, the dollar is kind of what's getting in the way, but it does, like I keep telling you, I'd encourage you to look ahead, because if this turns into a longer conflict, that's going to change the dynamic of how things are going to get affected and move. All right. I got one, but I don't like it. But maybe that's a good sign. But not a recommendation. They're not high quality. I mean, one move in the next 10 minutes changes all those. So be careful with those. I'd ideally want something near the other range of the of Friday. So yeah, but for now, there's at least some that are still red. Yep. All right, googly woogly. Yeah, dude, Tesla's been leading from the morning. They've gone very good. They didn't even move that much on that. Qatar offloads 5 LNG slots for unloading, storage, and reclassification at Belgium's Zeebrugge terminal for April. How big is today with Powell? Pretty big. I mean, in a weird way, it might be boring, but given all of the tension right now, he's probably going to be a little bit more exciting than not. And then again, what he says, or what he both says, as well as what the dot plot says, and the SCP, what it kind of hints at for oil and inflation, that's kind of going to be the main story today. Man, these China spreads are fucked. Baba went back to green. Oh, it is the week of March 20th. PDNY down 10 from open. Dude, I swear it does that one every time. Yeah, they were up 10. They gave, remember, that thing was just at 11 or 10 bucks. And then it sold off. But yeah, they got the Navy contract. SOC is up. Trump admin expected to issue waiver of Jones Act shipping regulation as soon as Wednesday, sources say. So the Jones Act news is coming in now again. Like I said, watch some of the staples on that. Remember last time, Walmart and all of that. But again, even like LNG, UNG, they would also get impacted by the Jones Act stuff. And that's, well, the first sign of the war price, the PPI today was terrible. So, I mean, remember, a month ago you had and this is part of the Fed today, that you got to kind of think for the mindset and the mentality of the Fed and what to expect. You had a bad jobs report, really bad jobs report, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? And then now, even coming into today, the PPI, the headline, that's the one that really ripped through, but the core, that one wasn't as bad. But then again, headline, food, energy, that's kind of just highlighting, what the impact of this is going to be. That's why I was telling you guys, even on the last CPI is delayed by a month. So like all that $100 oil, you weren't going to see it in the data, but the PPI was able to show that one up a little bit. Core Weave, fill in the gap, CLSK. Where's the IRENs and the NIBIS of the world? Again, software wasn't down too much, but actually software is back to break even. And then Net, I don't know if Net and Fastly, I don't know if they should be benefiting off the China hype. Those are two kind of in their own little world right now. And then, yeah, SOC above 18. What I think you need it to go, you need 1950. That's where it starts to get crazier and squeezier. Again, that same news actually from the last couple days. That one hasn't changed too hard. Apple's kind of what's holding you up right now. So Apple gap down like just under 1%, and then that's already back up here in 5 minutes. Nvidia is barely red. I know Tesla, Google's literally running into the high. So you're kind of doing the Mag 7 effect again. Those are starting to lead you right now. And then you're only down by 0.18, 0.2. NASDAQ is starting to break away a little bit. They're only down by 0.8, 0.9. All right, now all of those plays are in the red. I should have waited 2 minutes. Now you could get all of them for lower. DocuSign positive. They weren't bad. They announced like $2 billion buyback. Some other stuff. Banks now, or at least Bank of America is going straight up. I don't know if they're at an event. That kind of looks like it's doing its own thing. Let's see. Bank of America. And then a couple of the higher flying China ones. Those small. I didn't take any of them, but they're coming down. And then Baidu keeps going. Those premiums just suck. Korea. So again, Korea was up 5% yesterday, last night. And then after this little attack thing, they got smoked. Healthcare could be part of the midterms. I mean, just not to mention, it's not like the earnings have gone good. And then again, the whole cost pressures, oil and other stuff happening. I mean, it factors into some of the healthcare. As odd as that may sound. Path is climbing. Software names aren't doing too bad. So again, IGV's in the green, Fastly, Net, and then a few others. And then even some big tech is going straight up. Light, Coherus, all those other ones. Who's the other one? AAOI? Yeah, they had a conference yesterday. Or like this morning, a LA Fiber conference. PayPal on the high. Bibsy. Yeah, staples are still down. Donald Trump waives Jones Act in bid to curb higher fuel prices. I don't know if I don't know if that's getting confirmed right now or if that's from the first headline. So again, they were just saying, sources say he's going to curb the Jones Act. I'm double checking. Yeah, he hasn't put it out yet, but at least it's not on True Social. But yeah, they're saying Jones Act, that might be something. Waiver applies to oil, gas, fertilizer, and coal. So that wouldn't benefit the staples then. See, watch if UNG and any of the fertilizer plays are moving on that. So again, yeah, NTR just got smoked. And I don't know if that's part of it or not. And then, yeah, some of the food plays came down. Oil's still going up. So yeah, watch out for that. I don't have that confirmed, but it's saying that that he waived it. So first one a couple minutes ago said rumor, but now this one's speaking more actively. All right, well, yeah, if you waited a couple more minutes, you would have got a way better deal, but they're back up now. Snap, Docu, ONON on the high. Airlines are still going up too. So again, those travel names. That might be the NASDAQ right now. I think that was all the big tech. Yeah, QQQ coming down too. So again, NTR, fertilizer plays did react so far. Again, I thought the staples would have benefited from the Jones Act, but if it's only related to the gas and energy, it's going to play out. USO and BNO on the high now. Korea. Merck. Yeah, airlines still keep going up, but they're just barely either in the green or at break even. And then Dow's down by 0.4. Russell's down 0.6, SPY 0.3, and then NASDAQ 0.2. So now they're all just off by like 0.1%. Yeah, BABA came down. Where's Baidu? Baidu's still holding. Bank of Canada, interest rate at 2.25 versus 2.25. Again, oil's up 2.5. We're only down by 0.3. ARTL, that looks like a biotech. I don't know what this one is. Artello Bio. It was already actually up pre-market. That might be a FDA. BBG's the source on the latest one. So yeah, we're going to need confirmation of it, but it seems like some reaction. Yeah, Artello has fully funded, initiated fully funded study with Belfast Health. Path on the high ticker. Unity as well, too, actually. Yeah, Path is up 2.5. IGV's on the damn high right now. IGV and airlines. And then banks, too. Citi. So Citi and Bank of America already gone green. XLF is barely red. Oil's still climbing up. You are right at VWAP. Again, NASDAQ is probably giving you the most, like, minute-by-minute moves. The Dow just keeps getting worse, and then SPY is right in the middle of all that. Again, ALK now. More airlines are coming up. Expedia, are they holding the 8% move from yesterday? Kind of. They pretty much, like, halfway filled it. All right, SPY's coming back up. Airbnb and travel's already going up there, too. Let's see. Oh, Habib, why so expensive? Do. Jets. Adabe. I forgot about Adabe. Is Adabe still been going up? Oh, I hit a small low, but yeah, that's still almost $10 off the low. Netflix, Kimberly, Quality, they're down. Who else? Yes, all staples are down 1, 2. So I was thinking the Jones Act was going to benefit some of the non-oil and energy companies, but no, if they're going to limit it. But yeah, I do think once we find out the economic impacts of all this, but if this is a shock, I think those are going to rip violently. But in the meantime, you have a deal. I hope you use it. Dizzle. And Abivai's on the low. Abivai's getting crushed. Oh, where's Mike? Micron has earnings. They had a crazy move yesterday. KKR and Apollo. So even the private credit, again, a lot of finance is actually waking up right now. And now Workday, that ties into it, and then Constellation. So energy, XLE names, they're barely up, but a couple of them are moving. And then again, like finance, banks, all of those types, those are actually catching a bid. Yeah, bro, KKR's up 2.5. Remember yesterday, all that, I think that went up another 3 to 5 yesterday. That's part of the whole private credit, not systemic. ACAM, high-low ticker is actually kind of balanced. Aramco evacuates Samref refinery after Iran warning. Okay, so another baby high on oil. It's just ticking up slightly. It feels like one of those days from like last week or so where, again, you're like making the stair stepper on oil. It's not like going down. Market still has kind of the ability to ignore it, but yeah, just oil just keeps ticking up. It'll hit a high. You're getting some of these headlines, and then it's working through. Is Kimberly at 52-week low? Didn't it hit it last week? Or no, that was right before. So 96. Gulf producers evacuate multiple sites after Iran warnings. So again, an oil, I think, ticked 98 on the futures. JPM and Goldman on the high now. Yeah, those are fresh too. So again, banks are right at the cusp. They should be going green. Yeah, they're down by 0.03. IGV. The higher for longer. We're just not going to know till end of the month pretty much. That's why, like, what Powell says today, that's going to that could change a lot, because if the Fed wants to insist on that, then that's going to freak people out. But yeah, it still comes down to the oil curve is going to change more towards the end of the month. End of the month, beginning of April, that's when we're going to really know. And that's something I would tell all of you. Just keep looking ahead for economic impact. Right now, it's all still a shock. But if a shock turns into impact on the economy, that's where things are going to move slower. That's kind of what the last couple of days showed. But then we're going to have to, you're just going to have to juggle the headlines, be a little patient. But you should know, I mean, within the next like week or two, I guess 2 weeks tops, you'll have a much more clearer picture. And then that's where people, I think, are going to reposition. And it's gonna move slower. But then once it starts affecting the economy, and now we're worried about those factors, that's where it changes. Oil going up again. All right, been here for just less than 30 minutes. So you're literally barely above the open, 0.3. Again, Dow actually got a little bit of a bid on that. Russell's the one that's bad, but now you're kind of doing the whole correlated thing again. A lot of everything is matched. Again, oil's taking another one. The drone stocks are going on the low. So I'd say today's different. I mean, if we do start to energy freak out and all of that shit, the difference is that today you don't have financials tweaking out. You don't have the same credit worries that you were dealing with about a week or two ago. It doesn't mean they don't exist, but the market is just not really reacting. The market hasn't crashed. Well, yeah, that's what we were talking about a couple days ago. That's kind of the problem of why the market is so resilient, because even though you've had the shock, and again, you could start to think ahead, and you could either be bullish or worried about it, but fact of the matter is, it's not like you've been offered even a big enough discount to be contrarian. And that's kind of what makes this a little weird. But that's also why I'm saying, so everybody has their opinion on it. I mean, oil is essentially the more crowded trade right now, but I do think that if the war ended tomorrow, not saying that's going to happen, but if the war ended tomorrow, I don't even think the market would go up that much, And that's kind of what you get for having this strength. You get a little bit of this strength now, people kind of looking ahead in a certain way. It didn't drop a lot. That's why it's like, even if this war ended tomorrow, you would probably get one quick pop and then it would level out and it really wouldn't even be that crazy. So we are still stuck in that box. Again, this is the craziest part about all of it. I think this is the most fascinating. You are right where you were around November. I mean, arguably even coming into the beginning of the year, you know, you had that pop to start the year, but give or take, you know, 5 days ahead of the new year, you were trading around this range, but you have been in the same 6 to 8 month block. Actually, do you guys want to see something? I could show you something. I don't know if you'd want to see it. Don't get scared. But it plays out too with a couple of the things at hand. I have a pretty picture for you. If it loads. So yeah. The blue line is September 24th to May 25th. End of 24 leading into the Liberation Day. And then this is September 1st to right now. So you're actually, the deja vu is very, very similar. So that's why even then too, it's like if we kind of brush things off for the next like week or two, and then you lead to a major escalation, and then you get, that could be where it culminates. Otherwise, you know, it's like we're at a point where we're either going to break out from this or follow it. But then again, you know where 2025 ended. But yeah, like it's following eerily similar to how last year played out. The difference is you don't have everyone, you know, that was them worrying about tariffs, people getting very dramatic about the pricing, and then you had Donald Trump come in with Liberation Day, which I don't know if you guys remember. I mean, Liberation Day seemed kind of as reckless as all of this, you know, where again, people are like, what the hell is going on? Why is this happening? This seems like a crazy move. Remember when we first saw the tariffs on Liberation Day, we were like, yo, bro, that's a bomb. He wanted 180% tariffs on China, stuff like that. Like that, would that cause that effect? Yeah, White House, U.S. issues a 60-day waiver of Jones Act shipping law. So I think that is getting confirmed. Let's see. I think you'll get more of a reaction when Trump says it, but it does look like it is limited into what it's going to affect. So yeah, Jones Act, which again, I mean, is also every time, just like the what's it called? The reserves. All of these little actions confirm something. They confirm a response. I mean, again, why are you bringing out Band-Aids? Trump might bring tariff talks. There's actually a meeting with Japan tomorrow. So, and that one's going to be interesting because I think he's going to try to get Japan to what's it called? To support with the Strait, but then it's going to be difficult for Japan to do so. But then again, Takaichi, she low-key loves Trump. So, but that's going to be tomorrow in the midst of all of this. Again, we got a long day ahead. You got Jones Act now. A couple of hours ago, you got the first gas infrastructure. Iran is already saying they're going to attack again. They said all oil infrastructure's on the table now. And then you already got some of those evacuations. So we still got to see for that for the next couple of hours. And then before you know it, my friends, we are going to be dealing with Jerome F. Powell, the mother and Fed chair. Russian Foreign Ministry, we call on all parties to immediately cease hostilities. You listen 5 years when your line was free 99. You come a long way with your program. You're an old man too. You got a long term. Well, thank you, man. I'm impressed by you being impressed, you know? Yeah, these young guys just yell at me now. They say, where's the damn play? Just give me the damn play. I don't care about no geopolitical, geopolitics, geometry. So, man, I appreciate you. It is still $3.99. That's it. We implemented the ACS system. That way, if you really want super, super fast, you got to prepare and plan for it. Otherwise, I do hope people are getting long-term monthly. Being aware, UVXY on the high right now, and NIBIS. So, again, VIX is on the high right at open. You are either going to bounce or you are going to dump. I think the PPI numbers were bad, very high, and then it highlights, again, some of this high energy already rolling through on one of the earlier sets of data here. Yeah, I think the difference with the, I think a lot of people thought that I think they thought that you were going to get a Jones Act that would be more broad for everything. That's why I was thinking Staples and some of the other companies. But at the same time, if it seems like it's only going to be energy related, which again, most of the Jones Act, it's why ships load and dock at certain places, where deliveries and loadings are at certain places and times. See. Iran gas flows to Iraq halted following attack on Pars gas field. Senior Iraqi officials tell Reuters. Silver and gold. Nvidia even popped up too. Tesla's really going. Honest, Tesla's up by 0.9, but like straight up. They're back to pre-market. UWMC, watch if real estate stocks start going. They shouldn't, but if, we have had one of these days where a couple of real estate names did their own thing. Owl and Sand. Yeah, dude, KKR and Apollo still up. I think financials are strong. That's one of the big differences here, is that I do believe that we are, you're not getting the same bank exposure or pressure that we had on the last 2 weeks. Which, again, I don't think the bank stuff is over, but at the same time, the whole not systemic, that's calmed a lot of things down. Where's Bitcoin? I know Bitcoin's down. A couple of those Bitcoin miners are going up. And then NIBIS, they're coming back up too. They've had a lot of headlines and volatility. Bank of America's up 1? Almost, yeah. Jeez. Again, you just had that little UVXY move. SPY bounced up, and now you're back to the same spot. Durable goods came in at 0.0 versus 0.0. Factory orders 0.1 versus estimate of 0.1. And then again, they're reiterating the Jones Act stuff. So again, the White House confirmation is here within the last couple of minutes. NVT. SOC came down a little bit. You hit 98. Where does this put us price-wise? Oh, that sucks. So just a couple days ago, we kind of topped out at 98. That's it. I mean, you either go 98, otherwise you're going to go to 100. That's kind of how it's played out every time. So again, last time we hit 98, we went straight through to 120. Right when you fell from 98, it dumped. You got right back up. You climbed. Took 3 days to get there, but once you broke 98, you hit 100 again. So 98 might be kind of the line in the sand. Even though today was new escalation with the gas field, so it's either going to, if it's going to indicate more escalation, above 98 into 100 and vice versa. Russian Putin aid conflict in the Middle East will set global trade and economic system back by years. Tesla Model Y, the top selling car in the world. Is that, I don't know. It could also be gas. I mean, don't underestimate it, bro. There was a time in the market, and it happened even in 2021, because like anytime gas prices go crazy, like EV stocks go up. which is kind of wild. All right, you're getting a bigger candle there. I don't know if that was a UVXY pump fake, but you're right back into open. I mean, nothing crazy so far. 0.5 on the Dow, and then SPY and NASDAQ are matched up at 0.3. So correlation just kind of seems to be hitting value more. I think you could blame the banks for holding up. Adabe on the low. Low ticker did pick up on 30-second and 1 minute. It must be nice for an EV, I know. Like, dude, I think the Cybertruck, because I don't get free charging on the Cybertruck, but we got it charged up yesterday. It was $2. I don't know how. So at a supercharger, it was $2. Russia may consider military convoys for merchant ships. IFX, you could be responding on that, because I don't know how that's going to play out. And then you have Arab states egging on U.S. to continue strikes to cripple Tehran so it can never attack anyone again. Europe and China and Russia are calling for immediate ceasefire. Watch oil. Russia is saying they may consider military convoys for ships. Are the Russians going to help out? But then I don't know if that'll be good or bad. Because if the Russians try to help out and now they're in the Strait of Hormuz, now you run the risk of hitting a Russian ship, and then that starts a whole different conflict. So that's coming out now. I don't know how confirmed that is. But again, you're tweaking a little bit. Oil even calmed down from that, but it's coming from IFX. Russia may consider military convoys from merchant ships. Iran regime appears to be intact, but largely degraded by military operation. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard. Iran and proxies remain capable of attacking U.S. and allied interests in Middle East. She tells Senate if Iranian regime survives, it will begin year-long effort to rebuild missile and drone. Nuclear enrichment was obliterated in June strikes. U.S. has seen no effort to rebuild Iran enrichment capability. UWMC, yeah, that's what I've been saying it for about like a year. Even when it went up, it was nice because we only have this one in Colt Sister, but like people were asking me, and I was saying I like Arquite a lot better now, even though we own both because of the Redfin. But I didn't like their balance sheet, the way they were operating it, and then some of their like leverage ratios and like how they've been loaning the money. They're pretty over levered, and I just didn't like it. Fastly going up. IDF struck Hezbollah-controlled gas stations in Lebanon. So Israel, again, is attacking gas infrastructure. So, again, that's the new part of today. The fact they attacked the gas field, but what was it last week, bro? Last week or 2 weeks ago, I remember coming here in the morning, and I was like, we thought Iran would attack the energy infrastructure or their own, and then it ended up being Israel to kind of start it. So, yeah, man, kind of crazy. Taste. Thank you for the coffee. I only got carbos on deck. I'm kind of down for a coffee. I got some good carbo in the morning. It's going to be a big day. It's already a big day. It's, you're at the open. All the headlines, and then oil's doing the stair stepper, but I was already excited for Powell. So I do think Powell's going to, and it's our last Powell, man. There may be a chance we get Powell again, depending on how the confirmation and everything plays out. But yeah, man, this is it. It's gonna be our last one. I've watched every Powell for the last 8 years. Zero exaggeration. I don't think I've ever missed a Powell. Long term all the way, baby. Long term monthly. That's the beauty of, again, I still think the midterm money glitch, what's going to happen with the midterms, that's going to apply very, very well. And above all else, that's why, like, right now, this is a shock, even if it impacts the economy. Last time we had a shock that impacted the economy, it led to some of the best pickups for the long term. So I'm not too worried. China, demand for raw materials likely to drive continued out. Oh, this is Tulsi Gabbard. I don't know if you guys want to hear Gabbard. So all of her comments are hitting the wire.
Let this be a warning to those who wish America harm. We leave no stone unturned, and there's no one or no thing close to you that might not betray you. Today's hearing is an opportunity for the American people to hear an unvarnished and unbiased account of the remaining threats we face, from communist China, North Korea, and Russia to the east to narco-terrorist cartels here at home. These threats truly do span the globe.
We'll come back to that. Iran Tazim news agency citing Iran oil ministry. Some of the infrastructure at South Pars damaged. No injuries reported. Trump already made a comment about Powell this morning. He did call him too late again. I think everyone's ignoring Trump had a Truth Social this morning talking about finishing off Iran and letting the people who actually use the strait deal with the strait. That one was kind of wild. But everybody was focused on the gas field news. Yeah, North Korea strengthening with Russia. And then Russia has maintained upper hand in war in Ukraine, likely to continue fighting. Gabbard. I watched some of Bernanke. I was pretty young still. Or not Bernanke, Greenspan. No, Bernanke. Yeah, Bernanke's an idiot. So Greenspan was early. I was still alive for Greenspan, but I don't know where I was at in terms of consciousness. It might be a lit briefing for now. I want to give it a couple. I mean, we're just pretty much going to sit and wait for the next Iran headline and then also some of the movement. But you got stuff holding. Today was an escalation. Oil's up. The market's reacting. You just have different parts that are kind of holding up and not compared to the last couple weeks. So like I'm saying, I really think the standout is financials. You know, last time we had this volatility with the war, I mean, it has been, financials have just been getting decimated. So that holding up is going to help out a lot. And then tech isn't bad. I mean, damn, chips are coming up. Yeah, why is AMD going straight up? Yeah, AM Dizzle. They kind of, is that unique? No, NVIDIA made a move too. Micron's coming up and WDC. All the chips are actually. Even Korea's trying to get back up there. PayPal on the low. Mobbing. Isn't Mob, is that China or Warstock? Remember that one moved yesterday. TSEM, NVO. Oh, Tel Aviv Tech. Yeah, Intel's not moving. AMD and NVIDIA. And then the other chip makers are going. All right, SPY's doing, dude, this is just right where that UVX spike came from. But you've just done nothing. You just bounce back and forth. MSM JCap short report. We'll see. It's been about 30-40 minutes. So this is usually where some of the action happens. Oil's still up doing the stair stepper. Banks did come down. IGV, some of the stuff holding did calm down here a little bit. I mean, you got NVIDIA holding you up. And then let's see, Appel. Pakistan to pause strikes against Afghanistan. Tarar says. Links pause to volatility. I don't know what that is. A lot of biotechs actually moving. All right, couple low tickers picking up. More staples are dumping. And then the high ticker, again, Fastly's kind of in its league of its own. And the China names are still actually doing decent too. All right, well, SPY's approaching the low of the day. Chop until Powell. I'm just going to depend on oil in the next headline. I would have been more subscribed to that idea if we didn't get this escalation in the morning. But I think first half of the day is going to be what you guys saw last week or so. Just the war, back and forth conflict. Again, you do have the chop is being caused by Mag 7. But yeah, that's why everything else is going to be... I still think you're going to have to wait to see what Iran does or doesn't do. Okay, well, into the low of the day, a couple consumer names on the low. Surprisingly, those premiums, if you bought the other one, they would have held up, but those premiums aren't too I thought they'd be washed by now. They're still in the game. Well, you are hitting a new low, so those are coming back to life. Well. All right. I'm going to go get me a carbo.
These election ballots.
Thank you.
And voting
TSI.
machine records in Fulton County, Georgia. A raid tied to an election that the president lost 6 years ago.
Oil too. Spy's coming down.
When the warrant supporting the raid was unsealed, it showed something deeply troubling. There was no foreign connection to justify the involvement of our nation's top spy. Instead, the predicate for the warrant was a slop of debunked conspiracy theories that had already been rejected repeatedly by courts, by independent investigators, and even by Georgia's own Republican Secretary of State. Yet the nation's top intelligence official was personally involved in this operation. This raises one very serious question. If the intelligence community is not being deployed to mobilize against foreign threats, why is it being deployed at all on a domestic issue? The DNI's appearance at this raid, as well as their involvement in seizing voting machines from Puerto Rico, suggests something that should also alarm every American. I believe an organized effort to misuse her national security powers to interfere in domestic politics and potentially provide a pretext for the president's unconstitutional efforts to seize control of the upcoming elections. Don't take my word for it. The president has repeatedly pushed for the nationalization of our elections, calling for federal government to override the state election laws and, quote, take over voting while continuing to make false statements about election fraud. And we have heard troubling rhetoric from senior officials that reinforce these concerns. As former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said publicly, we've been, and this is a quote, we've been proactive trying to make sure we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country. At the same time, the administration has brought into government individuals promoting conspiracy theories about our elections. The so-called White House Director of Election Security and Integrity, Kurt Olson, played a key role in efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election.
He's talking.
Now Mr. Olson holds a position inside the federal government.
All right, thank you. This will be our commercial breaks. Again, her first comments kept hitting the wire, but she's not talking. Iran president confirms Intelligence Minister Khatib killed. All right, oil above 98. So like I'm saying here, it's either going to be doing it slow, but otherwise, every other time we've kind of climbed above 98. It's been a straight shot to 100. So I don't know. I think you're going to need a little bit more, or we're going to find out before then. Again, anytime before Powell, if we get an update. Fastly's still going. Grawl, there's still names on the high, but low ticker has been more active over that last 5 minutes. That is why you hit a new low. VIX again at the high. So VIX is climbing. I mean, you know the routine. Last time it did it, we did end up going lower. It just stalled by like 10 minutes. Yeah, oil prices at 150 in the Persian Gulf. Again, even in Asia, they're up. That's why some people have gone and they're like, okay, oil should be a lot higher. But you got to think about it. Some of these places, that's where Trump was telling that implication of let the people who use this straight deal with it. So again, you guys have energy in America, but there is like some of the places in Asia that are more reliant on the imports, their energy is already substantially higher. So that's why it's like if this is just a shock, a lot of these will come down. But if not, then that's where we start to reprice in both the domestic and world. That starts to change a lot more. Any tinfoil for today? I do have a tinfoil, but it's the tinfoil from last time. But then, like, it all depends on Powell, and it didn't happen last time. So is Powell going to, because you got to, like I'm saying, Powell last time with the war in Ukraine and Russia, that's where partly transitory came from, if you guys recall. But he was saying transitory for supply chain, and then the war happened, and then before you knew it, they were like, okay, transitory. Took them a while to admit they don't like saying the T word, but essentially, if Powell and the Fed want to fuck things up today, they could really just hammer. They could be terrified of this oil shock. And if they start telling you it's not an oil shock, I mean, let me put it this way: Powell and the Fed today, they could reprice this whole entire conflict if they wanted to. Again, it would still take time, but if now you have the Fed kind of from a position of authority telling you this is going to be long lasting and we gotta prepare, that would be terrible. It could, again, pretty much Fed and Powell, they could spite Trump and do a lot of things today if they really wanted to, at the cost of some of the other policy and impacts. But what would that all lead to? Do any of you know? That's the next part of the tin. It's not even the tin, it's the low probability, high risk scenario for today in the Fed. So we'll go over it too when we get ahead of the Fed meeting. But yeah, there is a low probability, high risk event today, if it all somehow happened. Yes, if they start talking rate hikes. So right now, no matter what this shit has done so far, nobody's talking rate hikes. Nobody on the Fed, even as crazy as they are, none of them are implying rate cuts. It's really an issue of one rate cut this year, one rate cut next year. It's the lack of rate cuts is what everybody's pricing in. But then if they want to play that game and be like, yo, it's going to be terrible, it's going to be this, it's going to be that, it's going to be long lasting, then you just turn that into now it's going to be more about if they are really worried, they could bring up rate hikes. And if that would be the first time you've heard rate hikes from the Fed in a while. And that would be I think that would be the bomb of today. So it's low probability. It's not expected, because right now on the dot plot, not one person on the Fed is really implying that we would have a rate hike. But if this changes and if they see something we don't see, and then they start, discussing how energy inflation and it's going to be long lasting, that would be the ultimate worst case scenario for today. Forget Powell. Is Warsh going to cut into this? I don't know. We have no idea about Warsh. I know more about Warsh's family, what he's invested in, and his past, damn Bilderberg. But I don't know we haven't heard from him. I don't even know his full personality. Anything we know about him was like 10, 15 years ago. So, yeah, it's kind of odd. Boeing! Where's Bradley? Yeah, Bowen's coming down yet to that level of yesterday. But here's the thing: the last time you were in a conflict, there was even some global problems, war, all of that. He was scared. There's Bradley! Dog! Bradley! I don't even know if Bradley heard this because the delay. Are you kidding me? Oh, hard! Oh man, I feel a connection. I don't know if I'm taking... Oh, that's amazing. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. I knew I felt it. I said, wow, where's Bradley? And he shows up, dude. Are you kidding me? Bradley is more reliable than NATO. I feel like Donald Trump is jealous now. Josh says Bradley, he shows up. He shows up every day. Every day. I can't even get NATO to show up. This is bullshit. Oh my goodness. God bless you, Peach Nation. That's amazing, bro. Bro, Bradley Frizzle. Are you ready? Bro, Bradley. That's it, bro. We're winding down our Jerome Powell meetings, man. Bradley's been there, everyone with me. Oh man. That's crazy. You never cut into an oil shock. I mean, it's crazy. That's the one thing I was like, I don't know, man. Your boy's kind of Trump's kind of wild for insinuating that we should cut. I'd kind of want to see it, but yeah, that'd be a bad idea. Kalanovic Bear comments on Micron, Sandus, WDC. You heard it a few say, bro, that's what I'm telling you, bro. I said it. I just, the air, the movement, the Boeing, I can't believe it. I can't believe that's a... I'm telling you, if NATO operated like Bradley, this war would have been done last week, I tell you. That's amazing. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Reliable. That's hard to come by nowadays, okay? I tell you, it's not easy. Not easy at all. I mean, man. Oh, I was gonna say something, and then I'm just shocked by the consistency. You know, that happens. But yeah, bro. It's Warsh. So in 2008, that's where like he made his like big mistake. He was one of the only people that when you were getting like deflation and the market was just getting wrecked, he was one of the people that was worried about inflation. So he was wrong. His timing, I have a chart somewhere actually. When did he get nominated? Was that beginning? That was beginning of the year. I have the chart of it. But essentially when Warsh back in the day, he was more along the lines of he was scared about what was going to happen next. So even though things were dumping, yeah, here it is. So yeah. So literally unemployment was just fucking cratering, and then the inflation was still here, and then unemployment was rocketing, and then inflation, and then it was a bad situation. Like literally everything was collapsing, but he was very late to the party. So literally when unemployment was over 8%, Warsh was still worried about inflation, even though the core PCE pretty much got cut in half. So this is what people remember about Warsh. That's why, like, you're asking me, is he going to cut into this? I don't know. That was a long time ago. We haven't heard from him in a while, but yeah, it's still one of those things where if he plays his hand like last time, it would play out a little different. Powell has served for 8 years. I mean, I've watched him like 6 or 8 times a year for the last 8 years. It's fucking crazy. He was like 25 years old back then. Yeah. So I feel him, bro, because like when I was like 23, 25, I felt differently about government debt. Now I'm a fucking boomer. So he could be different. He could be very, very different. All right, we're going a little lower. It's funny, SPY's going more. Now you're back to, is this lower than pre-market? Yeah, this is a pre-market low. So yeah, you're below where we were that whole morning there. Okay, those plays went up 30% now. Kind of moving slow though. City forecast Brent 110, 120. All right, I got out of them. I got like 30 something, almost 40%. Again, you would have made the fucking 100 if you waited 2 minutes. We'll double dip again before Powell. Tell me why. Do we sell oil yet? What do you mean? Actually, I don't know if the reserves have hit yet. But in general, I mean, oil The one thing I don't like about oil right now, and is like genuinely everybody thinks it's going to go crazy. That's the problem. It's a very, very crowded trade right now. Actually, if you got the one closer to the money, you actually did way better on that play. So it wasn't bad. I didn't optimize it. I could have done better on that, but I'm not mad about a gain. But yeah, that's kind of the problem. Is that everybody thinks it's going to go up. That's why I think Powell today is so interesting, because, and that's where people might get shocked, because Powell will probably acknowledge the oil inflation impact, but Powell's not going to acknowledge it to the same degree that people think it's going to go to. That's kind of the idea. Right now, more people, Wall Street is overcrowded on it, retail is overcrowded on it, and people are, just because of how fast it went, even though some of the escalations in the beginning were kind of minimal, just with how fast it went, people were really like, yo, it got to 100 real quick. So people were insinuating. That's why numbers like 120, 140, 150 keep getting thrown around. I mean, you do have it in the importers. They are paying more, but I think Powell's going to acknowledge the high oil, but it's just not going to be as high as everybody thinks. And then again, last time, 2022, most of the oil shocks after the big spike, and then once everybody goes from it's not going to happen to everyone's like it's going to happen, that's where things start to slow down. You got energy stocks coming out. Crude oil, 6.15 million barrels. I don't know what the estimates are. Gasoline down 5.4 million. Estimate was minus 0.5. So crude oil inventories rocketed up 6.5 million versus draw of 1.5. And then Cushing 944. But gas inventories were pretty bad. Gas inventories were expected to go 2 million at max. They drew down 5.5 million. And then distillates minus 2.5 million. Estimate was minus 1.5. So oil might move a little bit on that. I know, yeah, just like the silver trade, for real. Now, silver was a lot different because it wasn't conflict. Silver, although they moved very similarly, 120, then back to 70, 80, you know? It's like that silver was just nothing. Silver was China, the build out, the AI demand, all those other things. But yeah, right when people were willing to do that. NATO Rut says they're in touch with many allies on the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that's the thing. I don't know. I mean, people just think I have both sides of the equation here, because I do think, because like I'm telling you, everybody is so crowded on oil right now. But I don't know if it's a bad thing. But then on the reverse, this is what I keep saying. I don't know if people are acknowledging it, but if the war ended tomorrow, I don't think the market is going to go up. I think it will have, just like, you know, by the 5th or 6th tariff announcement last year, right? And they would announce a deal or something. You'll get like a little spy pop, and then it'll level out. And then everybody will go back to normal. I think oil will move, and oil will be the one that moves on everything going on. But I don't think the market is going to necessarily, I don't think you're going to get crazy moves. And that's why it's like in the same respect where oil may be limited as it gets crowded and we're getting later into this, unless this turns into a full-blown 1970s economic problem. That's a different scenario. But it's like the same strength we've gotten, or the slowness to both sides, I think it's going to hit negatively even at a resolution. You're not going to get a crazy pop. You'll get relief from oil, but I don't think it's going to release anything too nuts on the market itself. CENTCOM, U.S. has struck more than 78 targets in Iran. And then IDF says they detect more targets from Iran. Do I think the private credit issues are systemic? I think you're in the middle. I don't know if it's systemic, but I do think it's bigger than expected or feared right now. Or not, I don't know if fear's easy to move. But I do think it's a little bit more broader than we think. I think you'll be insulated from some of the bigger banks. I don't think they're going to get hit by it, but I do think there's a lot of shitty corporate credit out there, especially with this last like AI cycle and how the funding all played out. Sprouts again. A couple of tanker stocks on the high. Yep, I got clapped. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Do. It's one of those days, YouTube. One of those days, bro. Come on. Amazon earnings. I think it's just all going to boil down to cloud and AWS. Are we already getting close to Amazon earnings? Yeah, in a month? Holy shit. I feel like we just ended earnings. And then on long term. Do. Okay, Brent is on the high. Oil just ticked the high, 98.4. Again, it's doing it slow, but like I'm saying, it's either march to 100 or we go, or that's it. It has to stop at 98, but you're doing the stair stepper again. NATO general allies are discussing collectively how the Strait of Hormuz can be reopened. That's a positive comment. I mean, but then again, they could be discussing it and it may not lead to anything. Or they'll be like, yes, we would like Trump to do it and we don't do. Thank you. Yeah, today will be the last dot plot. I think you might get one more Powell, and there's a couple scenarios where he will still show up on the dot plot in the future if he stays on with the Fed. But then also at the same time, he's going to... he just won't be the Fed chair anymore. That's going to be the next battle is how easy. I mean, now that the case is over, it should be easy. But, yeah, it just depends on what happens with the nomination or the appointing of Mr. Warsh. Or confirmation, excuse me. $30 million jobs are tied in with PE. Several hundred zombie companies could fail. Are you overreacting? I mean, it just depends who has the exposure. I'm actually not even, like, technically on paper, the exposure, you could calculate it all. But the thing I'm worried about with private credit is what we saw with that one European bank, or MF, the UK one, was that the double and triple commitments. That's the shit we don't know about. That's even what happened with like some of the First Brand stuff. And then again, it's like, one, if the companies perform bad, that will affect credit. And that's what we saw with First Brands, the hotels, and some of the other remodel. What was it, Rivint or whatever? Rivik or I forgot the name already. But it's like that. But then like what we saw with one of these private loan funds, there was double and triple commitments. So on the books and on the exposure, it's like $3 billion. It's not that much. Again, assuming you're a credit fund and the people loaning it, they have, underwriting. They know what they're getting exposed to. They could only loan a certain amount that it's bearable. You could determine what you will get exposed to. But then if these guys are taking that, committing $3 billion of loans, just like 2008, and then they're taking that $3 billion of loan and then making another commitment on top of that and using that as collateral to get another $3 billion, and then going to 5 other banks and 5 other different groups and getting, turning a $3 billion exposure into $20 billion, That's the problem that I think that we don't know about. And like I'm saying, I think we're in the middle. I don't think it's systemic. I think some people will be void of it. You're not going to see it impacts a lot of financial companies, but then there is still stuff that I think it's not a non-issue, and then it's also not the end of the world. But there is something in the middle there that I don't think we could really put our finger on it right now. The longer you ride the wrong train, the more expensive it is to go home. Tell them legal. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for all your support, dog. Are you kidding me? Or not? I love it. Isn't that a good line? The longer you ride the wrong train, the more expensive it is to go home. The case is not dropped. DOJ's appealing it. Tillis will not move forward until it's dropped. Really? I mean, I thought for now they might take the immunity thing and be like, okay. But yeah, if the appeal takes long, that's going to make it complicated. Yes, exactly. The bets on the bets. Gabbard, Iran could develop a viable ICBM by 2035 if they chose to do so. Again, you're getting more Gabbard comments. Tose. Air raid sirens in Bahrain. And then U.S. Gulf Coast crude stockpiles rose to the highest since June 24. On real estate, many sellers, low buyers, high rates. The outlook for 1 to 2 years. The vets say shout out to Uncle. Shout out to vets, baby. I think real estate is it's going to be tied to labor as always, but what I was expecting coming into this year, and sadly I think it's playing out, is that it's just going to be stable. It's going to be, I don't think it'll go down 2 to 3% or go up 2 to 3%. It's not supposed to be aggressive, but the one thing I've been saying is that it is a buyer's market. So am I afraid of buying homes? No, I bought homes last year. I'm buying homes this year. It still boils down to again, a lot of Chads have purchased homes, and that's why I've been very I've been strict with it, telling y'all just make sure you're getting a good deal, because you could maximize this buyer market to your advantage right now. Like I'm saying, if stable market, it sucks because, dude, a month ago rates were coming down. The mortgages finally were cracking, and you were because again, the Fed funds rate's at 3%. Short-term money is cheap right now, cheaper substantially from the last couple of years. So those long rates are finally catching up, and then this shit happened, and then they're right back back near 7 again after they were just starting to crack 5 or crack 6 going into the 5s. So it's as long as you're getting a good deal, you make your money on the buy. I mean, that's really, I'm telling you. I know a lot of people, the doomers, they're going to be like, real estate, no one could afford a home. You're gonna. No, it's just like, again, if you're saving, if you're using liquidity and you have the money right now to buy the home, you are offering liquidity to a home seller in this type of environment. So if you could save 10-15% off of that, off of the jump, who gives a fuck what again, the market's going to move, even if it goes down and you get a little bit of a real estate shock, which I don't think is going to happen. Even if that occurred, your cost basis should be there, and that's you're going to have cushion. And then again, real estate is a liquid, and that's where you get your benefits, but also too, all these developments would happen a lot slower. So by the time it even goes down, the way you utilize the property, whether living or renting, you're not going to be moving that thing. Your cost basis, if you're protected there, you're going to be good to go. So yeah, but that's you have to be strict on the buy though. But if you're buying, like I wouldn't be buying houses that are near the highs of 21 and 22. If it needs a lot of repairs and it's a high price, I think that's just a bad idea. Yeah, the long end was finally starting to chill, dude. I think I have a chart of it with the mortgages, bro. Because remember, the mortgages were very stubborn, and then they started to go down. And I'm telling you, right at like end of February, even after the software stuff and AI, dude, even the jobs or not, bro, the rates were coming down finally, and then boom, 1, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they're right back up to where they came down from. All right, SPY's going a little lower. I'm seeing those premiums, the same price I got out of them at. I'm surprised. Louisiana home sales are out of control. Yeah, the area depends a lot. But even then, whether it's hot, whether it's cool, even the hot market showed a lot of people. You know, not every market, even if you're hot right now, it's not going to stay hot. And I think that's what a lot of people have learned in this last couple of years with real estate. So that's why I think price sensitivity and being, you know, more judicial in how much you're paying is just a good strat. That's how you're going to do real estate well. Otherwise, you're going to be like, I hate real estate. I had one repair and then I did no equity. It's like, those are really bad things. But if you are able to manage that, I think you're going to have a great time. It's good to have a buyer's market. It sucks if you're trying to flip them right away. But even then, like any desirable home, you buy it cheap enough, you list it cheap. If you list a house cheap, they're selling very fast. Yeah, you should be able to keep looking. You should. Again, I think Chad's have sent me properties, and they've got some good ones. That's it. Like, just very different than a couple of years ago. Like I'm saying, you're not. Some people are still getting outbid, and you still have to deal with that. But at the same time, it's like you have a way different opportunity to be able to get like houses that just you would have been overpaying for, or literally would not have been an option a couple years ago. But it's still slow. I mean, again, rates are high. And that's what I'm saying. The rates are going to change. You'll always be able to change that around, move out of them. But you got to focus on purchase price. TXN kind of flushing. Yeah, about $1 or $2 candle. Not anything triggering, but that's moving down right now. And then Global Foundries on the low, too. Maclim says we have time to assess implications of Iran war. USMCA reviewed chance for stronger supply chains. SWMR? Is this the IPO? I think so. This was the IPO that went crazy. $3.99 on a new bill. That's awesome. I'm a big fan. How will homes become affordable if price drops? Corporations buy them up. The American dream is on life support. I mean, did you hear about the new law? They passed it, or they signed it, but, I mean, that'll limit that aspect of it, but that is kind of, it's all on inventory. I mean, there is a way homes drop. Sadly, it's if people die, people don't buy them. But supply and demand. But then you've got to see it though. It's not like it's area by geography. So it's like I'm saying, like there's cheap homes in places, a lot of places. But the places where there's a lot of demand, you've seen these crazy moves. The rates come down, the prices come back up. You play this little game, but at the same time, it's like there is still. That's why people are like, oh, my area is hot. Like, dude, the Ohios, the Louisianas, the fucking Wyoming, not Wyoming. What am I thinking of? Boise? No, not Boise. What's that one place? Oh, the one place we were looking at the $9,000 houses. I already blanked on it. But yeah, there's cheap houses still, and those are the areas that Iowa, like those are keeping it alive. But then you're also seeing too, like if you thought you were priced out of San Diego, LA, Austin, Texas. If you thought you were priced out of any of those locations, those have came down from their peak a decent amount. Now, granted, they're still up from several years ago, but it's like those areas, those change with supply and demand. But those places are up because of limited supply and everybody who lives there. But there's a lot of different places. Axios citing White House, Israel will try to assassinate the new Iran leader, and they are much more interested in that than we are. Israel has other targets, and we know that. Trump's main targets are to destroy the missile and nuclear program, its navy, and the funding of its proxies. Axios citing officials, Trump will view regime change as an additional gain, but it intends to end the war once his main objectives are achieved. So they're saying Israel wants to kill the new leader, and Trump just wants to get rid of the nuclear. That's the summary of that quote. Axios citing U.S. officials. You want to do a buy down? How much are you paying? That's the that you just got it. Just math, calculate it and what you're saving up front. But so I'm assuming it's not a new build. Yeah, Iowa, Idaho did come down though too. Again, these are the places that got really hot, but the ones close, like the real low supply, high demand, they actually changed a lot. But then again, like in reality, because I don't know if you guys remember me saying this back when I was telling you and showing you the videos of, I was making videos in 2018, 2019, telling people about real estate, saying, look, like Atlanta, I have videos with Atlanta at $60,000, $80,000, Indiana and all that. So again, that was a while ago, but one of the big things I have always said on stream about real estate, if you ever asked me why I was so bullish on real estate for a lot of my life, it was population. I'm about to start sounding like a Bilderberg, but I've always believed in population. That's just simple. Same thing with the stock market. That's what I even told you guys why you want to hold long. The longer you own it, the less riskier it becomes. It's because population. People are fucking born. Even though we're not having as many kids and there's more boomers and all this other shit, at the end of the day, dude, population keeps going up. That's more people that are going to be buying, more people that are going to be buying stocks, houses. That's one thing I've always been bullish on, especially if there's a longevity reason to be in an area. You're getting demand no matter what. And then the other people aren't moving, or they're passing it down to their kids, and then the people stay there. So population. So if you're ever like, is there a way that real estate breaks from this dynamic of low rates, high purchases, and all this other shit going on? Yes. Sadly, it's kind of dark. It would be people dying and less people being born. That's it. Again, right now, there's a lot. In the next 5-10 years, there's going to be a change in supply just from all the people dying that are boomers. Unless AI and that's the thing. If AI changes that, that's something I don't think people have thought about, right? Is like, that's where it's like, bro, I hate to break it to some of y'all. I don't know if I believe this, but I do believe in, I've told you there's very promising medical advancement potential with AI. But what if I told you these boomers might live forever? How pissed would you be? I would be pretty pissed. I'm not really the biggest boomer hater, But, you know, again, at the same time, California, a lot of the California liberals, I mean, they're just the people who have already fucked up the world for the last 40 years. And why do you think they're so comfortable to pivot into, I should be a better person now and do this and do that? It's because they got fucking $2 million in their crib that they bought for $100,000 a couple, like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 40 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, imagine if they live forever. And then again, if you do have in some of these nice beach towns, California, the New Yorks, all these places, if these people do live longer, that's going to tighten supply. If AI makes people live longer, then that supply dynamic's not getting shaken. Unless AI could create properties faster and more efficiently. But even then, you still are going to run out of space. But yeah, population increase and decrease is a big macro driver of real estate value. The rate of population is decreasing, but the population is growing. Like, I have data on it. Like, I have real estate data that produce, like, demographics, and it will show you how places are growing, what they're expected to do, all of that other stuff. But so the rate is going lower. So, like, more people are dying than being born, but overall population has still been increasing. And that's not even, and then again, factor in immigration. That's the other part. I mean, Canadian real estate, dude, I have no fucking idea. Canadian real estate has tripped me out since 2016. That's the other part, though, too. That's like the scary warning. Because you know how many people thought Canada was supposed to crash every year for the last 10 years? I don't know how they fucking do it, dude. Because so Canada is just a trip. But yeah, it's really wild. Can I pull it up by the country? Yeah. More profitable to flip or just rent? Depends what your timeline are, but like a flip, you're making bigger money just within the time frame it takes you to flip it. Rent, you don't really make. You get small cash flow on rental properties, but then rent plus appreciation over the years, it's kind of like a dividend stock. So look, this is, I could get it state by state, but even here's the United States, 343 million people population. 5-year estimate is 354 million. 10 years, 367. So that's 3% growth over the next 5. It's small, right? It's slowing down compared to the past, but it's growing, right? You even have household income, how many households exist, the estimate of that, the changes, the median, what people are expected to earn, all of this. This is the demographic analysis of real estate. INFQ, NVIDIA quantum speculation. They're kind of moving. Canada's experiencing its largest crash in history. Yeah, I don't believe that's true. I think prices came just like America. Prices slowed down from the highs and they had a dip, but dude, have you seen the fucking can I even pull up Canada? I don't even know if I have Canadian data. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, bro, Canada's disgusting. Why the fuck do I have Canada data? I don't have the forecast. Let me see if I can pull up the pricing of it though. Oh. I only have the population data. Is Twitter down? I don't think so. I haven't checked. Oh, it might be. I just refreshed it. It's moving hella slow. Yeah, I think Twitter is down. Yeah, so Canada, this is just the new housing prices. But, like, it's been stalling. This is how, like, California looks. This is how a lot of places in America look, but that's been the biggest crash because all it did is go up, dude. I'm telling you, bro, Canada is insane. A lot of people have been baffled by that. That would probably be the worst case scenario for America. Which, again, the worst case scenario is that it just fucking rockets forever. No matter how, again, like I'm saying, I thought Canada was unsustainable in like 2016 to 2018. And then after it just kept going, I gave up. I just said it's going to keep doing this shit. So yeah, for like almost 10 years, you held the 50% increase. Like America is right here where we hit the high, came down, and then I don't even know if the prices are just kind of stabilized. See, they're chilling, but they are holding if I pull out the 10-year chart, it gets even more disgusting. But yeah, it just, again, even how their loans are operated, everything. SPY's coming up. Macklem says if energy comes down, we'll see more weakness. Again, remember, you had those NATO rut comments here at the bottom. Oil starting to come down. Saudi is hosting an energy summit and Islamic foreign ministers in Riyadh to coordinate regional security responses. Is that how U.S. was? Yes, but Canada has arguably been in a quote-unquote bubble for over a decade. That's why it's hard to call it a bubble. I'm telling you, it's a weird one. 3 private planes parked at Ben Gurion, Tel Aviv, suffered severe damage by Iranian missiles. And then Tazim says Iran's South Pars fire is under control. The real prices, yeah, I don't think that's not, like I'm saying, even in America, like even if prices come down and you have inflation, oddly enough though, people are, at least they made more money in Canada to a certain degree. But the whole idea is like, bro, they are up a lot. Like I told you, the price is stalled. But if your guys' biggest crash is a stall, if that's what you're calling it, just like, again, it's not coming back down to normal or what it was. I'm telling you, Canada is just a very weird place. Again, how the loans are, how people get financing, and like I'm saying, it's lasted long enough now with both supply, demand, and everything where it's still going. I would even, like I'm telling you, I would have never 10 years ago, if you asked me if the prices would still, because remember, they ran up fast, but then it stayed up. Like I showed on that other chart, it's like America. We had the pop in 2020, and then our prices leveled out. They did that like 6-7 years ago, and it's still up. So it may have declined the last like 6 to 8 months. Again, even remember, what's happened with the currency has been a lot too, but it's truly, truly fascinating. And it's something along the point where it just hasn't shown real weakness. Because with a market like that, Canada theoretically could drop in half, but it hasn't. Service now on the low. And then Fastly keeps going up. There could be. My Twitter stopped working. Let me check down detector. There might be. Yeah, Twitter's down. Valorant. Frontier went down for a little bit. Just Twitter. Reddit's going down right now. Or at least a lot of reports on Down Detector, Gmail. That's what I was saying. Like, the worst thing that could happen for the United States is that you have Canadian real estate. And it's not even a bad thing. It just means that you're going to hold up these high prices for the next decade. That what looked like a bubble, what looked like unsustainable prices just lasts forever. So again, if you own a home, that's not bad. But if you don't own a home, you're like, what the fuck is this? So like, that's the part where it's like, it's actually like trippy. I mean, I don't know Canada real estate as well. You could talk to UMAD. We have a couple of Canadians in here, but the one thing I've always believed in, and I feel like this is universal, like I feel like from the beginning of time, like literally, I don't care your culture or wherever, is like you go to the next town, if that makes any sense. Like, you know, and I think if you are young, I made a fortune in real estate buying just outside of the city. That's what because I didn't have a lot of money to start, and prices were high when I began too. But the whole idea was like, I went where I could, but I went as close as possible to the places that were already nice. And by doing that, you know, you're young, you're 26 years old, the next 5-10 years, you're going to be able to, you could probably get something way cheaper than you could today, and then it could grow. You could grow into it. So I don't know Canada that well, but I've never been there in my life. I mean, I love maple syrup. I don't really watch hockey. Everybody I met from Canada is super chill, you know, even with Donald Trump, so it's fine. But like, if there's places outside of Canada, like, you know, different cities that are not yet popping off, but they have reasons, you know, and they're near the nicer areas that have already gone crazy, then those are usually going to be the places you could build a nice little real estate career, get you a home. I mean, shit, I wouldn't mind, you know, you live outside of the city if it saves you 20, 30, 50% on a home. And then that way, you know, that, like I'm talking about, population, and as these places grow, those are going to grow into to the value. Alcoa's on the high. And SPAR back at VWAP. Canadian mortgage rates. I just think aren't all of your mortgage rates adjustable? That's what I think is the craziest part too. You guys have lower rates, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, your rates are super low. Compare it. I don't know what term this is on. 2.5. Best rates in Canada. What? But I don't know how the fuck this works. So it says a 5-year mortgage, 3.9. But yeah, doesn't it like change every 3 to 5 years? You could only have a mortgage rate for 5 years fixed. That's what I'm saying. Aren't all of them adjustable? But yeah, at least it's cheaper to get your hands on it. But yeah, I remember though, Canadians were freaking out about that like 6-7 years ago. And then it all worked out because the rates went up. And then like some people were like, oh, how will I pay for it? Still, the effect was very negligible in the grand scope of things. It's hours out now. We'll see. I mean, I don't know the area as well, but if you could find the air, like I remember, where was the place where they were? Was it Alberta? Is Alberta expensive? I remember when Alberta was cheap, or wherever they were doing the fracking. So wherever there was like oil, and then you remember like the oil, the oil sands and shit like that. Like I knew people was going out there back in the day, and like those properties were in the sticks, and then they fucking went crazy. So it's like find the trends and where the population and money is going. That's usually a good sign. But yeah, I don't know the area, dude. I don't know Canada the same way, but I do believe in the aspect of you go a little bit out. I think you could find a lot of things. I think you could always find a city that is growing just outside of a nice city, and that's a good place to start cheaply. Yeah, the condos in Canada. I think that's everywhere too. Like that's what you've seen a lot. Like, because condos don't usually boom, but after COVID they did almost everywhere. But now, if it's older, and then depending on the rate, that's where, because you have more fees with it. And then again, condos get comped out by rent, and there's just so much more supply of that. Was it Calgary? I think that's what it was. Because I remember there was oil like just out in the middle of nowhere in Canada, and it was cheap. But then after the more oil booms, and then Canada kept booming, it just kept going crazier and crazier. Well, let me see if I can find that one. Oh yeah, Calgary still has some cheaper areas. Again, I don't know shit about that. Like I'm telling you, man, from all the people I've met and talked to over the years. But it says the average price in Calgary is like $400,000, but then there's certain areas of Calgary that boom to $700,000. But I remember these. Yeah, these were dirt cheap, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like back when I was hearing about it, this was like during the oil stuff. They were like high threes even before that. That's like 05, 06, but around like 2012 to 2014. And then yeah, I mean at least $600,000. That seems more affordable than that's more affordable than California. What about Puerto Rico? Just depends if you want to live there. But like, I'm telling you, the worst advice that I keep seeing people give out is motherfuckers telling you to move to Puerto Rico to save on taxes. You are going to get audited. I cannot stress that enough. But nobody fucking listens. It's good clickbait. But yeah, that's it. So yeah, if you want to live there, I mean, it's good. I don't know how the real estate appreciates. It has been going up because people have been moving there, but domestic, I know how to value domestic property. America, there. That's what I'm saying. Canada's different. Puerto Rico, the Dominican, there's Mexico even. There's great Airbnb opportunities, but yeah, it's just like ownership and valuation is a little different. Puerto Rico is better because it is you get some of the domestic territory aspect of it. All right, man. Well, you're right back up to open again. You've got a couple of updates, but nothing too crazy. U.S. removes Russia-related sanctions from UAE's futurists. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Like I said, bro, I don't know. I got you mad, man. You know, he's our Canadian who really is very involved in real estate. But other than that, bro, I'm I could give general advice, or I could, I like to talk a lot, but like I'm saying, I don't have the same, my real estate experience in other parts is non-existent. My whole entire career has been in the United States. I've done other projects outside, and I've done partnerships and invested in it, but yeah, I rely on people who have done more and are way more invested than I am in those areas. That's how you do it. I mean, richest man in Babylon. Why would you get audited if there's no taxes? Because that's what I'm saying. If you're there to live there, depending on how you're doing it, but you still are going to file. So if you make your money in the United States, or these people with big companies or the traders, and they're like, go to Puerto Rico, and you can make money and then you don't have to pay taxes. Like it's part of the AI now. So anybody who puts Puerto Rico, especially if you filed previously in other places, you are going to trigger the IRS. AI is going to look into you a lot more. And then now, depending on how if you're living there full time and if you're not meeting any requirements, it's literally, it raises your odds of getting audited extremely large. And because most people aren't doing it the right way, and then it's like you got to really fucking live there your whole time. The residency requirements and all of that. You make one mistake, it's not really worth it. So again, considering that there's ways to get a good tax strategy without having to uproot your life. I mean, there's trusts, there's a lot of things, but the Puerto Rico idea is very dated at this point, and it comes with a lot of risk. So, and again, if you're not making other money, you don't have a business, you don't have any crazy trade gains to do, then yeah, if you move to Puerto Rico, start making money there. That's different. But again, if you do have a U.S. address anywhere, or you're going to frequent the U.S. and not live there full time, it comes with a different set of risks there where you could get in trouble. How old am I? I'm old enough to date your mama and old enough to be your daddy. So yeah. It's a mystery. I actually did have my age somewhere. I looked the other day. My age was somewhere on one of our websites. But yeah, I stopped telling people how old I am. Mainly because I lost my hairline. But other than that, yeah. I'm old, bro. I'm old. I don't feel old, but at the same time, like I'm the healthiest I've been, except for getting sick like a month or two ago. But yeah, man, these new guys, bro, these young guys nowadays, bro, if you're 30 years old, they call you Unc. You know that, bro? You know that, like 30-year-olds, it's not spring break anymore, okay? Why are you going on spring break if you're 30? This is what the young guys say. It's called PTO, bro. It's called vacation, not spring break, dog. What's wrong with you, man? You're not even 25 and get called Unc. That's wisdom, Habibi. That's wisdom. You have wisdom. Okay? You have wisdom. Oh, man. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry you lost the pup. I hope you're okay. That's tough, bro. That's tough. Even with all the crazy shit in the world, man, just relax a little bit. And DHT supplements, I'm good, dude. Still want to take steroids one day, but I might be getting too old for that. Yeah, Greenspan is 100. Isn't that amazing? That blew my mind. Literally 100, triple digits. I've been doing stocks more of my life than not. Because I started really young. I mean, that's it, bro. I wanted a way out from a very early age. I had a lot of ambition. And I told you, growing up, I was in the 3rd grade. So this is what really started it. When I was in the 3rd grade, I had a kid on my Little League team. I played Little League. And I went over to his house. Dog, this house was balling. This was like, so again, my parents are from Egypt. I've always shared a room with my sisters up until I was, right before I left home at 18. Right, I never had my own room. I had my own room for like 6 months maybe. We had a big immigrant family, a lot of children. I have 5 siblings, or 4. I'm the youngest of 5. And then I got 3rd grade, bro. I go to this dude's house. His family is like 3 people. It's the biggest house I've ever walked into in my life at that time. And I'm like, what the fuck is this, dude? It was crazy. And then his dad had like 3 different Corvettes. And his dad was like, every year I get a new Corvette. He gets the newest Corvette every time they come out. Collected Corvettes. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And yeah, and then his dad was a stockbroker. I think his dad worked at Wedbush. But yeah, that was my first like, holy shit, that's how you do it. So stocks. And then as I kept growing older, I kept doing, hearing more about it. And then that's when I got exposed to Jim Cramer at 14. And that's when I was like, fuck yeah. My brother showed me on Mad Money, and he said they watch TV and get rich. That's what the book was called too. And it turns out it was that simple to a certain degree. But yeah, that's it. So I've done stocks more of my life than not. And then real estate, my parents did it during the bubble. They made money, they got houses, and then they lost everything. And then from there, by that time, I was getting into my adult years, or old enough to do something. So yeah, but I've done stocks for very long now at this point. And I like it. I really do. I love it, man. I think financial markets, it's a good knowledge to have. So like you guys want to hear my tinfoil? I gave this tinfoil the other day. But like even then, like knowing how the markets work, knowing how to price things, all of these things are so crucial. And that's why I think so. Like, the poly market, the Kalshis, like I said, I thought a lot more people were going to get wrecked with the what's it called? With all the gambling and stuff like that. Most of it's just sports betting. But like my tinfoil is that the poly markets and the Kalshis were created to kind of clear up some of the noise from the financial market pricing. Because if you don't know, the options on oil and the futures curve, they price in a different probability than the prediction market. So you kind of get rid of all the little, crackheads going crazy. They'll move to the prediction markets, and now it's slimming down the noise in terms of like financial markets and what they're pricing. So yeah, that's my tinfoil on it. And I don't know, let me double check this one. Yeah. See, and then some stuff you don't even have a market for. So you guys remember that tinfoil on Netanyahu? Whether he exists or not? Like, you don't have a prediction market on that, surprisingly. I've seen prediction markets on everything, but that one, no. This gives the gamblers an outlet. Yeah. Because that's what I'm saying. Like, there's less noise. There's less noise now. And then the people who had kind of skewed the probabilities. I mean, imagine all the short squeezes over the years, and people like me who you've used the smaller amount. And then you get all these people on the internet using these small amounts. Because again, I mean, I like the, I like options. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've looked at the damn, dude, I've looked at the prediction markets. It's stupid. Just in the sense of like, what do you mean? For a 50% odds, I make 50%. So unless I'm finding something at 10% odds, you're going to make 10x. I've done that on an option at least, once a week since this conflict began. Like you could find, like you could hit 10x's and you get way more risk reward on an option than you would a prediction market. So, but I do think it takes some of the smaller bets and moves them to the prediction markets, and then clears up the noise for the actual, like, what is truly priced in. UAE stresses need to avoid targeting vital facilities, emphasizing the importance to adhering to international law. UAE confirms targeting energy facilities linked to Iran's South Pars field poses threat to global energy security. It's 8:30 already, so we're still at that. We spent what, half the day up, half the day towards the lower end. Not, it's 0.5%, 0.8. The Dow keeps going lower. What could he say that would be bullish? If he said the war doesn't matter, or like I think no matter what, it's gonna sound hawkish today. But like I said on the Instagram and the YouTube short, I just think the market's gonna take it better than expected, as long as he reflects what the oil futures are showing. So if he's gonna say, yeah, they expect inflation because of oil, but not that high, then I think that's gonna take another part. I looked into Hyperliquid, but Hyperliquid's fucking, dude, it's fucking Indian. like you can't trade Hyperliquid, and you need like a VPN and all that. I mean, I looked at it after the CARG thing to see if I could get a price on oil over the weekend, but you're just trading against people who cannot go on fucking exchanges. So yeah, there's volume and stuff like that, but I do think it's not I don't think it's really as reflective. I just think it's a bunch of people, trading and B-booking. Again, I mean, I posted a thread on it, and people were instantly rushed to the defense. I'm gonna make a video for you guys. It's just like prop funds. Like, it's not there's like real volume, real money, and real pricing, and then there's a lot of, circle jerking or simulated concepts that don't necessarily reflect pricing. And that's what I was saying. Like, one of the most important things I've learned in my life is how to read prices, real prices in real markets. And that will be a skill that you could have that will go a very, very long way. And then low ticker is picking up again. It's like 3/4 of the way. Alrighty. I need to go to the bathroom. Is Twitter still down? Okay, my Twitter loaded. Are these guys still going?
Question is, did you tell him?
Did you tell him?
Anybody want to answer
Met on the
that
high
question?
All right, man. Follow me on Instagram. Go watch the Powell video at the Trading Fraternity.
Senator, I'll answer the question.
Burb.
So, with regard to briefings,
Is this the same one?
The president gets briefings constantly about intelligence. Now, the comments that you talked about, I had not heard. But what I can tell you is that Iran had specific plans to hit U.S. interests in energy sites across the region. And that's why the Department of War and the Department of State took measures for force protection and personnel protection in advance of Operation Epic Fury. I think that's what's most important.
Any predictions to the president about the Strait of Hormuz? All you got to do is look at a map, and you'll see that the vulnerability of the Strait of Hormuz. Was that part of the briefing, Director Gabbard?
I think the Director Ratcliffe made the point here is that this has long been an assessment of the IC. that Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the president in the lead up to this action?
And it's because of that longstanding assessment that the IC has continued to report that the Department of War took the preemptive planning measures that it did.
Well, they've stated that they did not plan for the Strait of Hormuz. The president said, who knew that was going to happen? Anyway, let's move on. Does the president take a daily brief from the intelligence community? This is a yes or no question, I think.
Yeah, the president, I would say, Senator, in my estimation, on average, I brief the president of the United States on intelligence probably on average 10 to 15 times a week, where I have conversations with him about specific discrete issues. Sometimes there are dedicated sessions that last hours in length. Sometimes I'm briefing him on specific issues, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. But I would say on average, my interactions where I'm briefing the president on important national security matters happens probably on average 10 to 15 times per week.
Thank you. Could you update us on the intelligence on Russian intelligence sharing with Iran in the current conflict? What do we know?
Senator, if there is that sharing going on, that would be an answer that would be appropriate for a closed session.
Well, it's been in the public press. This is open source that it's occurring. Is it occurring?
Again, if it is occurring, that would be an answer appropriate for a closed session. What I can tell you is that according to the Department of War, any support that Iran may be receiving is not inhibiting their operational effects.
Okay, that's sort of the first cousin of a yes, I guess. According to intelligence analysis, can regime change or the elimination of the estimated 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium be accomplished without boots on the ground?
Senator, the discussion about the Iranian nuclear capability, we intend in the closed session to talk about that in great deal. With regards to revealing any information about the ability to do that, I would have to defer that to a closed session.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Finally, there was very little, if anything, in the report, in the assessment about climate change, and that's been in past reports. There is a lot of discussion about migration. The estimates are that climate migrants, because of the changes in the climate and the atmosphere, and particularly in the center equatorial area of the Earth, will range from 200 million to...
Boeing on the low. Oh, dude, my Twitter is still out, actually. Habibi. JD Vance is planning to visit Hungary soon. And then nuclear reactors expected in Japan's next U.S. investment. What time is it now? 8:30, bro. This would have been Euro close, but we still have another hour. Yeah, Tulsi. Some of you are disappointed. Some of you are like, dude, she's so hot. It's 8:30 in the morning. So it's good, man. It's good. Good morning. Yeah, her comments were hitting the wire earlier, but for now, I mean, we've kind of chilled out ever since the last gas updates. The PARS field, and then the evacuations. You heard something about a UAE, a regional like security council thing. You even got to hear from NATO Rutt, and he was talking about some of it. Well, SPY's moving now a little bit, but this is all still the Powell pregame. That's IQV, not IGV. And then Meta, a couple hours, Nivda. So not bad, Habibi, not bad. IGV came back down. Actually, is that green? No, they're XLF and IGV, kind of the same. Elf. All right, man. Well, low ticker stopped going. Remember, right before, like literally 5-10 minutes ago, the low ticker was pretty active. But we're chilling, bro. We are chilling. How do you feel? So we're going to go over Powell, too, a little bit later. Once we get closer to probably like 10:30, 10 a.m. Again, 11 a.m. my time, so 2 p.m. Eastern. That's where we get it. And remember, the Fed today will be active right away because you will get the SEP. So other than that, you know, we're going to go from there. And then 30 minutes later, you'll get young Powell. The final Powell. What are the final? I think you might get one more, but this will be his final dot plot. He lurked since 2019. Never chatted much. Well, hey, man. As long as you get a house, I'm down. You got long term? Hopefully. Isn't it weird no NFT talks? No, I think that's normal. I just, you know, I feel bad for the Solana bros. That's what I'm saying, bro. This young generation, bro. It's sad, bro. I feel bad. Pump fund extracted all the money out from that system. You had people like, bro, you have these kids now. They're getting hella, like, they would get excited about these small ass Solana coins. And like when things get pumped, bro, there was an era where all of these fucking like crypto bros, dude, and like Ethereum, dude, they were just spending $100,000 on a picture of a monkey. You see, you know what I'm saying? They don't understand the liquidity. Like, you know, like now people are like, oh, it's $100 million market cap. I'm like, dude, you should have seen what they were doing with the monkey pictures. This was before Punch. But yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's not like crypto has been in the best environment per se. SLG, like I said, to watch some of the REITs there, that's the first one. I feel like Vornado didn't even go up. Vornado did come up finally, actually. But yeah, SLG with a slight pop. Those options are kind of crazy. And you still don't have a house. Do you have a long term? I mean, everybody goes at a different speed. I mean, it does depend on how you prioritize it. So, like, you know, it really just depends. Like, I've encountered people who make a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money when they first met me, and they still didn't get a house, and then vice versa. I mean, I knew a guy. I know a lot of Chads, bro, that I think they really were motivated by it early on, and they were working normal jobs. I'll never forget one of the Chads. He worked at Domino's. He worked as, you know, doing pizzas, and then he started his long term, but then he just had no idea he could even qualify for like a FHA loan. Ended up buying a condo, and then from there, a couple years later, worked his way into buying a Domino's franchise. I was tripping off of that. But that's like one of those where it just depends on really how you prioritize it. That's why I try to encourage you guys to do so. I know you live in a world with high prices and it seems out of reach, but I could assure you that's another one of those things that changed my life, is when I realized, like, you know, things are expensive, but there is ways to acquire them, especially when it comes to a house. Like, you know, there's definitely a path, but you have to, you got to kind of want it as much and like desire it, or not even desire, like prioritize. If you prioritize it, I almost certainly know you will get it. So wherever you're at in life, I mean, it's just a matter of, is this important to you right now? And if it's important to you and you want it, I mean, there's definitely, you'll go down the rabbit hole and you'll realize it's not as far off that as you think. SLG still going. A couple of healthcares on the high too. NATO, why doesn't the U.S. just leave? Since they never help out. I mean, they might. I don't know. I mean, after this. That's the second time you guys brought up selling plasma. We were talking about that yesterday. VG. Going on your tape of CD. LRCX. Nibis again as well. A couple things I feel like are waking up, man. Oil's still in stair-stepper mode. Again, 98. You hit 98.60, though. You didn't really blow past it. Well, yeah, a lot of people early on. I mean, it's not like they were making, crazy money, but a lot of people took advantage of the FHA loan. Both like recently, but then even like a couple years ago. That's what got a lot of people, that's what I'm saying. Like even the small account, $300 a month, if you were able to save that opened up a lot of doors. And then again, if you worked a job or even if you had your own business, but then, positioned yourself to be able to qualify for one of those lower loans, that went a long way. HEI loans, like home equity. I remember some people stopped doing the HELOC loans, but those get popular, or people like to do the cash out refis, especially in this. Like again, that's one of the things in the last couple years is like real estate kind of slowed down a little bit. A lot of people were doing cash out refinances, that just because they needed it. But then that's why like a lot of people were willing to give up their low rate because of that. Google Cloud chief met Pentagon Michael on February 26th. No, I don't, bro. That's the second. Why are you asking me about I don't know what is DHT? Is it steroids? But yeah, I don't know. Someone asked me if I wanted DHT today. We have vampires in the chat today. Wow. I don't know. I mean, one of the vampires is like, yo, Tulsi Gabbard looking fine as hell. They say, what's up, girl? Yo, I know it's early, but you looking good this morning. It's like they remind me of Upgrade, the scene from Idiocracy. The VA loan is awesome if you could get it. Shout out. I've encouraged every single vet to do it. It's one of the best things. You got to live in the house, but yeah, and you could use it multiple times too. Oh, you pay it back on the sale? Yeah, it's not bad if you just do something productive with the money. Most people, when they like pull out money or get cash up front, if it's not productive, it's not there. I've also heard about those loans that they give you like lower down payment, but then they take money on the back end. I like the back end money on real estate, but if it's productive, I think it's great. But it's very easy for those to fall into not being there. It's dihydrotestosterone. Oh, you should have said so. Man, what does that mean? Oh, it's for hair loss? Polymarket is opening a bar in DC called the Situation Room. I thought that was a joke. Qubit's on the low. I mean, SPY even then, the low ticker just flipped. So like I was saying, last 5-10 minutes, it looked like it was doing good, but now that flip, Qubit just took a knife and then popped back up. Wheat still on the high. Billy and JD, are these Billy Chinese? Yeah. So a couple of these China names took a knife. For some reason, BABA earnings numbers are showing on TradingView. Is it legit? Could just be the estimates. Closed on Monday? Thanks to Co-Real Estate? You got paid to take the keys. Bro, those happen too, bro. You know that? And shout out my boy, bro, Midwest. He dropped a dono yesterday, right as we left, but he had one of the crazy examples. I can't, like, literally, he got somebody a house for like $100, or I think they got paid $500 to take the keys. Something ridiculous. But yeah, that happens, especially if you utilize the grants and certain other things, man. It's amazing. It's showing on yours too. Here, give me the numbers. I'm gonna check the estimates, because you guys, let me double check. I mean, it is in China, but I don't. It usually has its own reporting for US. All my numbers are in fucking renminbi. Yeah, I don't have a US number. It's been showing for over a week. It might not be the right ones then. Kuwait, 4 missiles, 23 drone targets in the past 24 hours. How do you get better at trading? Read Intelligent Investor. That's something, if you want a pure stock market book, it's that. It's not, again, trading. You will understand trading more when you understand the market and investing. When you understand the difference in, how you are making money via stock markets, and then that applies into speculation and investing. The more you know about investing, by process of elimination, you're going to learn about speculation. A lot of what we do here is just take information and apply it. But then again, one of the things I focus on in real estate, stocks, long-term, even trading, price. You make your money on the buy. So I don't know if you've ever read Intelligent Investor. I would. That's that book I've been playing for you guys over the last couple of weeks. I'm telling you, it's just one of those things that you do it. You don't mind futures trading. You just don't like the prop firm agenda. Oh, no. Yeah, I think futures are fine. Futures are great. Definitely high powered. And you got to but I don't like the prop firms at all because it's not real. And that's what I'm saying. A real futures trade on a real market against real market participants is different. I just believe you should bootstrap. I don't think, there's no point in taking money, fake money, to try to leverage when I think go start with a small MNQ. You could do it with a couple $100. You could do it with I think $1,000, $2,000 is what you need. I don't know what an MNQ margin requirement is nowadays, but you could do it on your own account via a real brokerage. So the problem with prop funds, they are not real brokerages. You guys understand that, right? No one is brokering your trade. What is a broker? A broker is somebody who buys and sells on behalf of you, like a real estate agent, but more advanced. They're the ones that are literally saying, I want to buy this stock. Josh Answers wants to buy this stock, this future, right? The broker goes, you give them the money, you say, buy it here at this price. They buy it and represent you on that behalf in the actual markets, in the grand scope of things. They are facilitating that transfer of money to stock to money, and making sure you are the one with that legitimate claim on it. That's a broker. That's why there's licenses and laws and all of that. But a prop firm is not a brokerage. So all I did, again, people they think it's like I'm trying to rage bait. I'm not. I'm saying just go read the term. You could go give me any prop fund right now, and I could just go through the terms and read it real quick for you, and you'll see what they all say. It's all a simulation. They're not there. It's a video game. That's it. That's why when they give you $50,000 for your $500, they're giving you a paper trading account. Even the one of them I read yesterday, it said like 10% of the live accounts make a profit or something, but then it even says their performance is based off of a simulated environment still. So you're not, let me put it another way. You guys ever see me hit one of those penny plays? Or if news comes out, even we might do it today, a play comes out, information comes out, I know the guys on the Locked In know what I'm talking about. That's why when some of these plays, what do I tell you guys? I say, hey, I see one, I'm going to leave it for you. You guys have heard me say that, right? Because what happens? In a real market, truly going back and forth, as things move and money comes in and prices, and then the prices start moving, the prices are going to change. The slippage, the difference between the bid and the ask, what's available quantity-wise, all of that's going to change in real time. So that's not reflected in a simulated environment. You're not really learning the real trade when you think about it, because it doesn't exist on a video game. It doesn't exist on a simulation. You see what I'm saying? Versus, real time. And then again, I believe in going small. I think you could go small. You could do whatever you want. But at the end of the day, prop funds are virtual environments. So, like, I found one. You don't have to agree with me, but this is a fact. You could send me any prop fund and I will read you the terms and services. And you will see. I've said this for a very long time. Like, where's the one that I saw yesterday? I'll just read you one of the quotes that I quoted on it. It says, participants, this is in their terms, if you read it. Participants, and this one was one of the better ones because it was actually based in Texas. So this one wasn't even based in the fucking Caribbean or the fucking Caymans or Lithuania. It says participants are permitted to trade within a simulated, non-executing trading environment. Only standardized futures contracts listed on regulated exchanges. So it will show you contracts that are listed, like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like fantasy football. It will show you the teams that really exist. Those are real teams. These are real contracts, MES, ES, and Q. But it will tell you it's a simulated environment. Even if you're on a quote-unquote live account, this is all simulated within their thing. And the one thing it's B-booking. You got to understand what that is. That's just a practice even before I was alive that was there. NVIDIA reportedly to sell AI chips to China. That's coming out now. No movement. How do they? You guys are missing out. It's not that it's not real trading. It is a giant video game. So they could still pay people, and you got to ask why. Even if their own stats say 10%, think about it. Do you know how a Ponzi scheme works? So if every person pays $200 to sign up, and 1 out of every 10 goes on and is profitable, 10 people, $2,000. One of them makes money. They will pay out all day. And now look at every motherfucker in a prop fund. They love to talk about it, no? And let me guess, you get incentivized to bring somebody on. So they'll pay people out because then that way it keeps the business flowing. It's not saying that they're not going to pay you out all the time. Unfortunately, if you read the terms, there is a very different status of how a broker could limit your payment versus one of these funds. A prop fund has the discretion to limit your money. They can refuse to not pay you out. A broker, I facilitate you to buy asset on my behalf. Asset doubles 10x's in value. You can't stop me from getting my money, whereas a prop fund can. And so it's not saying they won't pay you out. However, people not getting paid out has been a common issue in the industry. But I'm saying it's not real trading. So people are selling this dream for all of these things, but it's not you're not really learning how to trade. It's not a real environment. You are never owning something. You're truly not owning anything because all you're doing is trying to make money on the difference of prices. So yeah, and then you run the back end risk of not getting paid. Again, they'll pay you if it's small and if they want to, if they're in a growth stage and they need to do that. But God forbid you hit the biggest trade of your life and then now you got to read the terms and service, but it's not a pyramid, it's a triangle. Yeah, Unfortunately, though, this has been around for a while, and I've been saying it for a while too. I'm not trying to discourage anybody. I actually believe in starting small. I just think you should do it the right way. Put yourself in a position to own. I trade cheap options all day. You could go, like I'm saying, I'm not against futures. I think you could actually go very small, but you should do it in your own way, where it's going to be harder. It's going to be a lot more challenging, but it's in a way where you don't have to lever, and you're doing it. You're actually going to learn the fucking market. You're going to learn real pricing. You're going to learn real competition, all of it. And that's where there's just the next level versus being on a fully simulated environment. You can make money with a prop fund. People will always tell you that. I mean, you can make a lot of money doing a lot of things. That's not the issue. The issue is that I don't think you're actually trading, like, legitimately. I think it's all just a video game that pays out money. It's like fantasy stock trading, like fantasy football. So all performance results occurred solely winning in a simulated environment. No real funds are allocated or trading during the evaluation or funded stages of the program. Like I'm saying, just go read the terms. You send me any ones, I'll gladly look at them. But you just got to read terms and services, and they all say it very explicitly. It's just not, it's like a platform. So if I wanted to make a prop fund account, or like a quote unquote, it's not even a brokerage, I could make one because it's not a brokerage. You don't need the same licensing. You don't need to facilitate a real trade ever. So you say, buy me NQ. All I have to do is create a software that simulates it, because I'm not actually moving anybody's money. So you're depositing your money in, and they're letting you trade on prices on their data, on how they go about it. And if you make money on that, awesome. And then if you lose, they just keep the money. But no one's buying a real fucking stock or future in any of these funds. That's the reality of it. And as someone who showed you, every trade I do is fucking live, and this is on the market. That's why you guys will see my options. That's why you will see my trades, and sometimes I'm even like, yo, bro, there's only a couple of them left. That's it, because one trade, real crowding, these are the real things that happen when you do it. And then, like I'm saying too, you fucking own it, dude. Especially even your long term. So I don't think people use prop funds to hold long, but even if you did, you're technically not an owner of that stock. You would get no voting rights. You're not actually owning it. It's in the name, prop. Yeah, literally. I'm talking prop firms. Because I always say, I explain this a lot, and every day they're like, I stopped explaining it because motherfuckers in prop firms are always like, well, what's wrong with it? Well, what's going on? And then, you explain. I'm going to make a video on it for people, though, because I see the wave of it. But like I'm saying, I'm only trying to, I'm only trying to help people start small and build. That's all you need. I'm a big believer in that. I'm not trying to stop anybody from doing that. I'm saying avoid the pitfall early, and anything offering you everything you want for a little bit amount of money is usually a scam. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, I'll give you $50,000 if you give me $200. It should make sense to you though now. Even without saying, oh, it's too good to be true, just think about everything I just told you. It's not real money. You give me $200, I'm loading you up fucking Neopet coins into an account. It's not real money. No real money is ever being traded. The only real money is the money you're putting in. So that's it. They could give you real money on the way out if you are good at this software game, but you're not necessarily trading the market. It is a software video game based on the market, but it's not an actual trade. It's far from it. Futures broker, Thinkorswim. That's what I have. I've done. I used to do them a lot here. It just, there was I'm going to go back to the futures when these options get expensive again. But then again, people started trading prediction markets. a lot of money has gone to prop funds. Like, there was a time where the options were terrible. So last year, I mean, again, I stopped like 2024. I still have some bond futures too, but it's like 2024, I think, was the last time. And then 25, just the options started getting cheap again. So as long as they get cheap, I mean, I like the low risk, high reward. But if we ever get to a point where the options just balloon, they're not paying out the same way, the market's not giving us high single stock volatility, then I'm probably going to move right back to futures. But literally, Thinkorswim is great. You know, it's normal. It's based, you get CME. That's where your statements are coming from. It's all legit. And they have the offerings for again, someone said $300 for a MES. The contract fees, you could get lower ones. I mean, again, it's like $2? They'll lower it too. You ask them. I got my contract fees cut by like 70%. So you make a couple trades, they'll lower it. But you could go cheaper ones. But I've never had any problems with Thinkorswim. Again, I don't get paid to tell you this either. I have zero. I'm not referring anything. This is just off personal experience. And like I'm saying, the statements, the legitimacy of it, that's been something. And then it's also it works well with the workflow of already being on Thinkorswim. That helped out a lot. You started with a prop fund and then you got into real trading. It's different. Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. I don't like, people think I'm trying to knock them. It's like, I'm not. I just think you should build up the skills small and early now, and it's going to pay you way better dividends in the future, especially if you really want to do this. Versus, you know, I would hate to waste that time and then thinking you learned something and then you didn't. Or the worst fucking case scenario is if you hit it big. Imagine hitting oil, silver, one of these crazy moves, and then you find out what I'm telling you. If God forbid you have to deal with one of those situations. Yeah, Fastly is doing it again. I don't know where those plays are. Oh, hello. My portfolio is mainly long-term. I mean, again, I use a small amount for these options and I take them on the flips. Like I flipped one today. I have a lot of these plays I've shared you. I put down some small and then I make it free. That's what I do all the time. And then even then, how you guys see me even do it, it's like you will learn how to game a real computer. You know, that's what we're learning how to do. We're learning to play against a real market maker, not a software coded by an individual company. They'll lower the fee. If you've been trading futures on Thinkorswim, go hit the little fucking phone thing, support, and just ask, can I get a lower contract fee? Can you lower my commission? They will usually do it. Claudbot, yeah, bro. We've been playing with Claudbot since like a week after it came out. And that's why I brought up the Fastly and the net plays. That ties into, again, now it's in China. Again, even in that video I posted on Instagram, I was telling you China, that got mentioned. But now the last week in China, they've been raising prices and people have been going crazy about it. You've learned more about life, markets, investing, and history than 4 years of college. Oh man, God bless you. There's always more to learn. Stay curious, my friend. Richard Feynman would agree. That's all. I've learned a lot too, man, and I'm excited to keep learning more. We live in a cool generation. We're gonna see some fucking crazy shit. You make trades free by getting your initial investment back. So if you buy an option for $20 and it goes up to 40, you sell one of them. You have to buy more than one, but you sell one of them and get your money back. That's what I do on those little quick ones. That's what I did the other day on the NVIDIA. I made a mistake, but it ended up working in my favor because I spent 1 cent for them, and then they went up to 3 cents. So I sold half of them back at $3 and got triple my money back. So I got all of my initial investment, and then I held the other ones and sold them at 21 cents. So that's how. Usually, if you get a good buy, you're good on the news, the timing, you sell back, get your initial investment. If you lose, you still have the same amount of money in your account. And then if it goes up, everything after that's profit. You still got to monetize it, though. So you still do got to eventually sell the free ones. Because you can make a lot in profit off of good trades, but if you never sell the free ones and they expire, that money's gone. It's good for beginners. I think for beginners, you're better off starting small, learning how to have a real budget for yourself, to create a trading budget and then a long-term budget, and then playing it small and actually just learning it in the big leagues, because it's not even that hard. I mean, I learned this at age 14. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've done this my whole life, but it's like, I do believe it's in people's ability. I don't think anybody, I don't think it's out of reach. I just think, though, you have to limit yourself. I think it's more damaging to learn to trade with substantial amounts of money that's both not in a real environment and that you wouldn't really be using. Whereas if you learn, I mean, as many cultures will say, if you could handle a little, you could handle a lot. So you'll have real skin in the game, a real budget. That's going to teach you some real lessons when it's all said and done. Yeah, it is just all risk management. That's what I'm saying. You're going to learn. But that way, too, you got to start. It's going to be hard starting small, but that's the reality. But then if you learn, I'm telling you, anybody who's done it that way, they are going to be, to really learn it. They're going to really actually be in the game. And you make it through that, you learn how to manage that. I mean, how can you not learn how to manage the rest? Are they far at the money? No, not all of them. Some of them are, but like you have to find, it's a sweet spot. A good explanation is the ghetto standard deviation, because then that way you could see what the option market is telling you, what's realistic, and now you could operate within that frame to know to go too far or closer. It's a good way to not lose your own money. Yeah, but that just doesn't sound real to me. Like, that's what I'm saying. All my years, I never paraded around like I don't lose. You guys have seen me lose. You're gonna fucking lose. That's the point. That's the point they're profiting off of. But that's why it's like you have to, actually getting burned by the stove is gonna teach you when not to touch it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a difference between hardcore and respawns. Like, you can respawn and save more money, but you have to learn that. And that's not, again, I don't think this is what I mean by intelligent investor, because when you read that book and you understand the speculation, that's part of the game. That this is one of the realest things that is incorporated with markets. That's what you're going to have to understand. That's why reading pricing is such a viable tool, because it's real money with real risk. And now you'll even learn how people even hedge the real risk, but somebody is doing something with a real intention. because there's no such thing as not losing money. And then at the same time, if people know they could lose money and they're still doing stuff, there's a certain rationality. And then you're going to learn how to think this through. And not only that, the pain will teach you as well. And you're going to operate way more strategic. So, I mean, if you're trying to avoid losing your money at all costs, you get into the markets, you're going to lose money at some point. That doesn't mean it has to be a losing endeavor when it's all said and done, but you are going to lose eventually. So, but that way, that should be a trainer and something that actually educates you and gets you a strategy rather than not. I think you should avoid all prop firms. I think if you want to fund an account, go put money into a Robinhood. But Thinkorswim, you could at least get a better shot at some of the quicker plays. But other than that, that's what I have done. Vance to meet with oil executives as fuel prices surge. You're asking people to put their own money against giants that will take it from people who don't know how to manage it. And what am I saying? I'm saying learn how to manage it. You could win. I mean, I've done it. I've done it from age 14. I've done it now. That's why you gotta be willing to actually learn it. But if you're telling me it's a better idea to give your own money to smaller giants on a simulated software who could still take your money if you don't know how to manage it, I'm not really following. But yeah, you are going up against something harder. No, you don't need to lose 20,000. I'm saying go small. I mean, all the plays I've been doing lately are extremely small, and they have had some great upside. Some of them are going to lose too, but this is not impossible. That's why I'm saying, to the point where I would rely on again, it's just not the market. At the end of the day, it's a software. I don't know how to play the game, so I'll play the game that's what I'm saying. It's not, you're still giving your money to somebody who could take advantage of you not knowing. So it sounds like we're going to deal with that regardless. Iran wasn't taking talks with U.S. seriously, CIA director says. That's the Vance news. We are pinned indeed. I'm glad we got that first hit, but shit, man. So again, no 98 though. If 98 doesn't push to 100, then I think we're gonna stay in this range until something happens. Surprisingly, not much has occurred from the morning in terms of like updates. Vance to meet American Petroleum Institute board members on Thursday, tomorrow. Should we believe the CIA? I don't know. The real news was today was escalatory for the war, considering we didn't get any new information the last 6-7 days. Attacking gas fields was new. Meta launching creator fast track program on Facebook. If you're a decent trader and you're lacking funding, that seems the best way to build your portfolio. You suggest slowly building through options. I mean, I would suggest slowly building anything, but how do you know you're a decent trader lacking funding? So where did you recognize you were a decent trader? Because if you did it on a prop fund, that was not real trading, unfortunately. So that's my big dilemma, is that you're not really learning the real skill, and it's a fully simulated environment, even if they say it's live. And that right there, we're talking two different ball games. About AMC, I bought AMC at like $4 and I sold out at like 40 or 35, I think. And then we did our covered call trick as well. But yeah, I sold it a while ago after Homeboy diluted the shit out of it. They said I was going to hell though. They said, how can you claim to believe in Jesus and you sold out of AMC? Amen, bro. Amen. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of him. Path is going up again, Fastly. Yeah, if you could get a real time on Thinkorswim paper trade on that, you'll learn. And even then, I mean, aren't you spending like $200 to join a prop fund, or like $100? I mean, that could be some starting capital to play around with. I'm sure you'll hit one of them. But like, that's what I'm saying. At least do it in a real environment. You're gonna learn something real. But then, and if that doesn't work out, my next thought wouldn't be give me more money. But then again, if it's fake, it's not really the same experience. That's why I say, like, the guys on the Locked In, you see it. You guys have seen me do it as well too. But it's like, the big idea is that these trades in the real environment, bro. Again, you saw me do a 2,000%er. That only exists for a window. So you have to be quick enough. That one, we've read it even just by listening. We saw that one coming. But even then, that had a small window where you have to react. And then after that, they're not all going to stay the same. So that a real environment, you are going to have a way different experience. Well, yeah, I mean, I would even argue some of you guys who said you started on it, did good, got money, that's awesome. And then if you're also like, if you're also saying that you ended up blowing accounts, I mean, the crazy part, and imagine people like, there's a delay on the stream. Go read the terms and services. They're giving you their own software delay. Your data might be different. So you might be blaming the gambling, the leverage, whatever it may be, but it might also be the leverage or the data inaccuracy or the data delay, and then they could price in their own spreads and slippage. I don't know if you've ever thought about that. That's what I'm saying. There's even national best bid laws that exist in the stock market when it's real trading. 2 loud booms heard in Riyadh, witness. Oil's still down about $1.60 from the top. We haven't moved in a minute. 15 minutes till Euro close, and then 45 minutes, or maybe 10:30, we'll go over our Powell preview. Should we be looking at inflation as bullish only up until they indicate they may hike rates? Ooh, it's tough. Maybe. I'm kind of hard pressed to agree with that. I understand what you're saying, and I think it's good, but yeah, it's like, I see where you're saying, like, until it becomes a real problem, you might get like a tailwind from it. But the problem, I would argue right now, is that we would be on the second stage of inflation, and I think that's a lot more vulnerable. That's why I think if this does lead to economy rather than shock, we got a way bigger problem. So it's like, I don't know if, I think any sign of inflation not caused by like manufacturing and the BBB, like a real inflation coming from this, I think we would have I think you'd have a really big problem. Or you'd have stagflation. That's what I'm saying. The next bout of inflation, if it comes from oil, it's going to come from demand destruction as well. that's going to be his family member. And that, I think, will be more negative than not. Yeah, I'm sure they pay. Again, go read the terms. Whatever you guys have a prop fund on, I just encourage, if you guys really, you don't need to take my word for it, but just, I would like legitimately read the full terms and service. Because like I'm saying, you could even just be, the data might be close to accurate. That doesn't change that they don't have the ability to put in their own spread. And a lot of other, again, this is a simulated, it's not a real environment. No transactions are actually being executed, even on a quote unquote live account. So just go look into it. I mean, that's the best I could tell you. Every broker, or not even broker, every firm is different, but you should read into it. Yeah, separate your long-term and trading. That's whether you're prop firm or not, but especially the guys, you know, you're on a normal account, definitely separate them. It'll be good. JD Vance, Iran Islamic regime will not last forever. An Israel defense minister, clear message to Lebanese, will not allow Hezbollah to use Lebanese state infrastructure. Wait a minute. Well, oil's still been dropping, but then spies at VWAP, they fight this prop fund. That's why I said I need to make a video about it. This is why, you know, for the last year when people ask me, I'm just like, go look it up. Because again, I mean, people, unfortunately, like, people think I am not trying to attack or discourage anybody. I genuinely am not. I am all about teaching people to start small and how to actually do it on a real scale. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, believe me, bro, I ain't trying to shade anybody. I am just saying, like, this game is game, bro. This is the real game, and you could also get played in this finance world. And motherfuckers have been doing it I've forever. So, but yeah, it's up to you, man. I mean, again, I'm not selling you anything. I don't benefit if you listen to me or not. I'm not pointing you to another broker. I don't have a referral code for it. So all I get out of this is just, you know, at least I said something. So that's what I'm saying. It's totally up to you. But again, we have created accounts. They're slow, but even with little, I've never said you don't have enough capital to start. I know people want to trade and do things fast and quickly. Options is possible, but that it's also, I've been very real about those risks. Long term, again, any amount of money you have been able to accomplish the long term. And that's what I've said and shown, and we have multiple examples of it. And that's always been the mission, man. But yeah, it is very, it's going to be very difficult you got to make your own choice with it. It's up to you, man. So I'm going to say, I'm not trying to discourage you if you're in a prop fund. I'm not trying to shame you. I have no idea how I could explain it to you that I'm not as invested into it as you think. That's why for a long time I said, do whatever you want, bro. Like, I'm not trying to argue with you, not trying to make you feel bad. It's just literally like, just you understand the game. And I would, we have tools to help you here. You don't got to pay a dime even for this conversation. Even the long term. And I know not having a lot of money is what, that's what gets people either motivated to do or not do things. But I've started in the stock market with a little amount of money, and I'm still here, and I've encountered millions of people who have now got to have similar results. And you don't got to give me shit, bro. I'm telling you, it's going to be slower. It's going to be slower, but it's going to be more rewarding, and nobody will ever be able to take it away from you. That's it. It will all be in your hands. If you want to give it away, you can. But you will be the master of your destiny. But yeah, man, so I hope y'all feel me, because it does. A lot of people, they do they think I'm like trying to argue with them. I'm really not, man. It's just, just welcome to the game, man. I hope we could help. And some of you, you know, even as we bring this conversation up, somewhere you're like, yeah, I did disagree with you, and you know, you're gonna learn regardless. So at least you get to hear the other side of the story. Welcome to the casino, the markets. But then also too, though, like, I started this conversation by I'm telling you, I've learned a lot from real markets, and you could learn a lot from pricing and how things flow, and really, like, that's going to be an invaluable skill to have. So I would learn it the right way, the real way, as soon as possible. You know what I'm saying? More Gabbard comments. Iran's supreme leader on killing of security chief. Criminals have to pay soon for his blood. Ibrahim Zek Habibi. How have you been? I mean, if you guys want a prop fund challenge, why don't you just do this? I don't think you need to prove it on a prop fund. Just go, like I said, Thinkorswim, contact them to get real time, and paper trade for a month. Do that with $2,000 or $200. You don't need to pay anybody. And paper trade it at least on simulating what really happened. And then you'll get a better idea. And if you could do that, you'll begin. Then you know what you do in the meantime. Create a long term. Create a separate account that you just add a small amount of money to hold for the rest of your life in high quality stocks. Because that's the number one thing I've always said. Last thing you want to do is know about the stock market. Imagine knowing about futures. You know what the S&P 500 is. Not everybody knows that stuff. You know that? Not everybody knows about earnings and Powell. Imagine knowing about the stock market. From day one that you learn about it, you want to own it for the rest of your life. That has been one of the earliest lessons I've learned. Because I learned it the first way, then I saw the trading, but then when I always would look back, you're like, damn, if I just held that, if I just bought it. And that's something I think a lot of you guys got to see here too, even in our journey throughout the cult. We look back, how many names that you probably traded how many of you traded SanDisk, WDC, Micron? You know what I'm saying? Like, you've traded all of those stocks at a very low price, and that's why it's like you want to own a little bit of it, man. There's all of these ones, bro, that you can. That's the separate part from any short term or trying to figure out how you're gonna turn a small amount into a large amount. There's another aspect called time, and that does have that ability. Time is the greatest stretcher of money ever known to man. I don't know if you guys knew that. Not effort, not your hands, not leverage, time. Time is the ultimate leverage. So just keep that in mind. That's the best advice I think I've given consistently, and it's changed my life and many others. Paper trade. That's what I've always told everybody. Even when I would do them, you got to be careful with the futures. But paper trade is not, go make your own challenge. You know what I'm saying? You could make your own challenge without paying anybody. And you could learn it that way and you could see what you're really up against, but then also what you have in you to accomplish this and how you're going to handle it. And then from there, you'll get a realistic idea. Saudi air defense dealing with ballistic threat in Riyadh. We have been getting a lot of these again, except for the morning news with the oil fields. Iran hasn't gone too crazy. The Iran threatened to attack oil infrastructure after Israel did, but we haven't gotten a report of that yet. Yet is probably the key word. Pinned. Haifa got hit a few minutes ago, Israel. I might have to, what was it, chapter 8 or chapter 11? I might have to play some Intelligent Investor again. Euro close in 1 minute. Yeah, we might get a move. I mean, oil's chilled out. Again, I think the NASDAQ is holding you up more. SPY down 0.5. Actually, NASDAQ 0.47. So a little bit. And then Dow's still down by 0.8. Russia, Novak, 20% of global gas production is currently unable to reach the market. I know, bro. Powell, I think that's what I said. I mean, today I thought Powell was going to kind of limit some of the moves, but then that escalation this morning, that really did it. But at the same time, I mean, we still didn't really move too much. But yeah, Powell's, I'm sad, bro. I'm going to get excited soon once we see where Powell's actually going. Paper trading, yeah, it won't teach you real emotions, but I mean, neither will a neither will a prop firm. But I do agree. I do think it's a good place to get a general idea. You know, it's going to start you out at least in a way that's more on the right track than not. But at the same time, it's like what I would always tell. It's like the driving range. I don't golf, but I know the real golfers, like, you're still going to go to a driving range. A driving range is going to be different than playing the actual course, but you should practice. And that is what's going to, you know, take a couple of swings before trying to, you know, chase any other endeavor. I ain't never golfed, but I know they subpar. The defense contractor is popping locked. Again, that one IPO that came out. And I've kept Fastly up here. That one's squeezed. Still going. I think the market's holding a little better because of Powell. I think if we didn't have Powell upcoming, it might be a little weird. He might unleash it, but then also too, I was saying this last night, I think the 30 minutes ahead of Powell will be active the first 30 minutes after the release, but then lately some of these Fed meetings, like, you're getting back and forth, but you're not getting like a real, it's not like causing crazy moves. So my expectations are tempered for the most part. But then at the same time, anything war-related could change that. But then also, just if he pulls out the high-risk, you know, unlikeliness, we're going to get a big move. But I just don't think it's going to happen. So we'll find out. And like I said, I mean, yesterday too, I told you what to expect in terms of what they say on inflation. And then if I'm wrong, be ready to pivot. So you should, even then, we have an idea. But even if the idea is not correct, you should know which way it's going to go depending on how severe the inflation expectations are or are not. That's what's going to say a lot. And then his conversation. I mean, again, you had a bad jobs report coming into it. That's something easy to forget. High PPI today. And then the Fed has just generally been on one direction. So that's why if that changes, we're going to get a surpriser. Trump hasn't made up his mind on sending Americans into Iran to seize nuclear material. Well, remember, last jobs report was negative. We were just so caught up in the war shit that we kind of started moving on from it. SPY with a candle. Oil didn't make a big pop, but SPY's dropping a decent amount. Again, you had a comment there. IEA following information, a projectile incident on Tuesday, can confirm that a structure 350 meters from the Bushehr nuclear reactor was hit. Uh-oh. Remember yesterday, that one didn't have too much follow-through, but you had one. A nuclear facility was hit in their NPP. I'm assuming that's nuclear power production. That's coming out right now. Okay, my shit's not loading. Oil's not moving up on that, but SPY's going down. That's what's going to cause it. Those plays we flipped earlier are all cheaper. They're 50% lower. So yeah, Apple's dumping. It's all dumping on that news. I want to take it, but I might hold off. But yeah, let's start again. They're saying nuclear reactor or nuclear NPP, nuclear production. Correct me if I'm wrong. Confirmed that a structure 350 from the reactor was hit. Okay, removes extraneous word and. There's no damage to the reactor itself. So 350 meters from it. So next to the nuclear power plant. All right, it's really dropping. They missed on purpose. The plays they barely went up, but a big follow through that might freak people out. Yeah, if that's a warning, that'd be terrible. So again, remember we saw this yesterday. That's why I'm a little hesitant, because I remember it caused the move, and then oil didn't knife on that, or oil should have fucking like really rocketed. The IAEA, the nuclear agency, they said a nuclear power plant next to it, they got hit, or right 350 meters away. So that's not good. I mean, again, same thing even happened in Russia, in Ukraine. If you guys remember that Zaporizhzhia freak out. So anytime, I mean, you got to think about it. If a nuclear power facility gets hit, you have a really big problem. So that's why. Premiums already came down. They jacked for a little bit. You could go again if you want it. If you think that's going to freak out more. The premiums haven't. Now they're even back down. So they would have been cheaper. I'm glad I didn't take it. How far is 350 meters? I'm fucking American. It's 1,100 feet away. 10 football field, huh? No, like 3 football field. Quarter mile, give or take. Oh, 400 meters, 1 lap. Yeah, you're right. So 1 lap away, Habibi. 1 lap. Gold and silver? Well, no, it just depends on the dollar. That's what I was saying earlier. I don't know if you're the one who asked me, but I was saying if this is just an oil shock and oil calms down, this doesn't play into the economy, dollar comes back down, I think gold and silver will catch a bid again. But if this turns into a longer oil shock, economic problem, demand destruction, stagflation, that could end gold and silver, sadly. Because that's what happened in the 70s. So after the 70s gold spike, even though you had a lot going on with 70s and the dollar, eventually, as they had the bigger, longer lasting oil scenarios, that started to, that ended that major rally in gold and silver. Because again, the dollar did move substantially. So if the economic situation leads to a stronger dollar, then that's not going to be good. But then vice versa, if the dollar comes back down, you will be good. CVX is on the high. Yeah, XLE is starting to pop up here. Oh, nice. 4 months buying and renovating is good. It's all going according to plan. Or like Trump hasn't made up his mind on Americans into the facility. Saudi Arabia says danger has passed in Riyadh City. Oil kind of taking a candle on that. Going down. Yeah, they're lifting the air alert. So now that's good. Nuclear facility. Now Saudi Arabia chilling out a little bit. There's a whitest Square on the low too. Square is kind of dumping. I don't know. It's been down earlier. So yeah, that keeps going down. The danger to the city. Well, remember, tomorrow you have a meeting with Japan. So that could be interesting. I mean, people are talking about whether or not Japan is going to actually offer support or not. But yeah, Trump is meeting with Takaichi. Taki, can't you see? Sometimes the Japanese just hypnotize me. I just love your Japanese yen. This is why you know the pair trade's dead. Carry trade's dead. Okay, sorry. Helium producers. I've seen a couple of them. I don't know if that one. I've heard about that being the next issue, but that it has to be long and protracted. Again, go look at even like wheat and some of the fertilizer ones. That's if we start turning into beyond a oil shock. I think those food and all that will go. But for now, it's just going to be dependent on pretty much the next like week or two. You'll have an answer for that. Yeah, man, landscaping's booming. So I need a landscaper, kind of. I need a tractor. You guys said you had tractors, but some of you are from all over America. I don't. Anybody in SoCal have a tractor, or a bobcat, or a goat? But yeah, man, landscaping, big, bro, big. Markets prop with the mag names. Yeah, dude, it's a lot like last year, and just remember the Mag 7 versus the S&P 493. Speaking of which, let's get a checkup. You have 5 names green on the Dow, 25 in the red, 71 red on the NASDAQ, 30 in the green, and then S&P 130-ish in the green, 360-ish in the red. I think I might rent some goats, bro. I've seen that before. Soon, man. Soon. Because you could just put the goats and don't they just eat everything? They execute you for emissions? No way. I guess I didn't think about that. Bro, have y'all seen the price of tractors? I don't know if y'all have ever looked at a tractor before. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, bro, these tractors, they're straight up like old school Rolexes. You guys know that? Like, bro, I should have bought a tractor a long time ago. Oh, that one's not bad. Still, bro, 10 grand. Okay, well, I'm gonna show you tractors while the market goes down. This is $500 for this. Don't even work, bro. These ones that's 10 grand. That's the cheapest one I've seen that does that. Isn't from the 1920s. 8,000. Just look at this. $9,800 for this shit. What's the fuck is this? Barney tractor? It's not even real. Look at it, 5,000 for a 1950s. You see it, bro? They got tractors from the. You know how many tractors from the 1950s I've seen? $49,000. That's not a real one, bro. How much is? Oh, they want it. Yeah, I haven't even got to the good ones yet. Yeah, 7 grand for a 1957 tractor. Oh, 11,000. That's not bad. But that's still insane, bro. But yeah, the old ones are tripping me out, bro. Even this, $1,500. I don't even know if this works. Yeah, that looks terrible. 2000s John Deere, 15 grand. $5,000 for a 1960. Look at this. Would you believe that? I didn't think they would go for this. You know how many people I've seen who just have like a decorative tractor out front of their farm? And I'm like, how are y'all? Hold up. So yeah, man, $9,000 for this. Isn't that amazing? It's the farmer flex, huh? Dude, I didn't realize it. There's a guy who made an open source tractor plans for free. No way. You got a 1981? Dude, that's the thing I'm tripped out about. I'm like, dude, these old, dude, we're talking a 1950, 1960, 1980. I did not think they would go for that. So very impressive. I guess USO's near the low. RCAP, Nibis again as well. Fastly's still near the high too. Yeah, bro, you could probably flip them. The old ones are expensive because they're easy to repair. Oh. Bro, I don't even know which ones. I don't even know what I need to try. I was just looking. Because I just need something to just mow everything down and then, like, drag the dirt, maybe level it a little bit. Because I could hire people to do it, but I'm like, I think it might be time. We just might need to buy our own. Because then it's just easier if you have your own. I could have that done every weekend. You know, I keep it very good. A Kubota. That's what I think. I was supposed to have one. Remember I told you they stole it. So when they left the property, they left one of those Kubotas, and then 2 days later they stole it. Technically it was mine, but I didn't want to deal with these fucking weirdos. But then again, I didn't know they cost 15 grand. You know that? If I knew, bro, I probably would have been a little more motivated. Skid steer? Would that be better to like knock out the brush and then to like level the dirt? You saw I posted it on my Instagram. Go look at my Instagram story. That's like one of the barns. It's just like overgrown and then the dirt's a little washed out. That's why I'm like, isn't there a machine where I could just start running over shit and level that out? No, it wasn't in the contract, but after the property transferred, it was on the property for like 48 hours. So technically, anything left over becomes ours. But then they came and took it, and I didn't want to fight with them. I already stole the property anyways. How is that the reason? Because I've heard, tractor repair and like these bigger machineries, if they're more expensive and harder to repair, the newer ones, they're not like, you're going to spend a lot on maintenance. Whereas like the old ones, if you could just buy the part and fix it yourself without any proprietary thing or special vendor, I think you'll save a lot more money in the long run. Trump ally warns U.S. economy not strong enough to cope with Iran war. Financial Times. You need a scapper on back and a bucket in the front. Is that a tractor or is that a bobcat? For 2 weeks. I know you could rent them, but like if I want to have somebody on the property and make it work, like I think it'd be better to just own it. Boeing cleared Boeing FAA to advance long delayed 777 in the 4th phase of certification. They had a little pop on that. Boeing's moving on it. I don't know if it's going to follow through. It lagged for a little bit, but that's popping. Again, 7779, 4th phase of certification. Remember, this is where it popped around yesterday, so I think all those premiums are going to be slack. Yeah, you could get the cheaper than that Bradley Frizzle Zone yesterday. Let me double check. Oh, yeah. Dude, 50 humanoid robots ripping around the farm. It'd be clutch. But I think they would die from dust. You saw a farmer using a tank to till? I'm down. Lending Club on the low. LC. Down 40 cents. That's about 2.5%, 3%. You could tear. I'm scared of starting a fire. So I had a guy come in and clear some other stuff for me. But that's what I said. I'm like, if I'm going to just keep paying this dude, I'm going to just do it myself. Because I like it. I like every time I go to the farm, bro. I've been having a good time. But yeah, he told me he caused the fire once. Because like he hit a rock and then it sparked and then... Turn the air conditioning, that would be good. I got the, you know that, bro? I got that AC fixed. I got that shit fixed for $600. The first guy said $1,000 minimum, and then he won't even be able to know what's wrong with it. And then he said the best case scenario is I replace the whole unit for $15,000. I told the second guy, I said, listen, man, I'm broke. I can't afford it. You're my last hope. And if this don't work, bro, I'm going to just use fans for the rest of my life. And he said, easy. He said, did it work before? And I said, yeah, perfectly. He said, say less. Got that shit done. $600, bro. You know that? Uh-huh. Yeah, $600, dog. Pumping now. Pumping. I got videos of it too, bro. Pumping. I said, praise the Lord. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, bro. First, dude, the AC, bro, they're terrorists. Fucking HVAC-bala. Hezbollah HVAC. I'm telling y'all, bro, they're terrorists. They like, I don't know, man, 20K. It's like the best we could do. Even I said, I wouldn't have even paid $600 until I looked up the control board. And then I saw even on Amazon, they were like going for fucking $400 or $300. So I was like, all right. All right, man. It is a tax write-off. And it'd be good. It'd be good thinking time. What time should you put your lotto trade? I don't know, but I do think the 30 minutes before Powell and then the 30 minutes after the release, those are going to be the moments where there will be more back and forth. Yeah, bro. Nah, the first guy was like going on r/short, bro. It was like being on Reddit. He was like, listen, it's going to be $1,000, but you still won't know what's wrong with being short. You'll never fix this issue. Your best bet is getting height surgery. I was like, dude. Oh, no, man. We let it sit for a little bit until it started just getting really fucking hot. That's why ever since it's got hot, we're like, all right, man, that unit needs some fucking air. Cisco ransomware gang exploits Cisco flaw in 0 days attack since January. Israeli officials said strike on gas facility was coordinated between Israel and the White House. Squeezing contractors for 400. Fuck yeah, bro. We were both happy. This guy. Okay, man. You know this shit adds up, bro. Okay, every time I go to the farm, I gotta pay, and that's not the only property. Okay, that shit adds up. How you think we stay in business? But nah, we were both happy, bro. I know he made money. He was excited. I told him too. I was like, you're going to be taking all of my jobs now. And then I was happy. It was a win-win. The first guy wanted 15 grand. First guy wanted $1,000 to say, he said there's no guarantee. The other guy, I was like, bro, is it going to work? He said, yes. Communication is key, man. You have no idea. There was something about the other guy. He was like, did it work before? I said, yes. It worked for a very long time before. He said, I don't see any other problem. And he was correct. He was correct. The meeting will drop us if it's a bad inflation expectation, or if Powell and the Fed want to pull a black swan out of their ass and talk about rate hikes. Officials said it was aimed at signaling to Iran that if continuing disrupt oil through the strait, there could be a disruption in targeting their energy facilities, worsening the economic crisis in the country. It was a signal of what could come next, the official said. Yeah, I think he made money. I think he got the part for probably 300. And bro, he was done in 20 minutes. It did it. I'm telling you, bro, this guy was a G. And see, he came by. He's like, all right, I'll go get the part. He got the part. I'm sure he got it at I don't think it cost more than $300 for the board. So yeah, he made 100% in 20 minutes. He was local too. It worked out. We were both happy. You think he'll come to Ventura? If you pay for travel. But yeah, he was local. That's why it was good. But no, I mean that he was very straightforward, and that was, yeah, I liked it. Good price. I wasn't gonna spend $15K. I said, fuck that, dog. I was gonna put an ice maker in there. I would have learned how to build an igloo. I ain't doing that, man. Yeah, you could. I mean, there might be another problem, but he even offered me a warranty. So, nah, dude, this is like a legit company. So, yeah, he was chill. Yeah, 5-year warranty. So, at least for the board. But if anything else happened, we'll see. But he looked at the unit. He said it didn't look bad. He said it was just dirty. But then he showed me too on the control board. It was just fried. Like you could see it like corroding, and it was like green on certain parts, and like some of it was like bent. I think it got clapped on one of those, on one of the day because we had somebody trying to flip the heater, and then it like fucked it up. He disabled. Well, no, he said the control board was fried. But the first guy was saying it wasn't even. The other guy, though, was saying it wouldn't even power on. But, like, he hooked up the power. He got it working before we changed the board. That's why he was like, if you need to get everything working again, it needed a new control board. I mean, I don't know what's up with the credit card companies, but banks are doing a little better. We are coming down. Bahrain interior air raid sirens to sound, citizens urged to head to the nearest safe place. Iranian parliament speaker, the eye for an eye equation has taken root and a new level of conflict has begun. Oh, dude, is this real? Did you guys see all the meteors? Is that real that there was like meteors in like 4 different states? I saw the one you showed me yesterday. Spy going down. I don't know. It could be the Iranian comments. They're saying new stage of eye for eye. I mean, oil up and spy down on that. What time is it? We're 30 minutes off of Euro close. 1 hour until Powell. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, you're lower than the IEA thing from earlier. The Fed will begin. That will be the black swan today. So again, I mean, most people on the dot plot in the Fed, they're not really there. So if that would be a very decisive shift, and it would probably be explained by what's going on. So I think it's low probability, but it's in the cards. I wouldn't put a high rating on it, but if that did happen, I think you're going to get a 1% day, if not larger. And was it in 13 places? No, dude, yesterday I saw the Ohio one, but apparently there was like 5 other places. You guys are saying 13 now. It's crazy, man. Whirlpool. We have Whirlpool. Every time we go up on it, it goes down the next 2 weeks. I like it, but it's not the highest quality right now. I think with other deals like Kimberly and even TAP, I would be more inclined to buy those. But it's still one that I think it'll move slower. If it ever goes up, I wouldn't buy it. But if it, after we see how this stuff plays out over the next couple of months, if that shit still stays at, if it's still lower and then we run out of value, then I'd be down. TKO Humana on the high. Again, you're getting these little headlines. Spies just randomly choosing when to react. Iran, bro. On Powell Day. This wasn't even Iran, though. Again, this happened last week. Dude, this was Israel who was like, yeah, let's fuck up the gas fields now. Because I was wondering yesterday, I was like, is Iran, do they know it's Powell Day? They know when our market opens, but I didn't know. I was like, man, you think the supreme leader is like, we will get in there, we will destroy Powell's legacy. We know they are all waiting. We will show them what to focus on. I now cut the oil field, huh? Oh, no Philo. No Philo on Powell Day. Because we're going to get into the preview in a little bit. I might have a little one I could give you. My name is Sam. I need more money. No, I was talking about Whirlpool. NVO I still like, but I don't know. We'll see. Because yesterday, some of the banks are down. They're saying that all of the Ozempic, even like Eli Lilly, they're saying it's overrated. Or like the demand was overstated. Which would be crazy. Because I don't know, man. I feel like we haven't heard about... I think Ozempic is like a miracle drug. But like, I feel like as more and more people are going to these Chinese research chemicals, I don't know how much... I feel like the GLP-1s are kind of leveling out. So I'm still a big fan of them. It would be a shame if NVO spent all their money they made. But then Eli Lilly's a little bit better. But to some point, if like Eli starts getting clapped, I do think that's going to play out a little differently. But I still have an eye on NVO. I still do like it. I mean, it's been a while since we got a really good biotech. And usually, again, biotech's making money in the long run. You know, not like biotech needs a drug approval. Like biotech already selling and making money is usually a good one. So, and they do have that dividend, even though it's adjusted or variable. SEI? They're just too expensive. Well, they made them cheaper, but yeah, like with some of it, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like it's not as like viral as it used to be. And I think that's an interesting part with everything going on. Well, I think the peptides are going to get in the way of it. Fannie and Freddie removes certain homeowner insurance requirements. Yallah, Habibi. Some say that's good, some say it's bad. Trump did that, though, back in the day. Remember he got rid of the home insurance payment on, like, the FHAs? Saudi has already revived more than half of its oil exports via Hormuz. Well, the Fed, they already had high rates. That's the thing. Inflation was already ticking up prior. SPY's going down on that. I mean, you got another reiteration of that Iran comment, the eye for an eye thing. But, and then again, I mean, Fastly, a couple of names are still up, but any of the leaders we had in the morning, again, you're about 70% in the red still. You are near the low of the day. We'll have a quick Powell preview. I have a couple of potential statements, and I have an expected SEP chart to show you guys, but MTG down 2.5 off one candle. MTG, what is this? Magic? I have no idea what MTG is. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Halliburton CNC. I don't know what that one was. That they would advertise. Are you talking about mortgage insurance? Because you had to on FHA. So if you put less, that was like Dodd-Frank rule, where if you paid less than 20% down on a property, you had to pay mortgage insurance, PMI. So then Trump got rid of it, and then Biden put it back on when he came. And then I don't know if they got rid of it again. Or are you talking about the GOPs? I mean, dude, people used to be like, they used to hide the GOPs till it became a little bit more popular. But yeah, you could already tell though. I feel like you're like, man, how'd you lose 80 pounds in a week? And now everybody loves the peptide, the younger people. But I don't know, bro. I don't know. Do you want to hear the tinfoil? I don't want to fuck you guys up with it though, with the peptides and the retro to true tides and all. I don't want to. You guys want me to fuck it up for you? I can fuck it up for all of you right now. If you want, listen, if you already on them Chinese research chemicals, you might just want to mute the stream for a little bit, okay? Because once I say this, I can't take it back. Once you hear it, unless you're already on a prop firm and you're gonna be like, yeah, Josh, but it's not. But that way, I get ready, Josh. I'm like, man, what the fuck? So listen, just I can't go back once I tell it to you. All right, but this one is a theory. You know, the prop firms are just kind of reality. But this one's an interesting one. Are you ready? Are you ready? So what people are saying is that you have people that a few years ago, they avoided getting certain Pfizer shots, right? So imagine avoiding certain Pfizer shots over the last couple of years for you to then inject yourself with these GOPs and retrotrutides and all of that. AKA, they got you, bro. They got you. They still got you. That's it. They got the scragglers. I know. It's the tinfoil. I don't know if I believe it. I would have done it if I wasn't scared of needles, bro. You know that? If I didn't feel like I was fucking cooking up crack and injecting it, I would have already been on some peptides. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I can't be doing that. I'd be ashamed of myself. Not because it's like bad, but just I'm like, what am I doing? You know, bro, that's like, I just couldn't, bro. I'm too self-aware. If I'm just sitting in my room, fucking mixing up vials, fucking just tying shit around my arm. I'm like, nah, man. If you put it between your toes, you get better bone structure. I'm like, what? It's like, nah, man, I can't. This is not. Yeah, bro, slapping my forearm to like what? But I really, bro, I've been talking peptides for a minute. That's why it's like I've known about them way, way early, bro. But like I've just not been at the point of being able to I've done the spray one. That's the one Tyree told me. I tried it. It worked for a little bit. It was very minimal because you needed to like fucking stack it up month over month. And I was like, all right, man. But like, yeah, I would have injected it already, but I can't do it. That's it. Because some of them you need to do it every day. And I'm like, every day? You got Chinese chewable peptides in the mail? Nice. That's crazy. It's chewables? You think they change your DNA? I don't know, man. I'm just telling you what the streets is talking about. That's all, bro. I don't really have an opinion on this one. I just heard this being, I've heard murmurs about this, but like I said, I told y'all about peptides from the very beginning. So even when they were kind of going up, we're even talking about the Ozempic and the GLP-1 trends, which I thought GLP-1s are going to still be active for a minute, but now some people are saying the demand is overstated. But yeah, I'm not I've seen a lot of good things about peptides. I can't lie. I'm telling you, they probably look the most promising out of many of the things out there. But then again, like one of them is like they're just not tested. That's the sad reality of it. Like they're so new. But GLP-1s, Ozempic, that was the beginning of peptides, whether you realize it or not. That's why people are saying Retra and then Ozempic. GLP-1s are peptides. So that was the beginning. That's the foundation of all of these peptides kind of going. It all starts with Ozempic. It all starts with Retatrutide and Eli Lilly and NVO. You said what? Leakage, dog? What? All right, man. That was what people said in the beginning, though. Remember they used to say you would get Ozempic poop? And people, but then again, like people would say anything. Coinbase plans infrastructure for AI agent payments. Is Net got mentioned in that? Is Net finally above, dude? Oh shit, it is. On a day like today? I still hate it though every time it comes down. But yeah, Net is kind of running. My name is Sam. I need more money. So I bought Claudbot and I made that shit mine. Alright, well, SPY's still slowly going down. Did those plays hit, actually? I was saying, I didn't take one on the nuclear, but you could have. And then get ready, next 15 minutes, your one window is going to open up. No, they're the same exact price. Holy shit. Ozempic is a gateway drug, yes. Technically, it's a gateway peptide. But then that's where we know, like, that's why people started testing peptides and using them more, because of how successful the GLP-1s were. That was a peptide. So that's like the same way it operates. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Maybe come back with a little mini philo. Maybe come back with a Fed preview. You guys want? I like Joe. I like listening to this. I hate this dude, but like I'm telling you, man, the way he instigates, the way he frames situations, he's a master. He's an artist.
TI West Texas Intermediate.
Oh, he's leaving?
Closer to triple digits.
Come on, Joe
this
Matthew.
Is Bloomberg.
Beep. Telling you, man, the way he does it is just, it's artistry. Oh, they cut me off? Oh, sorry, guys. I'm back. I didn't say he was smart. I think he knows how to he's a master instigator. I think it's artistry. I think he's an artist. I think the way he can frame something and the way he has mastered the spin. I've never seen anybody spin as good as he does. The other people, I don't know if it's how they talk. I don't know if it's how they do it, but like his spin is just like it's amazing. He just knows how to do it, dude. He spins like it's I don't know how you can't be fascinated. Like even if it's like could be rage bait, I'm like, look at that, bro. It's impeccable. Yeah, it really is, bro. It's amazing to watch sometimes. All right, well, I guess you just get Uncle. Fair enough. I'll BRB. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Need G, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing. They want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I'm gonna give you a little feeler, just a little one, man, not anything crazy. And honestly, bro, it ties into what I was telling y'all yesterday. It's for all of you, bro. Okay, like, bro, this is I need it for everybody. You know, I think we did have good conversations today, and everything we gonna finish the days and weeks talking about. Just can I remind you all, please, I beg you to believe in change. I'm gonna start sounding like Obama. You know that? But nah, man, change. And you have the power to change the change. You understand? And I just hope all of you believe, man. That's what I want you to believe. I want you to believe that when change comes, you are going to be the initiator of it. Not that you are a victim of change, but that you are going to bring change. That is a belief I want all of you to have. That's why I believe in starting small. That's why I believe at every level. I don't care who you're up against. That's what I've been saying, bro. Yes, things will be challenging. Not everything is going to be easy. There is things again. The game is rigged in many ways, brother. But they can't stop you. Come on. Dog, you have no idea. You have no idea, bro. Do you feel me? That's what I believe. I'm telling you, bro. I don't care a market maker. I don't care no Google. I don't care no government. I don't care if it's a government on the West, the East, the Middle East. It don't matter, bro. You are a human. You are made in a certain image, dog, of God. You have the ability to create, and create means you are going to be the initiator of change. No change is going to make you a victim. Okay? I encourage you all to put this in your beliefs. I really do. And I think it's however you want to use this. You could use this for great things in life. You could use it for personal relations. You could use it for finances. But this needs to be a core belief at your foundation. You are an initiator of change, and I need you to believe it's going to benefit you. I don't think y'all realize, man, this idea of thinking that change is only going to hurt and that we can't do anything about it. I don't believe that. And I'm telling you, that's such a bad, that is the whole idea, is to get you bitter. The whole idea is I believe in the devil. I believe in God more, but all of it comes, he just wants you jaded, bro. You know that? Wants you jaded and bitter. You turn on the news, you look around, you see all this over and over again. Get you to believe into a sense of defeat. I don't agree, bro. No, bro. Change is going to happen. We are going to start the change. You are going to start the change. And guess what? It's going to work out in our favor. I don't care what the odds are, bro. I don't care who had what, who has control, who doesn't have control. The human will, dog. What is more powerful than that? Well, the moment you say I'm going to change something, bro, there's two options. You know what's going to happen? We're going to change everything. You know why? We are going to change the world. You are going to change your life. You know why? That's because when I leave, my brother, when I go out and I say I'm going to make this change and I go out, there's only one thing, two things are going to happen. I'm going to come back and it's going to be changed exactly how I said, or I'm going to die. I'm not going to come back. The lion is going to eat you, or it's going to turn its ass around, bro. So I hope this encourages you, all of you, every single one of you. That's what I believe in, and I need you to believe in it, because I'm telling you, bro, I feel like the enemy, the dark, light and dark, bro, and I think the darkness wants to unleash. It wants to unleash a flood of bitterness, a flood of feeling hopeless, and all this nonsense, bro. But I'm telling you, you are going to, when you have this belief, man, you will be impervious to any of that. And you are not only impervious, like, this ain't just to hype you up, bro. This is real. This is genuinely real. This is facts. This is how the world operates. Because the moment you start believing in this, dog, you are going to be a force to be reckoned with. And I look forward to the light and goodness that creates. So, change the change, brothers. For real, change the change. And when you do change, bro, I need you to start believing it's going to work in your favor. I don't care how many failures. I don't care how slow it is. None of that matters in the grand scope of things, because if you keep this belief, dog, it's going to work in your favor. So stop. Just anything less, I hope you can adopt this belief and refuse to accept anything less. Okay? That's it, man. And the other point I'll tell you, because I said this yesterday, bro, but it's true. Especially, bro, you know, we all see the news. You look around, there's so many things going on. I want a new belief, bro. I want a new belief. It's the same belief I've already believed, but for everybody, man. And I think this is so simple. It's easy to capture. It's harder to live it, but, man, I think all of y'all could do it. And I think all of it's real, man. I think all of it's real. All of it's real. You all possess it, man. In this world, it's just the way it plays. Supposed to chisel you down and slowly chip away to get you to that bitterness. But nah, bro. It's not. You gonna change it. I'm gonna change it. We're all gonna change it. It's gonna work in our favor too, man. Let's create some light, man. So that being said, I'll give you a verse. One you've all heard, whether I have to even give you the exact Bible verse or not, and you've all heard this. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. You've all heard that, right? You know, the Lord, death on both sides, the Lord is with you, man. You've heard that. Can I just explain it a little deeper for you? Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. You know the word though didn't exist? You know, back then they weren't saying though. Although death surrounds me, I will do this. No, that's not what it meant. The word though means especially. Oh. So yeah, you shall fear no evil. Not although it's all around me, it means especially. Does that change the meaning for you? Does that not? That should get you fired up, bro. Because you know what that verse is saying? Especially when you are surrounded in the valley of the shadow of death. That is the time that you shall not fear evil, let alone you should proceed. Especially in the evil. That means you are going to go to a whole nother degree. There's another word in there too. Even the translation. It's not saying walk. It's not just stroll through. It's advance. You know, there's people who have looked at the translation to even argue it's a military term. That it says that you should be pursuing. Pretty much, bro, when you are in a valley, especially when you are in a valley, you need to dominate them. Oh, isn't that something? I hope y'all feel me on it. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, especially in the valley, I'm not going to walk, I'm going to advance. Do you see the difference? It's not telling you to walk, stroll, oh, this happened. Advance. Make an advancement. So, Chad, that's all I wanted to tell you. Like I said, make a change. Believe the change is going to work in your favor. I hope you adopt this. And especially, dude, if you got bad all around you, you got a valley all around you, especially in that, I hope you could take this mentality and say, it's going to work out in my favor. Because the guy who wrote it, David, every time he was in a valley, that's where his advancements were made. It's not that you have to sit through suffering. It's saying that is an opportunity for you to advance. I hope you do. Advance the mindset, advance the action. That's your territory to take, brother. So, I hope you feel me. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I hope for the rest of your life you believe that you're going to change the change and be an initiator of change and that it's going to work in your favor, my friend. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. And that's it, man. That's it, bro. That's it. That's a quick philo, bro. That's a quick Powell philo. We hit a low on it, too. Usually we go up on it, but it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. So, that being said, let me get you some of your preview materials. Send out another alert. So this isn't going to take too long. I've shared a lot of it with you guys already. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I know net. I don't know if it reacted to that Coinbase news, but then Fastly squeezing, I mean, that helped. Those are all up, dude. Even from the damn Instagram video. Oh, those jacked up. See, so you could make those free or you could keep pushing it. So even the shitty Fastlies, I didn't want those, but those are up 100%. So yeah, either push them or make them free. That one's up to you. See, this is where you get some real learning in there. Alrighty. I gotta get my Google Docs. I don't even need, I mean, I talked anything I had written down, we have pretty much discussed. But let's see. Where is it? We'll give it another minute or two. Let me check the other ones. Yeah, same thing with the net calls. Let me see. Oh shit, they filled that quick. Okay, I made the net free. I'm gonna push the Fastly. Not a recommendation. My Fastlies are smaller. Meta pop. But you can't stop. Oh, wait, I have 2 sets of these? Well, shit. Yeah, they're filling them quick, too. I'm putting in higher asks. All right. Well, that's cool. That's cool. All right. Well, Chad, are you ready for your Fed preview? So let's start with the words. The words are very simple. Understand the situation that we have arrived to with all of this. Okay? PPI was hot this morning. And so now you had your first indicator of oil being higher. That is finally showing up in some set of the economic data. So that's going to factor into this whole PCE inflation that we've been talking about. And if you didn't watch the video last night, that was available on the Instagram. It was on the YouTube shorts. That was there for all of you. Essentially, the big thing that matters today is that they are going to come out with a summary of economic projections, and that is going to tell you what the Fed thinks is going to happen with inflation. So if they're worried about this war, that will show up higher on the PCE. If they believe it's going to be more short-lived, maybe transitory, then that's going to be a little bit lower. So that's the general idea there. But other than that, that's the big part that I care about today. So that's what I'm saying. PPI coming in, that's your first indicator that you have some of this oil inflation showing up. Now, I don't think it's going to affect their decision too much, but you never know. He might bring it up. They might ask him about it. But the other part you have to understand is that coming into this Fed meeting, we were already above the target in terms of inflation. So it's not as if we started off this year, ended last year with inflation below the Fed's target. We have actually been above it. So now, already above target inflation, then you have this war drama. So that's setting up the stage of why they would be worried about inflation and how they're going to kind of communicate that. Iran Arghachi spoke with EU Collis, discussed region and Strait of Hormuz. So oil's dropping on that. Again, Iran talking to the EU. So there's that. But now, the other part, the weak jobs report. Again, like I'm telling you, this is the setup coming into today. You know, kind of going over the last couple days and weeks, you need to understand what is the pathway that has led us here to this Fed meeting, right? You've above target inflation, PPI today, a war, conflict, oil going up. You could even tie it into what you've already seen the Fed do with Russia and Ukraine. And then you now have everything with this jobs report that was also a weak labor market emerging. If anything, that supports the idea of the rate cut. But that being said, one rate cut this year, one rate cut next year, that is the expectation. So this is one of the easiest ones you could look for beyond just the PCE. And I'll remind you of this when we bring up the chart with the projected SEP. If you price in more than one rate cut, that's bullish. If you price in less than one rate cut, that will be bearish. And then, like I'm telling you, the real big problem, it's going to be if there is just quite simply, if they say anything about a rate hike, I don't think the market will like that. And then again, you have this is your window too right now. The next 20 minutes, you might get a little extra volatility ahead of the Fed meeting. It kind of sucks that you're getting a lot of these Iran headlines right now. So, one rate cut for this year, one rate cut for next year. That is the base case that is priced in and expected. If the Fed indicates anything different, then that will be that will change some things. But the best case is that when you look at the dot plot, even from the last couple of meetings, not one of the 18, 19 Fed members, governors, not one of them is expecting that you would have a rate hike. That's why everybody's kind of confident in the whole one cut now, one cut later, that's your minimum. But that's why it would be shocking if somehow these guys are like, you know what, we need a rate hike. That would change some of the composition of the dot plot, which has already kind of flowed in one direction quite consistently over the last couple of months. So hopefully you're following along with that. And now let's talk about what you got to look for. So I'm going to show you how to get there. You already know this. If you don't know, you should watch a lot more. I would love for you to become prepared at this. But you're going to go to the Fed website. Monetary policy, meeting calendars and information. And then today when it comes out, since we haven't had a summary of economic projections, this will be the first one this year actually. You know, the last time you had a SEP, it was in December. So when the meeting comes out today, you're going to see something that says projection materials. And then that's what we want to look for. So the projection materials, this is what I'm going to do. Somebody even asked me yesterday, they're like, are you going to look at the statement? I don't really care about the statement. There is potential changes to the statement that I'll go over with you, but I'm not going to really, I'm not going to bother with the statement. I will check afterwards. It depends on what we get. But the first thing I'm going to in the next 13 or 17 minutes, it's going to be this. So keep that in mind, my friends. Dude, I'm telling, a lot of you are saying the stream is lagging. It sucks because we are going over the key info. So, unfortunately, that sucks. I hope you guys get what I just said, though. This is the first thing I'm going for today. This is as far as how I'm going to interpret it, what I'm going to be looking for, getting an idea of what to expect from Powell, as well as what the market's going to do. The SEP has all of the answers. So, number one, like I told you guys in the video, PCE inflation. So we're going to be on 2026, even 2027. The longer run inflation hasn't changed, but you're going to look for these numbers. And essentially, if it doesn't go higher than the projection I'll show you next, all is well, and the market might be surprised. If it comes in lower, everyone's going to be excited, even though it will still be higher. That's my prediction, is that this number is going to go high, but it's not going to be as high as people were worried about, and then that's going to cause a better than feared reaction. But now, somebody brought it up. I don't know if you just say this a lot, but we did have this discussion last night. What about stagflation? So, maybe before that, keep in mind federal funds rate, 1 cut this year, 1 cut next year. We also are going to have a projection for that. So that's the other place you're going to want to look, just in case. If the worst case scenario happens, this number is going to go up. So instead of going lower, you're going to watch these numbers increase. And if they increase by a certain amount, that changes. Oil starting to knife. Again, the other headline was the Tamagotchi or Aragachi speaking with EU Callis. Actually, oh, that's why. Well, they fucking jacked the prices on me. Damn it. Damn it. Well, I'm gonna go for the shitty ones. Oh, come on. These mother effers, bro. They just moved the price on me. Okay. Not a recommendation. But yeah, and then yeah, you got Walt Disney headlines. So, here's the deal. Watch for the Fed funds rate, but now stagflation. Because there's also going to be a GDP estimate. And the GDP estimate, that is also expected to become lower. Because they raised it last time, and that surprised people. So here's the deal, though. If the inflation expectation, if we know GDP is probably going to come down, we know the inflation expectation is going to go up. As long as inflation doesn't go higher and then the GDP comes down, that's fine. That's all within the cards. But if they drop GDP and then you have a higher than expected inflation, that's where you're going to run into problems. That's where the stagflation debate will, like I'm saying, if they really want to fuck everybody up, that could be something that you end up seeing. So we'll find out, but now let's look at the projections. Let me get it up. Yeah, bro, the bottom was exactly 30 minutes in. That's crazy. Well. So, this is from Goldman Sachs, but this is a pretty solid projection. So imagine the chart I just showed you. This is an estimate. All right? So now, pretty much GDP, it's expected to come in 0.1 lower or 0.2 lower than last time. That is a range that you could go. 2027, that might not move it too much. So like I'm saying, anything now, if like they put GDP back at like 1.8 and then they jack up the inflation, that will be bad. So now they're expecting the December or the forecast for March to go from December's 2.4 to about 3%, as high as 3.1. So 3% is going to be the sweet spot. 3.1 is going to be the highest. But now you got to think about it. Anything above like 3.1, I would say that's the danger zone. So if you see right in the next 20 minutes, 10 minutes, if the PCE comes in at 3.1, that would 3.1 or higher, I would say that's more of a negative. The Fed's a little bit more shocked. Anything at 3.0 and lower, I don't think that's going to be it will be bad. That will be hawkish. That will be a 20-25% increase from the last meeting, but then that's still not going to be as bad as you would expect with some of these higher oil prices and everything else going on. And then core isn't supposed to go up that much. What core could go up, but remember, core is excluding food and energy. What's gone on right now is that food and energy hasn't gone up, or food and energy is the only thing that went up. So you exclude it, it's not going to move the same way. And then that's the other thing you got to think about, is that what happens if they raise the core estimate? Have you thought about this? So what would you say would happen if they raise the core estimate? Do you have any ideas? So what is that saying? So if they raise the core estimate almost just as high as they raised everything else, what would that be implying? Longer lasting. Think about what we talked about. Like I'm telling you, if this is going to be not just a shock and it's going to be a bigger economic problem, it's going to lead into other things. That's when it hits the supply chain, affects demand. That's where one thing starts impacting the other. Then the food goes up, and then everything starts to go up. So core, if they jack up the core, that could be a signal that they are. That could be a signal that they're expecting a less transitory or more of a bigger conflict kind of arising from all of this other stuff. So think about it. That's all. And then the Fed funds rate, pretty much it was around 3.4 last time, 3.37. It's pretty much going to all be the same. This will be implying what's it called? This or 3.3, 3.4. It'll all be implying one cut or not. If this goes higher or lower than 3.3 or 3.1 for next year, if it goes higher, then fuck. And if it goes really high, we have a problem. But if it could stay within this range, pretty much you have until 3.5, a quarter point. So 3.5 will still kind of be in range depending on how you want to look at it. That's the higher end. But then anything above that, Houston, we have a problem. Anything below that, that'll be even better. Maybe there's other things that they like. So, ta-da! That's the main part. Like I'm saying, this is what I care about. Otherwise, there is estimates. So here could be one of the expected statement changes. So instead of saying the economy expanded at a solid pace, they might change it to moderate. And then they'll acknowledge the jobs report. It moved up but remains low. Again, I don't think this stuff is as important as the SEP. That's why I would pay more attention to that. And then they might add, there's two ways. There's a couple of interpretations on how they are going to mention the war. They may say the implication of the war with Iran for energy and U.S. economy are highly uncertain, but in the near term, it's likely to create upward pressure on inflation and weigh on economic activity. That's one alternative, but that's if you ask Goldman. If you ask Morgan Stanley, they're going to give you, what's it called? They're not going to mention Iran. So there's one where they mention it, but they're not directly. So some people think they may say war in Iran directly. Others might just say concerns about global supplies of crude have contributed to an increase in oil prices since the committee met. I think it's going to be a mix of both of them. I think I don't think they're going to say Iran. They may say concerns about global supply and transport, and they're going to talk about short-term pressure. Other than that, again, they're going to acknowledge the unemployment rate. If they say edged up but remains low, that's more dovish than not. Deutsche Bank on the low. Let's see. Yeah, DB with a candle. Trump expected to lift summer gas regulations to curb energy. Transport. Fitch is making a comment. So, yeah, that's what to expect. But like I'm telling you, I'll have the projections up from you. But just, again, 3.0 to 3.1. If the PCE inflation is higher there, or again, even if core comes in above 2.7, 2.6, you're going to have a problem. And then, like I'm telling you, depending on what you get from the total Fed's fund rate, if they start if there's any implication, so what I'm showing you now, as we read through it in the next 5 minutes, we could, if these numbers all break, then people are going to get worried what Powell's going to talk about. But if all of this stays in line, I do think everyone's scared, but none of these numbers are scary as forecasted. And that's where I think people will chill a little bit, and then we're going to see what Powell ends up saying, and then the ball will be in his court. But like I'm telling you, first thing I'm going to go for is the, First thing I'm going to go for is the Fed futures. Or not the Fed futures, the SEP. That's going to be the one thing I care about right away. Today's been a beautiful day. It's always a beautiful day. No, those two statements were from Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. So each of those banks put out their own statements or projections. Okay, well, 4 minutes, you guys. Are you ready? And we'll get everything ready up here. I might just have it on the other screen, and then I'll go through it and show you as it comes out. Because we're going to need to compare. This is just a projection. And then SPY holding. Those premiums are still up. No shit. And then, bro, your boy Fastly. What's up, man? So, yeah, I'm glad we pushed that one. Those are still up. And then, again, you could make... I made the net free already. Zero faith, he'll rock them. Again, oil dropped a lot too. Oil's back to red? Oil is literally in the red right now. Meanwhile, every index is in the red too. So get ready. 3 minutes until pow. So again, Powell's going to come out, and then I think these first 30 minutes, depending on the SEP, that's where you'll get the most amount of activity. And then from there... we're going to, we're just going to hope that might be the most of the volatility unless the SEP kind of makes this a little crazy. That is the delayed chat. Yeah, you guys are going to be at a delay unless you're on the locked in. So plan accordingly. I would encourage you to go to the Fed website. And you, again, if you use the information I told you, you could work in real time for yourself. But yeah, you guys are getting the stream at a delay right now. So yes, by about 50 seconds or so. Oil's already red. That's kind of crazy. Again, the meeting the EU Collis and Aragachi. I think that started to move things. All right, about 2 minutes, a little less. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Here we go. That's it, man. One of our final powers. I'm excited, bro. Let's see. I don't know if they're going to drop a bomb or not, dude. Anything can happen here. Anything can happen here. So again, just go to the Fed website. You should, even then, you have 1 minute, but you should, Fed website, projection materials. That's going to be the first thing you're going to be looking for. And like I'm saying, I'm keeping the preview up. So 3130 on normal PCE, 2627, and as long as the rates aren't above 3.3, that'll be your terminal. All right, man, less than a minute now. The non-delayed is on the locked in. You got to upgrade your membership. It'll be there. But you might want to wait now. Because it's coming out now. I'd go to the Fed website instead of trying to get a membership if you want to look for the play on this one. Alrighty. 30 seconds. Dun, dun. Those plays went up like 10% real quick. Or 10 to 20. They're just dancing around now. Fresh pow pow. The last pow pow. 15 seconds. Bump bump. Bump bump. Bump bump. Bump bump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're off. Leaves discount rate. I'm going to the projection materials. I already have the headlines. All right, hold on. I'm going straight to the projection. Oh, what the page not found? Oh, they're fucking doing it again, bro. They delayed it again on at least the PCE. 2.7. Is that core? That's normal? And they kept core the same? Oh, dude, it's hella low. Yeah, HTML has it. The Fed funds rate's a little higher at 3.4. So one of the dots is fucked up a little higher. That could be your bearish part. There's the median for 2026 came in at 3.4, but the core PCE is not even, bro, they didn't even lower, they've raised the GDP. Huh? What? No. Yeah, that's not, I don't think this is bad. So I think better than feared. Powell's probably going to come in a lot calmer. I think it's good. Like I was telling you, this was my expectation that it wasn't going to be as bad as people were. I haven't read the statement yet, but the GDP came in higher at 2.4. Am I looking at the right one? Let me make sure, because this seems a little too good. It's not, again, like I'm telling you, the core and everything else. Yeah. So like I'm telling you, bro, the GDP came in higher. So they did not lower the GDP. That came in at 2.4. Unemployment, they're not even worried about that. The PCE came in at 2.7. Like I was telling you, bro, 3 to 3.1. That's what we were coming into getting ready for this. So it's 2.7 is nothing. And then core didn't even budge. Core went up by 0.2. We had a 2.7, so maybe they're a little bit worried about that. And then the terminal, that 3.4, it's still like, like I said, anything above 3.5, that would have been really bad, but that just means one of the dots moved somewhere. But even the 2027, everything is pretty much intact. But that is not, I would say, 0 sense of panic out of the Fed, to be honest. Oh, they just killed the premiums on that. Those just ran and then dropped. So, yeah, the reaction, I mean, you got up to VWAP. Oil kept reacting, but like I'm saying, that wasn't bad at all. Let's see the statement. Available suggests the economy has been expanding at a solid pace. Jobs remain low and unemployment rate has been little changed in recent months. Inflation remains somewhat... They didn't even change the statement to highlight any of that. What? Inflation remains somewhat elevated. They didn't even say... I don't even think... Oh, they said Middle East. The implications of developments in the Middle East are uncertain. The committee is attentive to risk. So they didn't even say anything about short-term or long-term or oil. They didn't mention Iran, just the Middle East. And then, yeah, but uncertainty about the economic outlook remains elevated. But again, unemployment rate has been little changed. Job gains have remained low. That's their way of saying the last jobs report. So it was slightly different than all of it. I didn't even go through the dot plot yet. Stephen Moran was the only dissent. Who preferred a lowering of the rate. Damn, Moran still wanted the rates lower? Come on, Stephen. So yeah, the dot plot, nobody wanted a rate hike. So there you go. Who was the dot that moved? Let me see. I have a projection of the dots, but yeah, so one person went up somewhere. So that's the projection. That's the dot that came in. So nobody went higher, but one of the guys who should have been lower, they stepped up a little bit higher. But that's it. But that's why the rate came in at 3.4. So it should have been a little lower there. You should have had way less people or at some lower rates to do the average. But it was like a dot or two that changed that created it. I know, literally, the premium went down. We spiked up, the premium had a run, and then they slashed the calls. So give it a little bit or get out soon, but I'm going to hold it. I mean, Powell is kind of a lame duck. He is leaving, but that whole dot plot was water, bro. That was so watered down for everything. That was way different than what that could have been. So yeah, get ready now. We're going to have Powell here in 25 minutes, but I do think first expectation that they're not showing any fear, or maybe they're playing the same transitory lack of reaction game they played during Russia, Ukraine in 2021. But like I was telling you, I expected the market and people to be a lot more fearful than the Fed. But right now, the first implication coming into Powell, I don't think they're going to give off a sense of urgency or worry, because none of these numbers, at least on the dot plot, it's not really indicating that, or through the Fed funds rate or the projections. Kind of crazy. I thought it could have came in at 3 and then a little bit higher, but they raised the GDP. The core PCE stayed the same practically, or core went up, and then normal PCE with food and energy stayed the same. LNG oil's still going down. SPY's tweaking a little bit. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised on the SPY one. Even the premiums, because 10 minutes ago you were up at the same price level. Yeah, Fed futures see 21 basis points of easing in 2026, unchanged. I think Powell's going to be a dove. He's going to be a little puppy dog, I think. We'll find. He could fuck it up, though, because now he's done this, though, before, where he could have cover by a dovish release, and then he might be very hawkish. But at the same time, none of this is indicating, though, that like Fed worry does not look to be in the cards right now. Okay, I'm getting the feeds up. Oh shit, we already got one? No way. Alright, well there's one already, but I don't know how this is gonna... I don't know if this one's gonna be the fastest one, but we could use this one to compare. So even then, I should be able to get you this. Even if you guys are on the delay, you know, I'm pretty good at optimizing the feed. So you guys should still be on track for the other one. But now, too, you guys could go get the locked in now. You got the info. If you want the Powell in real time, you're going to have to move over to that one. Just hit upgrade your membership. But like I'm saying, if I could get the fast enough feed, usually we get a jump on that just by default. So I wouldn't stress too much, but it all depends how you're trading it. At this point, any trade's going to emerge from what he says, whether it's a lot better or a lot worse. Like, if, again, fear of the war, longer lasting inflation, but again, the SEP just has zero indication of that. Well, they didn't, even the jobs, he said the jobs recent weakening, but even those statement changes towards jobs, Middle East, all of that, it's not there. Google introducing design. Is Adobe reacting to that? Adobe's came back down. Something about a Google release that's going to compete with Adobe. And then Fig on the low too. Fig is actually taking it a little harder. So Figma got hit harder than Adobe on that. Is net still going? Bro, that was a banger. I'm surprised, man. Locked in, go to the locked in feed. There's a whole nother stream. But, dude, that's crazy. So net and Fastly, bro, even from that damn Instagram video, I put it on YouTube too. The prices were already high. I think you had 1 day of cheaper. The net premiums came down, and then the Fastly premiums, they all stayed the same from that video. But yeah, those all hit. So again, if you're not on stream, I would run the I would run it up on the Instagram for a little bit. Silver and gold, you need the dollar to come down if you want like the real big moves. But we'll see. I mean, what he says might be able to factor into this a little bit. Coinbase ripping again. Net started going up with the other one. How's some European companies running? S&P one rate cut outlook. S&P pairs losses. Is it still up? Where are we at right now? You're down 0.6 on the SPY, 0.4 on the Russell, 0.5 on the Nasdaq, and then 0.8 on the Dow Jones. Oh, there you go. See, you made it. Yeah, so the locked-in live stream is going to be in real time. So if you already have it, yeah, you just got to come to the stream. Again, Figma is still dropping, and Adobe now on that Google news. They just wanted to kill some of that prem de la prem, son. Yesterday they came down to the... Did they really? Because I remember they were like the Fastlies just kept going up. The nets came down for a little bit. You had like a day or two after that Instagram video. But those just ripped, bro. Those were all 180%. So I made my net free. I'm pushing the Fastly. Not a recommendation. Actually, what's net at? I have old ones that are still... There's some short terms that are still dead. Oh, I guess tomorrow's what? Thursday? Wednesday? I don't know. You might get lucky. Adobe, Google came out with something called Stitch. And apparently it's like a competitor. Alright. Well, that's the first feed that's live. Where's my other one? Oh yeah, he's gonna begin in 18 minutes. I'll try to stay for the MU earnings. Yeah, they don't give you anything on that chain. Fuck that. Welcome. So if you just got the locked in, go to the other stream. Click on this channel and hit live. You'll see one that says real time. Some of you had some problems with that. Nothing burger. I mean, I think it was surprising in the sense of that That was not as bad as people were thinking, which could have been expected considering how fearful people got, but the market isn't really reacting. And then I'm keeping up net and Fastly, bro. These are starting to get a little fucking jumpy. So I already made net free. Bro, I could have got way more on my nets, actually. Which is, I don't know why they scam me. I hate being the first one to make them free. But yeah, now the net is all paid for, but still. I could have got another 100%. Somehow, it's the same price. Just go to the Federal Reserve website and go to the meetings and information, and then hit projection materials. It's all out right now. So this all came out. I mean, again, market's not really reacting too much, but in general, if you look, if you just are looking at this whole scenario, the Fed is not. The first indication is that they are not expecting a longer run increase to oil prices, which reflects some of the longer dated futures and options pricing, but they don't even think that GDP is going to come down. So remember what I was telling you guys in the beginning. I was expecting that GDP was going to come down. Most people did. They've raised it. So, and then even core, all of it, bro. It's kind of nuts. It's amazing. Oil, yeah, oil did pop. SPY down. India orders gas. Iran president says attack on infrastructure will yield nothing. Qatar defense fire in Ras Laffan due to Iranian targeting. Oil just sticked and SPY down. Is that it? Let me check. I feel like you're going to get a Trump one. Civil defense is dealing with a fire in the Ras Laffan area. I see that. There's no way that fucking caused that. How do I? You're on that, right? You're on that right now. If I see you in this chat. I think Ras Laffan is their LNG. Yeah, so that I think that's kind of like the South Pars. And then Trump to temporarily ease rules on. We had that earlier. I think it was that maybe again if Saudi or Qatar's energy and LNG is going to get targeted. I'm surprised we're not going to hit Trump or hear Trump again. Yeah, civil defense. I think again, Ras Laffan is the area for Qatar's LNG, so it's pretty much a retaliatory attack of the South Pars thing we got, because that was your first. Again, oil just went red, and then now that just popped oil back to 0.3. Surprisingly, that bought the market more. I was not expecting a war headline would have moved you more than the very dovish Powell. Again, I was expecting more hawkishness from that statement in SEP, but here we are. Emergency cuts? I don't think he'll do cuts are foolish right now. That's what I'm surprised, I like Fed Moran, and I thought he was a little bit more reasonable. I thought that, he just said, I thought he had a lot of evidence for some of the stuff he would say, but I'm surprised he even advocated for a rate cut. Unless they know something we don't, but I doubt it to a certain degree. I don't think a rate cut is a good idea right now. You only cut rates if demand is getting destroyed, and I just don't think we've reached that point yet. But yeah, so I don't think you get an emergency rate cut. The worry you should be worried about is a rate hike. If Powell says anything indicating rate hikes, that's where it's going to be a little bit more detrimental. All of it, the whole curve, I agree, bro. That was a very soft report. So they're all very, considering you had oil, considering, like I was telling you, the inflation leading into it was already high. Maybe the jobs report going negative freaked them out. That was Zillow. Zillow with a pop, 1.5. Check any of the other real estate stocks. There's a 1 penny one, but you'd want the 5 cents or the 9. Someone already took the other one. 1 penny's gone. But yeah, Zillow, that's 2%, not triggered yet. Yeah, Zillow. Zillow favorability option. I love how they have they didn't always have a security guard there. Powell, he kind of did last time, but not saying much, but it's been a while since, that's what I was saying, unless they talk rate hikes, I don't think you're going to get a crazy, bigger number percentage move, but if he pulls out the black swan, we could get one. Otherwise, it has been a while. That's why I think the first 30 minutes after now and how these all play out, it's just, we don't really get too, crazy of moves, to be honest. Well, 9 more minutes till Powell again. Zillow on the high. The long end was about to squeeze until, this conflict. So, we'll see if Powell could ease that up. But you need low energy. You're not going to get a long end getting a bid with high energy. And then you got a Walmart one. BM launch from Shiraz ballistic missile. It's there to make sure the door is shut. They might, again, Powell is a lame duck. His efficacy, him being the Fed chair, that's it. This is gone after today. You'll get one more meeting with Powell, but this was his last dot plot. So he could still be a governor, and he might still have a vote or still be one of the dots if he stays on. But this is going to be his last time as the Fed chair, having one of these dots come out. So either way, that's where, remember, we were talking about at the beginning of the year, even end of last year a little bit. It's not like Powell, the closer you get to running out of power, the less effective or kind of important. So There's still some drama that people have tied into all of this, but it's still not necessarily, you know, it still kind of paints him in the light where his job is closer to being done than beginning, I would say. Where's my other feed? Well, dude, that dot plot was so chill. Compass dropped its lawsuit against Zillow, ending legal fight over the home listing rules. Ah. How did Compass go? Yeah, because it looks like only Zillow moved out of those real estate stocks. Fastly, Net still, Habibi. Williams will be the chair. It does go to the VP, but there is a possibility. I mean, as far as like authority, the president can appoint a interim chair essentially if they delay Kevin Warsh. So I think it might backfire regardless. Otherwise, Williams would be the guy, and then Powell. We don't know his full decision, but he should stay on the board. Oh, where is Kupang? The damn Kevin Warsh play. All right, what time is it? 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Powell, it's indicating, I mean, no rate cut change off the SEP. The most surprising part right now is... Okay.
If you have a question, please raise your hand, and Michelle Smith will be standing right there. We'll call on you. When you are called on, please wait for a microphone to be passed to you. There will be one on either side.
Is that Kathy Wood?
And then also, please take this time to silence any phones, computers, cameras, anything that could make noise during the briefing. I will be back shortly with a 2-minute warning.
You should not allow them to have phones or cameras.
Well done. Didn't know you were back there.
Well done.
Yeah.
But yeah, the biggest surprise was that despite the war, despite $100 oil, all these other factors, the PCE estimates did not go up. So it's a very odd situation when you think about it. And GDP estimates even went up as well too. So that's kind of where we are on this. But that's why, so Powell, based off the SEP, based on the statement, he's going to address the war. He's going to talk about uncertainty, but he's probably not going to warn about it too much. And there is not really any indication that he will be raising rates or cutting rates even. It just, everything kind of stayed the same. LT Crowd, I don't know. You didn't hit me up yet. You already posted it on Instagram before telling me. I think he's fine. We were just charging that thing. Yeah, bro, he's good. If you go to social media first, you're fine. No, that was a real one, man.
2 minutes, everybody.
2 minutes. I do remember when we heard the trade notification. The delay is about a minute, a little less. I don't have any of the other, none of the other, I'll get it. I have a couple up here right now that I'm looking at. So I should, even with the delay, I'm going to probably have the faster stream. I'll whittle down the time. Otherwise, you're going to have to go to the locked in if you want the real time. But again, I mean, at this point, it depends on what he says with oil, or if he follows along with, if he just follows along the theme of what's going on right now. Okay, I got another one. Watch the bald heads. Get ready! 20 seconds. We'll see if he's late or not. Takes him about like 30 seconds to get to the podium. 37 seconds on average. Okay, yep, I got one. Oh wait, they're all on.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely
all on the
focused
same
on
speed.
achieving
That's
our dual
surprising.
mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy has been expanding at a solid pace.
I'm gonna turn it
While
up a
job
little.
gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has been little changed in recent months, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. We see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. The implications of developments in the Middle East for the U.S. economy are uncertain. We will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate. And I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 2.4% this year and 2.3% next year, somewhat stronger than projected in December. In the labor market, the unemployment rate was 4.4% in February and has changed little since late last summer. Job gains have remained low. A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including job openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, generally show little change in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.4% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have risen in recent weeks, likely reflecting the substantial rise in oil prices caused by the supply disruptions in the Middle East.
Okay, thank you.
Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal.
Dude, I was going to say.
The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 2.7% and 2.2% next year, a bit higher than projected in December. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. From last September through December, we lowered our policy rate 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should continue to help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%. But the implications of events in the Middle East for the U.S. economy are uncertain. In the near term, higher energy prices will push up overall inflation,
right, the went
but it is too soon to know the
one
scope and duration of the potential effects on the economy.
I took a little bit. I'm still
We
holding
will
them.
continue to monitor the risks to both sides of our mandate. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path of the federal funds rate under what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.4% at the end of this year,
oil up, stock
and
down. I don't think it's
3.1%
Powell,
at the
though,
end of next year,
unfortunately.
unchanged from December. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they are not a committee plan or decision. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we'll make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people.
That's a new one.
Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
That's a new ending. Objectivity.
Thank you. Colby Smith of the New York Times. There's been some debate about whether the Fed should look through the inflation that will come from higher oil prices stemming from the Middle East conflict. Is that the right approach at this juncture? And to what extent does the fact that inflation has been above target for roughly 5 years now influence the committee's thinking around this?
So, first, let me say we're well aware of the performance of inflation over the last few years and how a series of shocks have interrupted progress that we've made over time. And that happened most recently with tariffs, and now there will be some effects on inflation coming forward. The thing that's really important that we see this year is progress on inflation through a reduction in goods inflation as the one-time effects on prices of tariffs go through the system, go through the economy. That's the main thing we're looking for going into this exercise. Amazing. And we need to be seeing that to sort of understand that we actually are making progress, because on net we didn't make progress. And if you look at total inflation, total core inflation, it's about 3%, and some big chunk of that, between 1/2 and 3/4, is actually tariffs. So we're looking for progress on that. The question of whether we look through the energy inflation doesn't really arise until we have kind of checked that box. It, of course, is kind of standard learning that you look through energy shocks, but that's always been dependent on inflation expectations remaining well anchored. And I think now it's also dependent on what you mentioned, which is that broader context of 5 years now of inflation above target. We have to keep all of those things in mind, and the question of looking through when it does arise will be one to approach not lightly, but in the context that you mentioned.
And just on the SEP, can you help us make sense of why there is still a bias to cut for most officials this year, despite the upward revision to headline and core inflation and the essentially unchanged forecast for growth and unemployment? I'm just curious, kind of what's the genesis behind the need? What's the need for the cut?
Yeah, so there are 19 people, and so 19 reasons, 19 individual submissions. And if you notice, the median didn't change, but there was actually some movement toward a meaningful amount of movement toward fewer cuts by people. So 4 or 5 people went from 2 to 1, let's say, 2 cuts to 1 cut. And each person has individual, stories behind what they want to do. But essentially it is that, the forecast is that we will be making progress on inflation. Not as much as we had hoped, but some progress on inflation. It should come as we start to see in the middle of the year progress on tariffs, going through once and then tariff inflation coming down. We should be seeing that. And, the rate forecast is conditional on the performance of the economy. So if we don't see that progress, then you won't see the rate cut.
Howard.
Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Just to follow up a little bit and to be clear, is the higher inflation penciled in here for 2026 solely the result of the oil shock or something else?
So that's going to be part of it. But, that wouldn't be most of core, right? So the oil shock for sure shows up here. Some of that will be in core as well. But yes, but no, there's also just the feeling that we haven't seen, the progress that we had hoped for on core goods. And on tariffs and on the rest of it. So for whatever reason, people did write up their inflation forecast. That will certainly be tied to events in the Middle East and the price of oil, but it's also, I think, a reflection of the slow progress we've seen on tariffs, which we believe we will see. It's just a question of how long it takes for them to get all the way through the economy, and it just takes some time.
Right. And is the lack of change in the SEPs, again, just to explicate this a little bit, more due to the expectation that the oil portion of this will pass through, or more out of concern that there is a potential blow to consumption and growth coming in the form of wealth effects with the stock market down, in the form of gas prices, diverting spending from other parts of the economy?
So I didn't get the second part of your question.
That consumers are going to be potentially diverting money to gasoline from other parts of the economy. There could be a growth shock or a redistribution of spending there that can hit consumption, wealth effects as well. I guess I'm wondering, is the rate forecast not changing because you think the oil shock is going to be temporary, or because you want to be sure you're positioned in case growth starts to slow?
So the thing I really want to emphasize is that nobody knows. The economics effect could be bigger, they could be smaller, they could be much smaller or much bigger. We just don't know. So people are writing down something that seems to make sense to them, but have no conviction. That to your point, if we have if we have a long period of much higher gas prices, that's going to weigh on consumption. That'll weigh on disposable personal income, and it'll weigh on consumption. But we don't know if that's going to happen. Something quite different than that. We might have much lower than expected pass-through. So people write down, this is one of those SEPs where a number of people mentioned if we were ever going to skip an SEP, this would be a good one, because we just don't know. So I wouldn't say there's a conviction that this is going to go through quickly or not quickly. It's just you got to write something down, and this is something that is that people wrote down. We don't debate how long. How do you do that? We wouldn't be able to debate what the length of or size of these effects would be. We just have to kind of make an individual statement. And also, what you've written down before will be, you'll be reluctant to move too far away from that, just because you don't know. It's so unclear what the direction from this particular end will be. Meanwhile, the growth has been solid, and inflation, the overshoot is mainly from the goods and tariffs. And, the labor market is, the unemployment rate, of course, is little changed since September. You have a very, very low break-even rate, apparently, for new jobs, with little growth in either demand or supply. But the U.S. economy is doing, pretty well. It's just we don't know what the effects of this will be, and really no one does.
Wait, dodge the demand destruction question. All of it, that's crazy.
Mr. Chair, in the past, the staff has suggested that
focusing on tariffs
higher
again.
Oil prices, they have a hit to consumption, which Howard was talking about, but that's somewhat offset by increases to domestic production. I wonder if you could talk about that dynamic, especially to the extent
tell us about demand
how much
destruction, Mr.
U.S.
Powell.
production is happening right now.
So the first thing is there is, the original thinking, the long-standing thinking, put it that way, is that you do look through energy shocks. But as I mentioned, that's conditioned on inflation expectations and that kind of thing. So, sorry, your question was?
What the staff is saying about, and has said in the past
Yeah.
about.
So there'll be an offset.
Offsets, yeah.
So that's true. We have, we're a net exporter of energy, right? So any effects on employment and economic activity and spending would be offset to some extent by the fact that our oil companies will be more profitable and they may even do more drilling. If you ask oil companies about doing more drilling, though, they're going to want to see, a consistent rise in oil prices from where they were before the buildup for the war. And they're going to want to believe that that's going to be
you're going to make more money on oil
for a fairly long time. So they're not sitting there waiting for oil to go over $70 a barrel, and then they're going to start drilling or whatever. They're going to make a reasoned, careful judgment that we're going to have higher oil prices for an extended period, meaningfully higher. So I wouldn't say there's much of that happening. Not much will be happening now, but some of that could happen over time if you see that. But so the net of it would. The net of the oil shock will still be some downward pressure on spending and employment and upward pressure on inflation, of course.
And if I could just follow up on Colby's question, how much do you worry that, having looked through tariff inflation and inflation running above target and looking through the oil price shock, would undermine the credibility of your commitment to the 2% target?
We have to do our analysis and think these things through carefully, but of course that's on everyone's mind. We're well aware of the history, but you don't want to overreact to that. You want to make the best judgment you can based on the facts. I don't think we're going to let it color our decision-making more than is appropriate. It's more the thought that it's been 5 years, and we've actually had, we had the tariff shock, we had the pandemic, and now we have an energy shock of some size and duration. We don't know what that's going to be, actually. And, it's one of those things where it's a repeated set of things, and you worry that that's the kind of thing that can cause trouble for inflation expectations, and so we worry a lot about that, and we are very strongly committed to doing what it takes to keep inflation expectations anchored at 2%, and I think it's important that we do that. Very important.
Nick. Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've described monetary policy as modestly restrictive. If the unemployment rate is roughly stable, inflation moving sideways in the high twos, with an ongoing overshoot in services and non-housing services, not just goods, and the economy doing fairly well, as you just outlined, what gives you confidence that inflation returns to target over the next couple of years?
Okay. So I would say the rate is, you can characterize it as in the high end of neutral, or you can characterize it as perhaps mildly restrictive, even modestly restrictive. No one knows for sure, but it's in that range where it's somewhere around the borderline between restrictive and not. Remember that a big part of the disinflation we're looking for is just the runoff of when tariffs are put into place. Of course, what they do is they raise prices to some extent, to the extent those prices the tariffs are paid by consumers, on a one-time basis. And we're waiting for that process. It takes 8, 9, 10, 11 months, a year to go through the system, and we're waiting for the tariffs, which were put in place over the course of the middle part and later last year. We're waiting for that to go through the system, so that goods inflation will return closer to what it's always been. I mean, it used to be for many, many years it was negative, and then the year before tariffs came in, it was 0, and it's running at like 2% now. So. And so that's kind of, goods inflation is running at 2%. So that's not coming from standard Phillips curve restrictive policy. It's coming from the runoff of a one-time thing. We also think it's important, though, to keep policy either mildly restrictive or close to that, but not too restrictive because of the weakness in the downside risk in the labor market. We are balancing these two goals in a situation where the risks to the labor market are to the downside, which would call for lower rates, and the risks to inflation are to the upside, which would call for higher rates or not cutting anyway. So we're in a difficult situation, and we feel like our framework calls on us to balance the risks, and we feel like where we are now, which is kind of on that borderline, the higher borderline of restrictive versus not restrictive. And we feel like that's the right place to be.
Can I ask about core non-housing services, though? Because there are some people who think that it hasn't come down very much, if at all, over the past year. If wage growth has come down, if the labor market has loosened, why has non-housing services inflation maybe been slower to follow?
That's a good question. It's frustrating. Labor non-housing services they basically moved sideways for a year. They're at the same level, and we do expect that they will come down. But it's a bunch of idiosyncratic things. But at the same time, that is one of the things we should be seeing, because to your point, the labor market is clearly not a source of inflationary pressures, and that should really matter for non-housing services, but we're not seeing progress there. So we do, what we expect for next year is what we want to see for this year, rather, is continued progress on housing services, finally seeing that, the goods inflation come back down because the one-time effects of tariffs are through, and then also get some help from non-housing services. That's what we'd like to see. But it's a good question why we didn't see much of that last year.
Edward. Thanks, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So in December, we saw employment numbers revised down to negative 17,000. January revised down. February posted a loss of 92,000. Is the employment side a far greater risk than the inflation side? Because we are seeing inflation. CPI is close to 2%. PCE has ticked down overall.
It's really, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that that's clear at all, that one is more at risk than the other. So you can point to the unemployment rate being stable, and, in a world where both supply and demand for workers have come down very, very sharply over the course of the past year due to immigration policy largely, a ratio is going to be a better thing to look at than job creation, for example. So, and the ratio is the unemployment rate, and it's been stable since September. So that tells you that. Inflation, you can. We're at 3.0% core inflation, 2.8% headline. So we've been well above the 2%. That amount, whatever it is, 0.7, 0.8, or a full percentage point above 2% for some time, and that's a concern. We need to get back down to 2%. And we need to keep focused on that, even though we do now face some new inflation from energy. So I'd be hard-pressed to say that one of them is obviously more at risk than the other.
And if I may, what happens if there's no Federal Reserve chairman confirmed on May 15th? Would you stay on?
So if my successor is not confirmed by the end of my term as chair, I would serve as chair pro tem until he is confirmed. That is what the law calls for. That's what we've done on several occasions, including involving me, and it's what we're going to do in this situation.
Oh, so he's going to stay on!
On the question whether I will leave while the investigation is ongoing, I have no intention of leaving the board until the investigation is well and truly over.
I'm pretty sure that Mel Jefferson, I think he's going to stay on unless Trump tries to
to the statement
use some
that was
authority.
in the Fed's brief that you all have seen,
courts got
and I
Powell's
won't
back.
for you on that. On the question of whether I will then continue to serve as a governor after my term ends and after the investigation is over, I have not made that decision yet, and I will make that decision based on what I think is best for the institution and for the people we serve. Figuring you probably were going to set the dominoes off there, Edward. And I'm not going to have any more to say on those issues, by the way.
Thank you very much. Claire Jones from the Financial Times. People have drawn quite a few historical parallels with the current situation. We've seen oil price shocks in the past. Some people have said the first Gulf War and the Fed's response to that, where there was a focus on the growth risks, is the right parallel. To what extent would you agree with that, and to what extent do you think we're in a different
Dollar led the way.
today? Thank you.
It's really hard to say until we see the situation, the actual situation. In some circumstances, that might be the right case. In fact, for example, if we do see the kinds of disinflationary progress that we expect to see due to tariffs that I mentioned, I think it's hard to say, and it will depend to some extent on the size and duration of the effects we're seeing on prices, and it will depend a lot on what we can see in inflation expectations.
And just one follow-up, if I may, just on the BLS report.
Yeah,
that
he's
was
not
mentioned briefly
leaving,
there.
dude.
It doesn't seem from the projections or from the comments you've made today about the unemployment rate and focusing on that your view on the labour market story, to a large part being a supply side story, has changed despite the quite negative number in February. Would that be the right take, and was there anyone else in the room who thought differently and that the February jobs report was cause for concern?
So I think you have to take the two together. You know, in a way, the January report was a positive surprise, and the February report was a negative surprise. If you put them together, you get something in the middle, and I think you have to really, as you do, I'm sure, realize there was a strike and there was weather, and that's about 80,000 of the negative effect total.
Because other than
on the
that, it's
February
the same,
report.
just focused on tariff
Notwithstanding
stuff.
that, so what do you see if you take a step back overall?
Really
there are a number of
on
indicators
Kevin
that
Warsh,
suggest
you're
a
gonna have
degree of
Powell
stability.
as long as,
but the thing that I think
until it gets challenged.
good number of people on the committee are concerned about is just the very, very low level of job creation. If you adjust what has been the trend job creation over the past, let's say, 6 months, if you adjust that for what we think, our staff thinks, is the overstatement due to overcounting, effectively there's zero net job creation in the private sector. But actually that looks like that's about what the economy needs in terms of dealing with very, very low, non-existent, really, growth in the labor force, which we've never had in our history. So
only
we've got
ones to do this in
sort
Fed
of
history.
a zero employment growth equilibrium.
Again,
Now,
you're starting to dump
balance,
now.
Okay.
I mean, again, oil had the pop. It could be a
I would
mix of
say
that,
it
but
does
also
have a
too,
feel of downside risk.
I would just say it's disappointing.
It's not kind of a really comfortable
Not
balance.
the data,
So,
but he is more.
we look at that, we
all the
see it, we
questions
get it.
are
And, I
unanswered.
mean, everybody understands the
Pointing
arithmetic,
towards
and
tariffs.
that's you can say the break even is zero, but nonetheless, it's something we're watching carefully, and are concerned about. But ultimately, though, you can argue that it's a consequence of deliberate policy, which is really the changes to immigration.
Oil stopped moving after that
That's
pop.
the biggest
SPY's
factor
now
there.
following the
And,
dollar. So I was saying it was leading.
Something we watch carefully.
Andrew.
Thanks, Chair Powell. The economy's experienced a series of supply shocks in the last few years, COVID, tariffs, 2 oil price shocks. Do you think that is bad luck, or has something changed in the world that makes supply shocks more common, and does the central bank need to start taking
Qatar,
account
Iranian
of the risk
attack
of
on
supply shocks
Ras-Laffan is
as more-
direct
as a more
threat to
common
national
problem?
security.
We
Surprised
did go
oil's
through
not
a long
moving
period
more off
where
that. You
the
got an update
shocks
from
were all
Qatar.
demand shocks, and so we've had a lot of practice thinking about supply shocks in the last 4 or 5 years for sure, and it's just a very different thing and a very much more difficult thing because it does immediately raise the question of tension between the two parts of our mandate. But has the world changed? I mean, COVID is a one-time thing, right? This energy supply shock is a one-time thing. It's not because of some broad tendency or anything, I don't think. And the oil shock with Ukraine was also a consequence of military action. So I don't know that the world has changed in a way that there'll be more supply shocks. But there's people have written that paper and that speech a number of times. A number of people have tried to make the case that is the case. And in fact, we have seen more supply shocks in the last 5 years than we've seen in many years before that. It's a fact.
Okay. You said last year that the Fed was reviewing its communication strategies, including the SEP, as part of its framework review. Whatever happened to that? And I have like 5 follow-ups to that, but I guess, what would you change about Fed communications if you had the time? Thanks.
What happened about that was not much, and I'll tell you why. So, we looked carefully at many aspects of the SEP and of our communications, and there weren't any ideas that had very broad support on the committee. And you don't want to make a change to your communications unless you have the committee behind that. So we didn't really make any changes on that. I had hoped that they had some things that I wanted to do, but they didn't attract broad support, and we'd already made all the changes we made to the framework. That was a critical thing. So we didn't. And, I wish we had been able to do some things, but we didn't. So maybe the next chair will take a look. I'm sure he will.
Like McKee Bloomberg.
Michael
while.
McKee from Bloomberg Television and
Took a
Radio.
while to get to Michael.
The minutes show in January, some members of the committee wanted to include a two-sided guidance on policy. Was that discussed today? And given
And
the
low-ticker
rise in
tech
the
bonds
inflation
as well.
expectations, how much support
low-key, you
for
did react
a
from the pro
two-sided
tem
policy warning would there be?
So it did come up today. The policy that the possibility, rather, that our next move might be an increase did come up at the meeting, as it did at the last meeting. The vast majority of participants don't see that as their base case. And of course, we don't take things off the table. But you correctly characterized, what was in the minutes that several participants indicated, and something very much like that conversation did happen. What was your second question, though?
I was just one question there, but follow-up would be, there are a lot of goods besides oil that are trapped in the Strait right now, and a lot of supply chains getting snarled. How much concern do you have about whether, if this becomes an inflation problem beyond just oil, whether there's anything you can do about it or would do about it, given the efficacies of monetary policy?
You can worry about other commodities. You can worry about all of the ways that oil-related commodities go into manufacturing, that kind of thing. The truth is, it's completely out of our hands, and we just, like everybody else, we have to just wait and see what happens, and it'll come down to how long the current situation lasts, and then what are the effects on prices, and then how do consumers react and that kind of thing. Really, I wouldn't speculate in any way, and there's really not a lot we can do other than kind of watch and see.
Maria Luisa. Afternoon, Chair Powell. Maria Luisa Capurro with Bloomberg News. I wanted to ask you, you've said longer-term measures of inflation expectations reflect confidence that the Fed will get back to its 2% goal, but there are some colleagues of yours who have pointed to higher dispersion in household service, in business service as well. So, and that they take as a signal that inflation expectations may be less sticky than in the past. I'm wondering if there was a discussion around that at this meeting across the committee, and what were the views of what is the state of inflation expectations and the risks from higher oil and gas prices.
So at this meeting, I mean, a number of people mentioned and staff briefed on short-term expectations having moved up quite a lot for reasons we understand well. But long-term expectations, you can always find one that's troubling or some aspect of one that's troubling, but ultimately, right through this whole period, the overwhelming majority of the things we look to, including markets, including surveys of the public and also of forecasters, they've all been pretty solid on longer-term inflation expectations being right where they need to be, consistent with 2%. So that continues to be the case. We didn't have a lot of conversation about that. I think everyone does agree that we'll be watching those extremely carefully as we see the effects of the price increases come through from the conflict.
And still on how the discussion went across the committee, before coming to this meeting, there were some members who were discussing the risks of a slowdown in growth and at a time of where inflation remains high. It really doesn't seem that most members are penciling in a slowdown in growth.
No.
But has there been any discussion of the risks of stagflation at this point?
So people actually wrote up their growth forecast by a tenth, and I think that's probably to do with just growing confidence in productivity. But sorry, and your second question was just.
If there have been any discussions about the risk of stagflation scenario.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, there's tension between the two goals, right? The upward risk for inflation and downward risk for employment. So, and that puts us in a different situation. When we use the term stagflation, I always have to point out that was a 1970s term at a time when unemployment was in double figures and inflation was really high and the misery index was super high. Add them together, you get the misery index. And that's not the case right now. We actually have unemployment really close to longer run normal. and we have inflation that's 1 percentage point above that. So calling that stagflation, it's not. I would reserve the term stagflation for a much more serious set of circumstances. That is not the situation we're in. What we have is some tension between the goals, and we're trying to manage our way through it. It's a very difficult situation, but it's nothing like what they faced in the 1970s, and I reserve stagflation for that, the word for that period. Maybe that's just me.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. President Trump says that oil prices and overall inflation will go down very rapidly as soon as the war ends. Do you agree with that?
I don't have a forecast on that.
When we're thinking about the impact on American households, as you know, they've been facing these higher prices for years. They've seen an almost $1 increase in gas. How worried are you about households, especially lower income families, being able to afford those price hikes? And should people be bracing for higher costs, including for food now?
We don't know how big these effects are going to be, and I don't want to characterize them in any way. Of course, people are already seeing gas prices. Gas prices are up almost $1 a gallon. We hope that isn't for a long period of time, and of course people will feel that, but I don't want to speculate about what that might mean, because honestly that would sound like I have some idea of what's actually going to happen, and I don't think anybody really does. We're going to see how this works out, and I just would leave it at that.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I just wanted to ask, for purposes of the next meeting, how the Middle East war develops between now and then, how are you thinking about what might guide action at your next meeting? I mean, if we have oil prices,
it's a valid
above $100
question
a
if he's
barrel
going to be the guy running
entire
it.
time until the next meeting, is that going to change your wait and see stance? Like, what would lead you all to move, or are you on hold pretty indefinitely?
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we always say we're going to learn more by the next meeting, and usually we do, but in this case we're going to learn a lot, because we're going to learn 6 weeks to the day till the next meeting, and we're going to see whether what happens is it's going to be very important for the way the economy looks and the way the outlook evolves with what happens in the Middle East. That's going to be a big factor, and we'll know that then. I don't know how it's going to affect our thinking. I really don't. And we did talk about alternative scenarios a little bit, but it's just, I wouldn't bring that in here. It's very uncertain, and I just want to remember that we don't know, and we shouldn't assume it's going to be one thing or another. We're going to see.
So is it a matter of you don't know how the situation itself is going to evolve, or even if things remain as they are, the economy could still remain relatively durable in face of them?
Yeah, that's true too. No, I mean, the U.S. economy has just, made it's been strong through a whole bunch of challenges. I mean, if you go back to 2023, when we raised rates a lot in 22 and 23, and close to 100% of economists called for a recession, which didn't happen. In fact, 2023 was a really strong year. So the U.S. economy has really been just doing pretty well through a lot of significant challenges over the past few years. It's been amazing to see. And I don't know what's going to happen in the next intermeeting cycle, and I don't know what's going to happen in the Middle East. I wouldn't want to speculate.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions. What makes you so certain that tariff-related price increases will be a one-time effect? I don't think we've seen you since the Supreme Court tariff decision, and it's pretty clear that none of us know what the extent of the tariff shock will be as the administration moves to replace some of the tariffs that were overturned. So I suppose I'm curious, what would make you question this certainty that tariffs are going to be a one-time price effect?
Well, I would not at all use the word certain about my views on that. I'm not certain. I'm uncertain. But just if you think about what it is, it's a one-time increase in the price of a good, right? And what inflation is ongoing increases in prices this year, next year, the year after. That's what inflation is. It's not a one-time price increase. There's a very, very big difference. The public doesn't really focus on that, but that's the difference. And tariffs should be in theory, unless they cause people to start expecting still more tariffs the next year and still more tariffs the next year, they should be a classic one-time thing. People say the same thing traditionally about an energy price spike, because traditionally prices go up and they come back down. And by the time monetary policy would react, it would be over. So I don't have tons of confidence on that. I think that the theory is probably right, but as usual, the time it takes to get all the way through the economy is just very uncertain. And we found that coming out of COVID, that the inflation did go away, and largely for the reasons we thought it would, but it took 2 years longer than we thought. So I think we have to be humble about knowing how long it will take for tariffs to go all the way through the economy. And so what we've been doing, as our staff's been doing, it's very interesting. They started off with just an estimate because there wasn't a real history, and then they've built, based on the history that they're seeing of tariffs coming through into prices, they can now have an arc. And for all the tariffs, they can say, well, so we have, I think, a slightly more confidence that we will see tariff inflation coming down, not prices, but you won't see further increases. And we should start seeing that more and more in the middle parts of the year. We do expect that. Now, you're also right, though, that the level of tariffs came down fairly meaningfully in the wake of the court decision. But the administration said they're going to move they're going to get that rate right back up to where it was. So, and we assume that they'll do that over time. So that's how we think about it.
Thank you.
Chris Rugaber.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You talked about the shortcomings of the SCP in this environment. I wanted to ask about, or throw in an additional thing, which is the fact that it's happening before transition. Is there still some value, perhaps, in the public knowing what other Fed officials are thinking, the ones who will stay on for the rest of the year and beyond? And does that even handicap your successor in any way? Well, just in terms of having a whole committee expressing its views, is that something that locks them in for the rest of the year? No. We never. The SEP is never. People are more than happy to change their SEP dots. They're no way bound by them. It's your opinion at a moment in time, which can change based on events. Sometimes very quickly. So it never locks people in. People are more than happy to be proven wrong in either direction. And so I just think we do it. And, I mentioned this was a time when it's very hard to do it. During the pandemic, we actually took one meeting off, I think. But we don't like to do that just because it's hard to do. We should just keep doing it. But I just would say for this one, though, I think it's even more than usual good to take the forecast with a grain of salt, because subject to just very high levels of uncertainty.
Brian.
Hi, Chair Powell. Brian Chung with NBC News. So you mentioned at the beginning of this conversation that you're well aware of the history of inflation running above target. It seems like that might be what's underpinning the affordability problem that we're hearing a lot about on Main Street. Are there any signs to you that that's impacting the psychology of the consumer, especially given that they're a big driver of overall economic activity?
I'm not sure what that's all about, but I'll tell you what I think and what we see in surveys, and that is, there were big price increases all around the world, by the way. Everywhere in countries like the United States had basically the same kind of thing. It was a global inflation coming out of the pandemic, and everywhere people are feeling like real wages have been going up in the United States now for 3 years, roughly. But people are not feeling good about it yet, and it will take some years of positive, real earning gains for people to feel good again, we think. But you're right. But when you talk to people, they do feel squeezed, and there are areas where prices are still going up, like insurance. Various different kinds of insurance are getting more and more expensive, and that's just catching up really from inflationary pressures that take a while to get to into the price. So We take it very seriously. We don't dismiss it at all. It's a very real thing from the standpoint of what people are experiencing, and you know, what it does for us is, you know, makes us even more committed, if that's possible, to getting inflation back to 2% on a sustained basis.
How does the Fed's independence play into the ability to address affordability?
Well, independence is what allows us to do our jobs, and you know, stable prices is half of our mandate. It's one of our two mandates, maximum employment being the other. I mean, look at every advanced economy that looks anything like the United States, anywhere in the world, in a market economy, in a democracy, and you'll see, you know, pretty much central bank independence that looks a lot like, in some cases, stronger than what we have. But it's critical that we have that so that we can do the things when we need to do them to preserve price stability. And it's an accepted standard practice, and I think has a lot of support, certainly in Congress, which is where our oversight is in Congress. And you see that among Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate.
Richard.
Hi, Chair Powell. Richard Escobedo at CBS News. Thanks for doing this. Two questions. One, how high would oil prices and broader inflation have to go, and for how long for the committee to consider hiking rates?
Hiking? You
and then
dickhead.
Secondly, diesel
Bad
prices
question.
are rising faster than gas prices.
This
How
motherfucker
concerned are you
wanted
that
to
the
bring it into
increase
the
in
discussion.
Diesel might drive up food and goods prices.
Kind of boring since,
and
but
lead
still.
to broader inflation.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you an example or a specific answer on the first question. You know, we're prepared to do what needs to be done, but I wouldn't want to hypothesize about what that might be. You know, in terms of diesel prices.
You see his look.
So your question there is, are we concerned about it? I mean,
how concerned and whether
You, like,
or not
glared
it
at
will drive
Powell.
up, you know, the cost
Come on,
of food
I got
and other
blitz.
goods that really rely on it to
so
move
I think
across the
it's
country.
a more general concern than that. It's diesel prices because that's transportation of food and things like that. There are just lots of ways that oil and derivatives of oil get into the production and transportation of many, many things. So, and those, there are big effects in headline inflation, but things like that leak into core as well. And the effects may not be as big, but they're quite real and they're material. So we are aware of that and we're watching it, but you know, we're right at the beginning of this, and we don't know how big you just don't know how big this will be and how long it lasts. You know, it may or may not be something that really makes a big imprint on the U.S. economy. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Thank you.
You didn't want to say transitory. Wait and see.
Thanks very much. Just to sort of stare into the future for a little bit, I was looking at the longer run bits of the S&P. I noticed that the growth estimate had been revised up a good chunk from 1.8 to 2, and the kind of long-term Fed funds rate as well. It'd be great just to hear, is that AI productivity or what's going on there exactly?
Yeah, I think it's just productivity. You know, we actually started seeing meaningfully higher productivity some years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and that's not because of, you know, generative AI. We won't know for years what it's really due to, but it could be due to the kind of things that people did during the pandemic to economize and somehow become more productive because there was an incredible labor shortage. But I think economic forecasters are very skeptical of periods of high productivity because they're so rare and they're often revised away. And for many of us, I never thought I'd see this many years of really high productivity, and by the way, expect it to continue. And we haven't really started to see the effects of generative AI, and that should certainly contribute to that. So it's quite unusual, and it's this is the higher productivity is the thing that allows incomes to rise over time. And so it's a great thing. Was that your question?
Yeah, no, I was just curious what lay behind that. And just briefly on that as well to finish up, you hear the argument a lot, this is a sort of disinflationary story, and if you believe that productivity thing, that should also weigh down inflation over time, maybe then kind of pull down where rates end up. Do you kind of agree with that line of thinking, or do you think that's not how you should think about where the rates
I think you have to be cautious about that, in particular if you're talking about AI, about generative AI. So remember, in the short term, what's happening is we're building data centers everywhere, and that's actually putting pressure on all kinds of goods and services that go into building these things. So that's actually probably pushing inflation up at the margin. In addition, it probably raises the neutral rate. So in the near term, you're not looking at something that would immediately call for lower rates or that would be lowering inflation. Over time, though, sure, it can be if it's expanding potential output, which is what higher productivity does, then it actually can be. But I think it's an empirical question because it's really is the demand growing faster or slower than the supply side, and I think we just don't know that answer ex ante going in. We'll just have to wait and see. Thank you very much.
That was terrible, bro. That was very fast and terrible, bro. Are you kidding me? No, I was muted for a little bit, and then I went pee during that. I figured we were going to have one more with fucking Barron Trump. Dude, that was terrible. Not what he said. Technically, everything he said about the economy was, like, chill as fuck. Again, if this is what I was expecting in the sense of, we thought it was going to be this, everybody was overly freaked out. Powell was not freaked out about anything that was going on, but that was kind of the disappointment. Dude, I should have known. The last thing I expected was him to go on and be talking about fucking tariffs all day. Did any of you we should have known, though, because that's what he did at the last, 3 meetings. So at the last 3 meetings, he kept bringing up tariff inflation, tariffs. So he did that again, but as far as the PCE, as far as the rate cuts, all of that was actually quite better than what people were worried about coming into this. And then literally the biggest drop intraday. Are we at 1% yet? You moved like 0.5% since that began, but pretty much what he said about staying on as the pro temp, that was it. But yeah, I was shocked, dude, about so much tariff discussion. Imagine you guys, you got to think about it, because they even refunded the tariffs. The Supreme Court said the tariffs don't even. So I'm a little baffled by how much he stuck to the tariff thing, considering, oil hit 120 for a second, and then you still have everything on there, which is good. If you wanted to keep everybody calm and he didn't want to make the same mistake as transitory, you know what I'm saying? That's why he said time will tell. That might be his new thing, but yeah, that was, I think, a little bit surprising. The good surprise was that the Fed is not, at least they're not worried about it. That means at this point, take a look at the SPY, take a look at how we've moved since the war. You're going to need a way bigger, longer effect to get the Fed moving in terms of a geopolitical crisis or conflict. So I think that one was it was fascinating in many ways. Fascinating that the data was not bad. Fascinating that Powell's main focus coming into today was all about tariffs. I think that was actually crazy. And then fascinating that he said he is staying on. So it was right around here when we started dropping a little bit more. Again, oil did make a move. There was some headlines during that around about Qatar. Yeah, we're meeting with Japan tomorrow. Donald Trump is going to be, but he said he's staying on as the chair pro temp. So this has only happened a couple of times. So in 2022, when Biden renominated Powell, there was like a 3 month delay, I believe, and he still stayed on as like the chair, a temporary chair. And then you had the first ever Fed chair, Mr. Eccles, one of the first ones. He was like the third or fourth, I think. But Mr. Eccles, he did not get nominated by the president. He stayed on as pro temp for a couple of months until they got the new one. Greenspan had the same thing as as Jerome Powell, where he got renominated, and in between nominations, he was pro temp. And then this one's my favorite one. Are you guys ready for this? Arthur Burns. Do you understand? People have even compared Arthur Burns to Powell, or they've warned Powell not to be. They've warned Powell not to be Arthur Burns. But yeah, so Arthur Burns, he had a little bit of a in between gap as he was getting confirmed. So, but he was in between his second confirmation, he got it. So that's crazy, bro. It was crazy. I can't believe it. So that means I think Donald Trump is going to challenge it, because now, if depending on how long it takes to get Warshin, I mean, in a weird way, if they really block Warsh, Powell could keep becoming the leader. Powell could keep leading for quite some time, maybe the next extra 3 to 6 months or longer. And then again, if Donald Trump really wanted to flex presidential authority, you might be able to remove Jerome Powell from that pro temp spot, and then you start going to the vice chair and then any other appointee. I think it's the Qatar stuff. So during all of this drop, you had was it Qatar or the Emirates? Somebody got attacked, one of the oil fields, and then that started running up. They made a statement on it. It's buried in between all of the Powell headlines. But yeah, that's what kind of got it moving up. And then nat gas, I mean, even today was pretty much natural gas with that field. Was it Qatar? Yeah, so other than that, though, man, I'm glad the data and I'm glad the PCE didn't shock. I'm glad the SEP wasn't hawkish. That was expected, or that was better than expected. I'm glad Powell didn't bring up the rate cuts. I think now the fact that the Fed seems behind, in the sense of, you could view it as behind or you could view it as positive, but like the Fed might not even budge on a war in Iran. After hearing that, bro, you could, unless things get really bad for a really long time, I don't think, I mean, imagine this. If you did this for another month, right? You know, oil even near $100, and we did this back and forth with the headline roulette on the war, I feel like Powell wouldn't even react. So this is all kind of crazy, man. I'm actually very, very surprised with how all of this just played out, bro. This is actually, and then again, we're just dumping now. So you're still going off. I don't know if this is going to carry off into tomorrow. I would argue half of this is from the Qatar oil, or the gas fields in Iran. That first part this morning, and then the second part here in Qatar, they said Iran was attacking one of the Qatari oil fields. So here we is, man. All you have to do is drop the investigation and Powell. But I think it was already dropped. They're just doing the appeal. So yeah, that would be an easier solution to it. But yeah, I think Powell, man, he doesn't really want to leave, though. He's just as excited as ever. VIX is on the high now, so you're into the bottom. I mean, get ready. We're either going to keep running down, or this might be your little short-term bottom. We only got 35 minutes left, but rate cut odds didn't move that much. And, I mean, the Fed just sent the signal that we were expecting. They're not worried about the war as much. They don't see this being a longer-term issue, but I definitely think that could be taken both ways. That might be good if you don't want to freak out, but then also now that means the Fed they're not even going to be a factor in this until a couple more months down the road, if this conflict keeps continuing. But I can't believe it. We should have known, though, bro. We should have damn known. I didn't think he was gonna just talk about tariffs the whole time. That's bro, Supreme Court, we've gotten over tariffs so easily. And you mean it, out of all he could have brought, I didn't bring that up once in the preview. I did not think he was gonna be focused on tariffs. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really, that was amazing. That was like, actually, like, I feel like that was so dated in a way. But at the same time, too, it in a weird way, it helps him. It's a very good excuse. Because now, if you don't want to even say anything about the war, you could say tariffs. Even when there wasn't a war going on, you could say tariffs. But yeah, I mean, he acknowledged the war in the Middle East, but he just said, we'll wait and see. Only time will tell. And, you know, he explained it that way. But yeah, bro, that was absolutely fascinating. And then again, you had that KHC news, that was a dud. Fastly and net keep going up. I mean, again, SPY's going down, but I do think this is related to Qatar oil, or to Qatar gas. And then remember the first escalation we have. Powell did have more concern with Russia-Ukraine back then. Again, there was more time, and inflation was already going up before Russia-Ukraine. So our inflation was kind of going up now, but it was nothing compared to that scale. So it is early. I mean, we're only on 3 weeks of the conflict, but we should have known, dude. You remember the last that felt like the last 3 or 4 meetings. The last 3 or 4 meetings, that's all Powell was doing. Powell found his, they got the rates down, and then they still kept blaming everything on tariffs. It gave him cover to fucking just chill. So that sounded like the other meetings. Again, just considering not too often in history you don't have oil go up that quickly as it has. And like we're saying here, this is what I'm telling you, is that end of this month, beginning of next month, that's when we're going to start repricing thing if oil is still higher for longer on the high side. But yeah, I was expecting I don't know what I was expecting now that I think about it. I was expecting it to be a little bit more dual mandate, him to explain they're ready for both, and kind of lean a little hawkishly, but also in a sense where he's saying we're ready for all of it. But I was expecting him to say it'd be too early to tell, but I didn't think every inflation question, every demand destruction question, every single question, he found a way to feed tariffs into it. That was the part that it sounded like all the other meetings, but like I'm telling you, Supreme Court and how all this other stuff has played out recently, even the rise of oil and a conflict you don't see too often, it's pretty surprising. UAE air defense responding to missile threat, and then Israeli Broadcasting Authority citing a source, Israel is targeting the Iranian fleet in the Caspian Sea. There was news of an oil facility. Because, again, the Iranians got attacked this morning. That was the escalation. That was the first time in this whole conflict that they've gone after domestic, gas production. And then there was a report about Qatar. They were saying one of theirs were getting affected. So that's what it was. The timing, 10 p.m., you could still attack late at night. They're not like, Habibi, I attack you first thing in the morning at the market open. So yeah, this conflict, there's been a lot going on. I even think we still get a lot of the info late. He said tariff one-time increase, but then he still, I hope, bro, I don't know. That's like in the middle of a war zone, he's like, tariffs. Which, I mean, to be fair, I can respect it. Like I was telling you, if you look at the oil curve, you look at the pricing, the dramatic people, they're like, oh my gosh, this is going to be the worst thing ever, forever. But, it's not like, most of the market, most of the pricing, it's saying, eventually this shit's going to get resolved, and you have a general idea of oil. So at least he's not panicking. That's the part I could respect, is that at least Powell's not taking the panic approach. But in the other side of the coin, oil practically doubled in the last 45 days, 30 days. And, considering some of the vulnerability and considering, how much that could have, like I'm telling you, our estimates were already at 3%. We were expecting a little bit higher of a PCE expectation, but Powell and the Fed are just in kind of la-la land. So yeah, man, very, very interesting. Fastly, well, I like Fastly, but again, if you guys go look on the Trading Fraternity, the YouTube shorts, or even on my Instagram, I posted about Fastly a couple days ago. So that was all for y'all, man. Free 99. But even at the time of the video, I said it was kind of expensive there, but the Fastleys, they came down barely, but those already ripped about 300. I sold one today at 300%, and then the Nets went about 200, 300% as well too. So I like the play. I already thought it was expensive when I told you, but I was explaining how that could potentially be the next bubble because of all of the Claudebot stuff. So go check that video out. But again, I think I still, it was a tight pass when I made it because the prices were still kind of high. But you now have a make it free signal. Anything after that, bro, you're on your own because we already got in it, got up on it, at least 300%. You can't complain. And then, yeah, so I already made it free. I still own them, but now I have zero risk on the table. I'm just playing with profits. The judge did cancel tariffs, but yeah, Powell didn't even mention that. Nobody even asked him a question about that. No one even said, with all of this tariff stuff, how does that change your view with the cancellation? Nobody even, that question didn't even come up. Over 5 Iranian naval targets have been struck by Israeli Air Force in Caspian Sea. Homegirl said, we haven't seen you since the Supreme Court. I know. I think she was referring some of the drama, but it was so vague. I'm still I'm shocked, but I'm not. Just because it just sounded like every other meeting, but we just had unprecedented things occur. So, I mean, again, the Strait of Hormuz and all these other things, you haven't seen them in a while. And then homeboy's like, well, tariffs. I'm more worried, well, the tariff inflation is what we're focused on. Department of Justice antitrust head says the idea that enforcement has been politicized is ludicrous. Yeah, oil, it's back again. Remember, we hit 98.60. The real question, even coming into tomorrow night, or tonight and tomorrow, above 98 or not. Above 98 has led us into 100. If it can't break 98, it comes back down. That's kind of the, I want to say it's like a pressure valve. This was amazing, bro. This was amazing. Tariffs it's a great excuse. It was a great excuse when he didn't want to do anything, and if you didn't want to say transitory, let the record show whatever happens, he's going to be like, well, I said time will tell, and then he said tariffs. So he still got to acknowledge inflation. He still got to acknowledge midterm, longer term, even though he said it should go away, but that the same way you're explaining inflation with tariffs could explain the inflation with the war drama, if you really wanted to, unless it gets repriced in at the back end and then we start talking higher for longer oil, then it starts going into there. Supreme Court, zero impact on Trump, just eliminated the global tariffs, made more work for Trump. It did, but I would have expected him to have some acknowledgement at a deeper level of that. Just considering all of the inflation questions, demand destruction, it got all pulled back and linked back into tariffs. So, God bless this man. Fucking Powell does it again. And then pro temp. So yeah, you're actually going to hear Powell a little bit longer. Unless they drop the investigation, Powell is going to still be the guy holding it down for a couple more months. Maybe longer. I don't know. If they refuse to drop the investigation, can't get him out, I mean, we'll see. He might be the substitute teacher that ends up teaching the class. Bro, that's amazing. You know that? That is amazing. All right, man, you're still going down. Like I'm saying, since the oil, the Qatar fields mixed in with the pro temp comment, we've been going down, and we only have 25 minutes. 4 injured in Riyadh missile interception debris. 90, where was this? That was at 10:30. So pretty much right before Euro close, about the same levels. Dog, that was fascinating. He does like kicking the can. But again, even the questions, there were some decent questions. They were trying to, and I hope you paid attention, they were trying to ask about demand destruction. They were asking the repricing question. What happens if this conflict goes on? What happens if there's higher inflation that leads to lower productivity? What happens if you got demand? Again, it was borderline either stagflation or demand destruction question. But like, I mean, again, he was like, you should be more worried about tariffs. He said, well, tariffs, it depends if the tariff inflation goes away. But that is what I'm more concerned about. So even then, we're going to see what happens tonight. If there's any more conflict escalation, watch oil. But like I'm telling you, this is the next couple of weeks. If oil does stay higher for longer, you know, the Fed's going to be a variable. I think they're you could call them level-headed, calm, lack of panic. So at least you know you don't have to worry about the Fed for now. But if we do get into the longer conflict, then we start worrying about demand destruction. Then you get worried about the Fed too. So he didn't want to answer the rate hike question, which was kind of that was good. But yeah, there's a couple of things we got to watch for in the future. You think Powell's in on it? Dude, I mean, like I'm saying, tariffs is a great excuse now. Because he still lowered rates last year, even though the tariffs were going on. You know, he made it seem like he didn't want to. But, yeah, at the same time now, with everything going on, at least for like 2 or 3 more months now, that's a great fucking excuse, dude. If you wanted to be like, again, what's going to happen to inflation? Tariffs. Well, what if oil goes up? Well, tariffs. It's better than saying transitory, you know, to a certain, because again, tariffs effects are transitory. So I mean, I could see where you're coming from, but with or without it, I would agree that Powell has a nice little switch he could flip that kind of could justify whatever he wants. It wouldn't look good. That's why I said, though, there was a small chance. You know, more people, like I'm saying, most of the banks coming into it just because of how much oil moved, and you saw the PPI this morning, there was going to be a slight there should have been a slight uptick, but even then, the Fed was really calm. I would borderline say a underreaction from the Fed, both the SEP as well as Jerome Powell. I would argue those were more underreactive than not. You know, you could have justified a very slight, small uptick, but that wasn't even there. And even then, Powell really did not, you know, he said this could happen, and there could be if it lasts long. You know, he acknowledged what everybody knows, but he didn't. It seemed like his focus, and maybe that was the whole point of the messaging. The focus was on tariffs. The focus was on the same plan, the credibility of what they've already been doing, not getting distracted by the ballistic missiles flying. So you could argue, like I'm saying, lack of panic, calm. It borderlines an underreaction, but yeah, and maybe again that's it to a certain degree now too. You might, I don't know if you're getting a tantrum per se, where the market may now kind of feel like the Fed is a couple of months away, because now you're not going to get Fed pressure. So the Fed has nothing to say about what's gone on, technically. If you look at what's happened the last couple of weeks, what we just listened to, I don't think the Fed has anything to say. I don't think they have anything to add. That means you got to either make a lot bigger moves, or this has to get a lot better before the Fed starts getting panicky. But you don't even have a central bank panic. And then again, people have already priced in a lot of what they think, you know, Trump thinks the war's over soon every day. And then now you still got this oil stuff. And half of this reaction today is from the oil and escalation we had overnight. So 18 minutes left, baby. Another new low on the day. You keep going lower. I know, wait a minute. Have we not heard from Trump? Usually every one of these meetings we were getting a Trump True Social. Wait a minute. Where homeboy ain't got one? Is he okay? Bro, the last Truth Social was 6 hours ago. So you guys know what that means, right? You're definitely getting one right when the market closes. All day, bro? You know damn well, bro. He typed out 10 of them today. Nah, bro. He typed out at least 10 of them. The last one he said, what if we just finish them off and you think he stops? I'm telling you, he put them in his drafts. Nah, you know they in the draft. You're like, oh, yeah, wait. Maybe like 30 minutes after the bell. Maybe even like 6 o'clock. I want to be surprised. The markets don't like uncertainty. Well, again, I mean, you have broader uncertainty you're dealing with, but the Fed isn't panicking. I think that's another part of it, is that you're going to have Powell leading the next couple of months, worst case scenario, but like they're not panicked. So if you thought there would be a Fed put, if you thought there would be pressure, if you thought the Fed would even acknowledge what could happen here in the next couple of weeks, just know they're very, very calm. So that's going to be, in a weird way, some of the Fed put got removed. It's back to war conflict and then wherever Trump's put's at. But at this point, the Powell put, the Fed panic is non-existent. Again, at least he didn't say rate cut, but yeah, that was, he did take some things off the table there. Too late, Powell is back. That's what he's going to tweet. He already tweeted that this morning. We bounce tomorrow. There might, I mean, as long as the escalation doesn't rise, I think you might bounce in the morning, but it is a Thursday. But I do think give the market time to digest it. I do think the banks are going to be like, well, the Fed clearly, and they're going to bring up the inflation, because that could have been a bomb. You didn't get that. I'm telling you, the SEP was surprisingly low. So that's good, but then at the same time, I mean, if you get more LNG attacks and all of that, then we're gonna have a couple more issues. Because out of this whole week, that was the first time that we have had that was the first big escalation in the last 7 days. That was all week, I would argue. Iran fars LNG refinery in Bahrain targeted and damaged. That's coming out now as oil's getting back to 98. You think Trump and Powell? Maybe, but I don't know. I kind of think Powell doesn't like Trump, though. Like, at least Elon, they were friends. I honestly think Powell despises Trump. Like, listen, man. If Powell was into boys, we would have caught him on a Veritas video by now. But, he's happily married. He loves his wife. That's why but I could totally see Powell in one of them Veritas videos. Like, man, you have no idea, man. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, if Powell probably got the, what do they call it? How am I blanking? Probably not castrated. What's the word? Vasectomy. Powell's already got a vasectomy. He's his kid's in college, man. He's just playing his guitar and shit. But like, so he's not falling for that Veritas horny shit. But at the same time, there's a part of me that believes that he don't really like Trump. I mean, again, some of the investigation stuff all the way down to the building, even the fact that Powell is totally playing all of his legal cards to a T to not really give it up. I mean, I do think Powell likes the position, I don't think he's been the worst at it till recently, and better than a lot of, any of his predecessors, but still, I don't think, I think some of it could be working together, but another part I think is just genuine. They don't like each other. All right, oil up again. Iran attack on Bahrain is still ongoing. That's coming out now. Oh, wait, why is it so loud? My bad. No, I don't. Unfortunately, I just don't believe Powell is objective. I believe he's more objective than not. But again, this is the same guy who caved right before the election. I can't. And then is now saying fucking tariffs for a year and a half. Don't matter if a bomb go off. It don't matter if revenues increase. It don't matter what the fuck happens. He's like, well, yeah, then the tariff, we can't raise the tariffs. But then again, I'm not one. I do not agree with Trump that you should be raising right now or cutting. I think that's a batshit idea. Even then, I'm shocked. I'm a little disappointed in what's his name, Stephen Moran. Because I thought Moran was like a nerd, and I thought he was using data to kind of justify. He was definitely more pro-Trump, but he had a better reasoning for it, and I think he understood markets a little better in economies. But for Moran to come out today and dissent, I do think that hurt Moran's credibility a little bit, because that's not who the fuck would want to cut rates right now? But then again, it's the same Fed being like tariffs. What do you mean? We think PCE is going to go up by 5. It's going to stay the same at $100 oil. Time will tell. Time will tell. So yeah, I do think Moran lost a couple points with me today. But other than that, Powell lost his points last year. He's kind of been the same since. But other than that, yeah, today was a surprising one. Surprising, even though you got some better than expected news. And then again, you still have a Middle East conflict on the other side, driving oil both right now, all day, and impacting some of the markets. I know, Tim Whitman. I expected better. Fucking Tim Whitman's doppelganger. He's like, we should cut rates. Why? That again, I think it'd be entertaining, but I don't think it's good. I don't think that'd be a good outcome. I would have at least been like, all right, let's hold off for one. I'm down to wait. Okay, maybe we could justify holding today. Maybe I would have been a little bit more concerned, but he's like, no, we should cut. About Warsh's time in $100 oil. I am, but we don't know what the new guy's gonna do. Like, I showed that chart today of what he did last time. Last time unemployment was at 8%, and inflation was even dropping, and he was still worried about inflation. So 10, 15 years ago, Warsh was a little scared, but yeah, I hope he's not the same now, because then he might play the same card, but at least you could, he's coming from a fresher slate than Powell, more or less. Yeah, I like Powell too, but I'd like Powell just reminds me of a boomer. Like, I don't really hate boomers, and I've always told y'all you should show more respect to boomers, but eventually I'm like, okay, you guys need to move on. I think Powell is one of the best Fed chairs of multiple decades, and he's way better than any of his predecessors. I appreciate his work, and he's done amazing, but towards the latter end, I do think he kind of dropped the ball. Again, the rate cut, all he had to do was not cut rates by 50 basis points ahead of an election. I think he would have ensured a legacy, a bipartisan legacy everybody could have got behind. But then he did tilt a little bit. He could talk really nice, and you could try to talk your way out of it, but he did what a lot of Fed chairs have actually fought not to do in the past. So either way, like I'm saying, I think his other work is good, but it's one of those. I love how he started, but the finish was a little sloppy, but all in all, he's better than most. Well, he navigated COVID well. He navigated a lot of things very well. That's what I've always said. Again, up until 2024, end of 2024, if you could find a way to justify the thing, you look at the guy, man. I think I'm only hard on Powell because of how smart he really is. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he was a dumb fuck, I wouldn't have been as offended. Same thing with even Stephen Moran. That's where I'm telling you. It's like, if you're a dumb fuck, of course you're gonna listen, I wasn't too disappointed in fucking, what's his name? The guy who trades the municipal bonds, Bostic. He did it 5 times, 3 times. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, man, fine. I'm not as surprised by that, but I do have a higher standard than for Powell, because he has made difficult decisions and he's done very well handling things, and you see it, bro. The guy could he could talk and he could hold the line and talk his way in or out of a situation better than the best of them. So, you didn't have to cut ahead of an election. You know what I'm saying? By double. Nutty ass comment. He's the worst Fed chair. Transitory, and the election drop. Like I'm saying, bro, transitory, you could even give some level of grace towards it, considering it was your first inflation in 45 years. But even then, like, you could put that on the record, but I'm just saying, like, if you compared it on a broader historical sense, what was in his control, his biggest mistake was the cutting before the election. But are you familiar with a man named Ben Bernanke? And then are you familiar with a lady named Janet Yellen? And then Greenspan is just old as shit, but even then, do you not understand, do you understand his predecessors? So you may not, like I'm saying, I think Powell didn't close out very strong, but are you aware of what some of these other fucking Fed chairs and how terrible they were? You know, Janet Yellen gave everybody free money at 0%, 0% everything, 0 for everything. And then they're like, yeah, Dodd-Frank. Janet Yellen was terrible. Okay, I made a fortune off of Janet, so I can't be too mad. But yeah, technically, I would argue she is the mother of MMT, the queen of it, who ushered in, if you are disappointed by the certain elite and money system, you could argue that started with Janet Yellen. Bernanke's a fucking idiot. And he was just, I don't think he even had a problem just lying to people if it cost them their home. So by those standards, I mean, Powell is a fucking breath of fresh air when you actually like go back. And I mean, again, Greenspan was maybe decent, but even then, you don't even know the other Fed chairs. And the last guys who were in the fucking inflation, one guy was like, fucking don't do shit, even worse than Powell. And then the next guy was like, we're going to have to go to 20% inflation or 20% interest rates. So yeah, you could go back a solid like 40 years before getting a reasonable Fed. The other guys were even fucking removing the gold standard and God knows what else, man. So I don't really agree with Powell's final stretch, but I do think he's objectively one of the better Fed chairs that you have had. All right, man. Spy's still here. Where's 10-minute rigged? No, man. We got final 5, bro. Final 3. Well, Chad, I enjoyed spending my Powell day with you. I hope you enjoyed it as well, my friends. All that matters is that 98 to 100 on oil, what we get at the end of it. And yeah, tomorrow's a Thursday, dude. So you should know. No watch list tonight. I'll try to get you a video out on Instagram or the YouTube shorts, but I think we're going to matter on escalation or not. And LNG and gas now has been thrown into the situation. We are we should have had more of a bounce. So it just depends how this plays in the next couple of days. So you have a little bit more downside, but around this time, again, there's going to be some oscillation, but that 2025 deja vu is still intact. Hank Paulson. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with the Fed chairs, but, you know, I've only experienced so many in my lifetime. So that's what I'm saying. Out of pure experience, you know, there's some weren't that bad, dude. Or they were really bad, and Powell's not that bad. So, you know, it all depends on how you want to look at it. All right, man. Well, NVIDIA even into the close. I'd watch LNG, UNG coming into tomorrow. And then all that matters is these oil fields, my friends. But you are running out of time. We had one good hit in the morning, one dud. Two duds, actually. A dud on the front run and then a dud on the KHC. But I think you might hear more on that. And then our old Fastleys and Nets, that did the work today. So can't complain too much. But damn, bro. What a day. So, Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have a great evening, a great time, but you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Here is the update. Fars News Agency, the missile attack on the LNG refinery in Bahrain. Strikes are ongoing, but people are reporting damages or destroying the Bahrain-Saudi link bridge, raising risk of regional energy and transport networks. So, yeah, they're saying they took out a bridge. So if a bridge is out, I mean, you can't rebuild bridges, and that's going to slow down the transport. But less than a couple of minutes left. We'll be on the lookout for a Trump Truth Social. But 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horna Chattadonia. Oh, my goodness. We did it. We made it. A wild day, bro. I'm telling you, bro. We were excited from the morning. You got to see how this all played out, bro. But war still continuing. Powell. Now what happens tonight? Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia. I need a good game in the chat. Drop your GG, my friends. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. And you are responsible for change. It's going to work in your favor. Oh, I hope they feel me. But God bless you, man. Thank you for your time. The members, the non-members, the stream alerts, the locked in, everybody who contributed too, bro. If you weren't annoying as shit, oh, you have no idea. We love you. Even if you were annoying as shit, man, they added some entertainment. But either way, man, thank you for your time. Oh, Micron is out already. Hi. Yeah, Micron already came out. Jeez. Hi. All right, well, hold on. I thought they were gonna lag, though. They making that AI money, bro. They don't even fucking wait. U.S. preparing to take control of Strait of Hormuz. Operation could extend war by weeks. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk.
Hey, man.
All right, Uncle.
It's a cup, baby.
Silence. So, yeah, third quarter outlook above consensus. Oh, I just had it. So, revenue is expected to be 19.7. They did 23.8. Woo! Woo! Third quarter EPS, where's the expectation, was 1165. They did 1870. Even Micron just blew it out of the fucking water. So again, even the higher estimate was $12. They did 1875 to 955 on guidance. Revenue estimated to be 32.7 to 34.2. Estimate was 24.3. So yeah, they killed it. They beat revenue by over 10% on this quarter. EPS this quarter was 12.20. Estimate was 9.19. So yeah, bro, they just smashed it. And then they guided up for next quarter as well. I think all good. We could get into the margins and all of that, but you remember, they ran up like 6-7% just yesterday or something. EU deeply concerned over Israeli offensive in Lebanon, calls on Israel to cease operations. Well, Chad Adonia, you're back down. And then Five Below came out, if you're into the, what is it, the fucking dumplings? It's not even a real dumpling, dude. It's not even it's a fucking stuffed animal. Y'all made it. I thought they were selling frozen food at Five Below. I said, that's an interesting vertical. No. So, Chadadonia, I guess I'll leave it at that. That was a fat guide, bro. Even plus or minus 40 cents. It's like 50% higher. So, again, you might have one of those where people are like, well, it's already up. It's priced then. And then NVIDIA drop in a couple nuclear. I think you're still dumping after hours. Are you? A little bit, yeah. Well, Chad, God bless you all. God bless America. That is all that I have for you today. You got your earnings. That's the only one that really mattered. I feel like Korea is going to go crazy off of that. Well, they were crazy up until the war shit, man. So we will see. But I hope you have a wonderful evening. No watch list tonight, but you might get a quick one. Even then, you might not even get a quick video. It depends on the schedule, my friends. But I love you all, man. Thank you for your time, and I hope your mindset adjusts to the proper one. And the proper one is you do it, man. Start small. Take on the burden. It'll be light in the future. But you must believe in the change, brother. You are the initiator of change. You will change, my friends. So God bless you, man. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful evening. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World. And if you're really feeling it, bro, you should also go read The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. If you want to sell a home, you email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'm down, bro. I'm always down, man. And I don't know, bro. We're going to be here in the morning. Thursdays are going to be interesting, but at the end of the day, my friends, I really hope you get some rest. I hope you enjoy it. And again, this year is going to bring opportunity. So, yeah, dude, week by week, man, week by week basis. We got a lot in store. You just got Powell. And yeah, man, the world is nuts, but I think you're ready for it. I think you're ready for it, baby. So don't forget why we're here, why the change is going to happen, why you going to advance in the valley, baby. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chadadonia. God bless you all, bro. I hope you had a wonderful day. Thank you again, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Peace out. Spy's still dumping after hours. Are you back at Fridays now?
Jesus. Praise God. Amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
I didn't leave yet. I have to show you the sponsorship video.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly